आगे बढ़ने में फायदा होगा। तो एक तरह से देखें कि भारत में जो एक स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम है उसको भी फायदा होगा, रोजगार की नई संभावनाएं बढ़ेंगी और तमाम क्षेत्रों को भी उसका फायदा होगा, क्योंकि तकनीकी उन्नयन से नवाचार बढ़ता है और नवाचार बढ़ने से हम जानते हैं कि अलग अलग सेक्टर्स को फायदा होता है। इससे हमारी ग्रोथ को मदद मिलेगी, नए रोजगार के अवसर आएंगे और विकास को टिकाऊ बनाने में भी मदद मिलेगी।
जी बिल्कुल, और कहीं ना कहीं शैलेंद्र अगर देखा जाए रोजगार के अवसर का सृजन तो उनका तो होगा ही, लेकिन एक जो विश्वास है जो हमारे देश के युवा हैं, जो युवा पीढ़ी है, उनका जो विश्वास है वो और भी ज्यादा प्रबल हो सकेगा, क्योंकि उनके लिए अब अवसर जो हैं वो कहीं बाहर नहीं बल्कि उनके देश में ही होंगे। और अब तो स्थिति यह है कि जो बाहरी देशों के लोग हैं वो यहाँ आकर शायद जो रोजगार के अवसर हैं उनको भी प्राप्त हो सकते हैं।
देखिए, आप एक दशक पहले देखें तो ये बात होती थी कि भारत एक बड़े बढ़ता हुआ बाजार तो है, लेकिन हम मोबाइल बाहर से आयात करते हैं, भारत में मोबाइल नहीं बनता। भारत में वो तमाम 4G तकनीक हो या 5G तकनीक की जब बात हो रही थी कि उस क्षेत्र में रिसर्च और इनोवेशन में क्या हो रहा है, लेकिन आज हम देख रहे हैं बीते 7-8 वर्षों में जो स्थितियां बदली है, हम स्वदेशी तकनीक पर 5G तकनीक पे आगे बढ़े हैं, 6G तकनीक पर रिसर्च कर रहे हैं और दरअसल दुनिया ये देख रही है कैसे तेजी से एक इकोसिस्टम बना है और भारत तकनीकी प्रगति की ओर आगे बढ़ा चुकी है। जरूरी है कि सिर्फ हम एक बढ़ते हुए बाजार के तौर पर हमें न देखा जाए, बल्कि हम टेक्नोलॉजी सोल्यूशन प्रोवाइड करने वाले देश के तौर पर भी उभर कर सामने आए। आज हम देख रहे हैं कि स्मार्टफोन की फैक्ट्रियां लगी हैं, आप देखें नोएडा में या चेन्नई में स्मार्टफोन बन रहे हैं, चिप की लिए तमाम कंपनियां चिप निर्माण के लिए आगे आई हैं और उसमें रिसर्च और इनोवेशन में भी, क्योंकि वो बहुत जरूरी है कि तकनीक में आपको सफलता नई तकनीक में तभी मिल सकती है जब एक इकोसिस्टम हो, जब सरकार का सपोर्ट हो। हम उस और काम होता हुआ देख रहे हैं प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी की अगुवाई में, और यही वजह है कि दुनिया देख रही है कि बीते वर्षों में किस तरह से भारत ने स्वदेशी तकनीक में काम किया है और उसका फायदा हम अलग अलग सेक्टर को मिलता हुआ देख रहे हैं। और यही वजह है कि आज की जो प्रदर्शनी देख रहे हैं ये दिखाती है कि कैसे किस तरह से भारत तकनीक में एक बड़ी ग्लोबल शक्ति के तौर पर उभर रहा है।
जी शैलेंद्र, और जो इको सिस्टम है वो हम मान सकते हैं करीब अब 27 से 29 अक्टूबर के बीच जो इसका आयोजन हो रहा है इंडियन मोबाइल कांग्रेस का, उसकी झलक हमें यहाँ देखने को मिलेगी। फिलहाल हम तस्वीरें भी अपने दर्शकों को दिखा रहे हैं। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जब यहाँ पहुंचे थे, प्रदर्शनी का उन्होंने उद्घाटन किया, अवलोकन किया और उसके बाद वहां जानकारी लेते हुए जो भारत के अलग अलग प्रमुख नेटवर्क प्रदाता हैं, मोबाइल नेटवर्क प्रदाता, उनसे उन्होंने मुलाकात की। साथ ही जो नई तकनीक आ रही है उसके बारे में जानकारी लेते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी, और अब से कुछ देर बाद संबोधित भी करेंगे। लेकिन अपने आप में शैलेंद्र काफी महत्वपूर्ण कि जो इकोसिस्टम था पहले शायद उसकी कमी रहती थी, फिर चाहे एक हम सेमीकंडक्टर की बात कहें या जो और दूसरे इलेक्ट्रॉनिक उपकरण हैं उनके मैन्युफैक्चरिंग की बात कही जाए, लेकिन अब वो पूरा इकोसिस्टम जो है अब एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म जो है वो तैयार करके दिया जा रहा है जिससे तमाम अवसर जो हैं वो अब जल्दी से हमारे पास हो सकें।
निश्चित तौर पर देखिए, किसी तकनीक के विकास के लिए एक तरह से देखें तो एक बड़े प्रयास की जरूरत होती है, एक रिसर्च के लिए इकोसिस्टम की जरूरत होती है, समर्थन की जरूरत होती है, कंपनियों के एक निवेश की जरूरत होती है और सरकार के सपोर्ट की भी जरूरत होती है। तब हम देखते हैं कि कुछ वर्षों में किसी नई तकनीक पर काम होता है और उसका फायदा देश और दुनिया को मिलता है। तो निश्चित तौर पर बीते 8 वर्षों में आप देखें डिजिटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में जिस तरह से डिजिटल इंडिया पर काम हुआ, उसके नतीजे हमने देखे कि डिजिटल ट्रांजैक्शन में आज भारत दुनिया का नंबर 1 देश है। इसके साथ ही साथ हमने देखा कि नई तकनीक को विकसित करने में जिस तरह से नीतियों पर काम हुआ, स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम बनाया गया और अब हम देख रहे हैं कि महाविद्यालयों में, विश्वविद्यालयों में इस तरह से लैब बनाने की बात हो रही है। 100 लैब ऐसे बनेंगे, उसका फायदा ये होगा कि विश्वविद्यालय स्तर पर हम रिसर्च और इनोवेशन पर काम करेंगे, जो छात्र हैं वो काम करेंगे, उससे एक इकोसिस्टम बनेगा और बड़े स्तर पर हम देखेंगे कि तकनीक नई तकनीक पर काम होगा और उसका फायदा उद्योग जगत को मिलेगा। तो निश्चित तौर पर एक इकोसिस्टम बनाने में हमने देखा है कि प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी की अगुवाई में देश भर में काफी काम हुआ और उसके नतीजे दिखाई भी देते हैं। आज हम सिर्फ उपभोक्ता नहीं है, आज भारत सिर्फ एक बाजार नहीं है, भारत सोल्यूशन प्रोवाइडर है, भारत तकनीक के क्षेत्र में अग्रणी है, भारत दुनिया को दिखा रहा है कि नई तकनीक पर कैसे काम किया जा सकता है जनता की भलाई के लिए, बाजार को विकसित करने के लिए, नए रोजगार पैदा करने के लिए, विकास की रफ्तार को तेज करने के लिए।
जी बिल्कुल, और खासतौर से शैलेंद्र जब हम हम टेक्नोलॉजी को देख रहे हैं, ना सिर्फ 5G में हमने देखा किस तरीके से लगातार बड़ी तीव्रता के साथ जो नेटवर्क की ही जब हम बात खास तौर से करते हैं तो कोशिश ये की गई कि जितना जल्दी हो सके इसका नेटवर्क जो है और उसका विस्तार हम कर सकें। और जिन शैक्षणिक संस्थानों की आप बात करें तो जो लैब्स हैं उनको भी जो 100 लैब्स हैं उनका जिक्र आपने किया, और उसी के तहत अब देखा जाए तो कोशिश ये है कि ना सिर्फ 5G बल्कि जो 6G है उस तक भी हम जल्दी पहुंच सकें।
निश्चित तौर पर देखिए, आप याद कीजिए कि जब 4G तकनीक आई थी तब भारत एक तरह से देखें तो स्वदेशी तकनीक के मामले में कहाँ खड़ा था, और आज जब 5G तकनीक आई है भारत अग्रणी देशों में शामिल हुआ है, चिपी तकनीक पर काम करने वाला अग्रणी देश है। और आप देखिए कि आईटी में जब सॉफ्टवेयर क्रांति आई उसके बाद हार्डवेयर क्रांति आने में काफी समय लगा, लेकिन जिस तरह से हमने उस तरफ कदम बढ़ाए, जिस तरह से हमने देखा कि आप हार्डवेयर पे हम तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, उसके बाद हमने देखा कि जो मोबाइल तकनीक है, टेलीकॉम सेक्टर है, उसमें हमने बहुत तेजी से काम किया। पहले एक बहुत बड़ा बाजार भारत में विकसित हुआ और अब हम इस पर काम कर रहे हैं कि स्वदेशी तकनीक आधारित मोबाइल फोन हो, जो नई नई तकनीक है उनका इस्तेमाल हो, 5G 6G तकनीक हमारी स्वदेशी हो। इसके साथ ही साथ हम दो टेक्नोलॉजी देख रहे हैं कि भारत में विकसित हो रही है, सेमीकंडक्टर भारत में बने, चिप भारत में बने, तो इन सब पर काम हो रहा है। तो दरअसल ये तकनीक हो सकता है जब तकनीक स्वदेशी हो, जब हम अपनी तकनीक पर भारतीय कंपनियां काम करें, उसके लिए हम दूसरे कंपनियों पर, दूसरे देश की कंपनियों पर निर्भर न हो, और उसके लिए पूरे रिसर्च इनोवेशन सिस्टम पर काम किया गया है और कंपनियों ने उससे उत्साह भी दिखाया है, वो रिसर्च पर इन्वेस्ट भी कर रहे हैं और हमने देखा है कि उस इकोसिस्टम का फायदा अब देश को मिल रहा है और जो भविष्य में दुनिया को भी मिलेगा। जब हम देखेंगे कि तकनीक के क्षेत्र में भारत एक अग्रणी देश के तौर पर उभर कर सामने आएगा, सोल्यूशन प्रोवाइड करने के मामले में, एक बड़े बाजार के मामले में तो हम जानते हैं कि हम दुनिया के अग्रणी देश तो है ही, लेकिन साथ ही साथ नई तकनीक के मामले में भी हम अग्रणी देश बनते जा रहे हैं।
जी, यानी कि अग्रणी भूमिका में जो नया भारत है अब वो नजर आने लगा है, उसी की बानगी, उसी की झलक यहाँ इंडिया मोबाइल कांग्रेस 2023 से अब पूरा विश्व जो है वो देख सकेगा। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी यहाँ आज जब पहुंचे उन्होंने प्रदर्शनी का उद्घाटन किया और उसके बाद उसका अवलोकन भी किया, जानकारी लेते हुए किस तरीके से अलग अलग तकनीक जो है उसको लगातार हम बढ़ावा दे रहे हैं, कैसे उसका विकास किया जा रहा है, कैसे उसका विस्तार हो रहा है। और शुभेंदु शर्मा जी लगातार हमारे साथ जुड़े हुए हैं। शुभेंदु जी, आपसे भी जानना चाहेंगे क्योंकि जाहिर तौर पर चुनौतियां जब सामने रहती हैं तो ये ऐसा लगता है कि शायद हम कब तक जो हमारा लक्ष्य है इसको हासिल कर पाएंगे, लेकिन 5G नेटवर्क की अगर बात की जाए, जिस तीव्रता के साथ इसका विस्तार और विकास हुआ है वो अपने आप में काफी काबिले तारीफ।
एब्सोल्युटली, आपने बिल्कुल सही कहा है कि बहुत ही काबिले तारीफ है जिस स्पीड से हम लोग 5G डिप्लॉय कर रहे हैं, जिस स्केल की हमारी पॉपुलेशन है, जो टेरेन की चैलेंजेस आते हैं, अगर आप अर्बन एनवायरनमेंट देखें या रूरल देखें, तो जिस तरीके से हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं डिप्लॉयमेंट के लिए वो काबिले तारीफ है। और ये हमें एकदम मैं तो ये कहूंगा अगर अभी हम 1000 BTS पर डे के हिसाब से चल रहे हैं, हमें उसको और बढ़ाना चाहिए ताकि हम जल्दी से जल्दी पूरे देश भर में 5G का नेटवर्क फैला सकें और 6G की तरफ आगे बढ़ सकें। तो ये बिल्कुल सही कदम है और स्पीड बहुत मैटर करती है, क्योंकि अगर आप स्पीड से डिप्लॉय नहीं करेंगे तो कहीं ना कहीं आप जो विश्व के जो आप एक अपने आप को पोजीशन पे आप लाना चाहते हैं, जो आप लीडर बनना चाहते हैं, जो आप ग्लोबल इकोनॉमी में आप नंबर 3 पे पहुंचना चाहते हैं, वो आपको कहीं ना कहीं ये डिप्लॉयमेंट आपको मदद करेगा, क्योंकि टेक्नोलॉजी, टेलीकॉम टेक्नोलॉजी एक ऐसी चीज है जिसके ऊपर सब कुछ डिपेंडेंट है, चाहे वो आज के टाइम में इंटरनेट हो, जॉब्स हो, हेल्थ केयर हो, एजुकेशन हो, कहीं ना कहीं आपकी टेलीकॉम इंडस्ट्री के ऊपर कहीं ना कहीं कनेक्ट होती है आपके। तो अगर हम इस चीज को आगे तेजी से बढ़ाएंगे तो कहीं ना कहीं वो हमें मदद करेगा, जो हम ग्लोबल इकोनॉमी में नंबर 3, नंबर 2 पे पहुंचना चाहते हैं, उसको जल्दी पहुंचने के लिए।
बिल्कुल, उसमें भी इजाफा जो है वो हो सकता है। और किस तरीके से देखिए जो प्रयास है वो किए जा रहे हैं हर स्तर पर, खासतौर से फिर चाहे आईटी हब के रूप में हम देखते हैं और अलग अलग जो उत्पाद हैं, जो इलेक्ट्रिकल प्रोडक्ट हैं, उनकी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग की जब बात की जाती है या उनको कैसे जो खासतौर से जो मेक इन इंडिया के तहत हम कह सकते हैं जो बढ़ावा दिया जा रहा है, और उसी वजह से जो दूसरी कंपनियां हैं, जो नामी गिरामी कंपनियां हैं दूसरे देशों की, वो लगातार अपना जो निवेश है वो भारत में करने के लिए रुचि भी दिखा रही हैं। शैलेंद्र, अगर बात की जाए क्योंकि जो और भी जो देशों के प्रतिनिधि हैं वो यहाँ पर आ रहे हैं, जो तकनीक है वो भी दिखाई जाएगी और खासतौर से अगले जो हम 3 दिन की अगर बात करें, क्योंकि ना सिर्फ 27 से लेकर 29 तक इसका जो आयोजन हो रहा है, और क्या कुछ खास कार्यक्रम इसमें रहेंगे? हम लगातार आपको तस्वीरें दिखा रहे हैं किस तरीके से प्रधानमंत्री यहाँ पहुंचे और उन्होंने प्रदर्शनी की जानकारी ली, अवलोकन किया और लगातार जानकारी लेते हुए कि किस तरीके की तकनीक है और किस तरीके से लगातार ये जो तकनीक है वो हम पूरे विश्व को भी दे सकते हैं। शुभेंदु जी, आपसे हम जानना चाहेंगे क्योंकि अब जो पूरा ये हमारा कार्यक्रम है इंडिया मोबाइल कांग्रेस, और किस तरह के जो इसमें इवेंट हैं वो रखे गए हैं।
इसमें आप देखेंगे कि कई प्रकार की कॉन्फ्रेंसेस होंगी, राउंड टेबल कॉन्फ्रेंसेस, चर्चाएं होंगी जिसमें कि नई नई जो उभरती हुई टेक्नोलॉजीज हैं अपनी कंपनीज उसको प्रेजेंट करेंगी, उस पर चर्चाएं होंगी। उसके साथ साथ आप देखेंगे स्टार्टअप्स जो इकोसिस्टम है, अगर आप इंडिया का देखें जिससे अभी आप थोड़ी देर पहले चर्चा कर रहे थे, किस तरीके से सरकार ने जो पूरा स्टार्टअप का एक इकोसिस्टम है हार्डवेयर साइड पे, सेमीकंडक्टर साइड पे, जिसको प्रोत्साहन कर रहे हैं, तो वो बहुत सारी स्टार्टअप्स जो हैं इस इवेंट में पार्टिसिपेट कर रहे हैं और अपनी टेक्नोलॉजी जो उन्होंने पिछले कुछ महीनों में, वर्षों में जो प्रोग्रेस करी है वो शोकेस कर रहे हैं, जो कि एक बहुत ही नेक कदम है इन टर्म्स ऑफ गिविंग देम द कॉन्फिडेंस। अगर आप देखें जो स्टार्टअप को बढ़ावा, प्रोत्साहन के साथ साथ जो एक फंडिंग होती है वो इकोसिस्टम बन रहा है, प्रोत्साहन इन जो इस तरीके के इवेंट्स होते हैं उसके थ्रू मिलता है। जब आप नेटवर्किंग करते हैं, जब आप अपना टेक्नोलॉजी पे जो आप काम करते हैं तो आप नेटवर्क करते हैं दूसरी कंपनीज के साथ, वो कहीं ना कहीं आपको एज अ इकोसिस्टम ग्रो होता है, पूरे पूरे एक प्लेटफॉर्म बनता है जिससे कि आप कनेक्ट करके और आगे और इनोवेटिव सोच पाते हैं और आगे बढ़ पाते हैं। तो ये जो इवेंट है 3 दिन का जो हो रहा है, आई थिंक ये बहुत ही पॉजिटिव है और 7वें चरण में है इस साल अपने ये। और जिस तरीके से पिछले 7 सालों में हमने टेलीकॉम क्षेत्र में प्रोग्रेस करी है, हम एक अगर आज से आप 10, 12, 13 साल पहले की देखें तो हमारी जो कॉस्ट थी 1 GB के इंटरनेट की और आज के टाइम में देखें तो बहुत फर्क आया है और कहीं ना कहीं वो टेक्नोलॉजी एडवांसमेंट की वजह से वो कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव चीजें हुई हैं
जी।
तो
और कॉस्ट के साथ साथ जो उसकी स्पीड की भी खास तौर से बात की जाए, जिसमें लगातार हम देख पा रहे हैं कि जो बदलाव है वो किया जा रहा है, उसको और बेहतर बनाया जा रहा है। और खासतौर से शुभेंदु जी, क्योंकि हम मान सकते हैं चरणबद्ध तरीके से जो समावेश है वो नजर आता है, क्योंकि ना सिर्फ स्टार्टअप्स की बात की जाए, एंटरप्रेन्योर्स की हम बात करें तो पहले कोशिश ये की गई कि इनमें किस तरीके से मजबूती जो है वो हम ला सकते हैं और फिर एक अलग अलग पायदान पर, नए पायदान पर ले जाने की अब कोशिश जो है वो नजर आती है।
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल। अगर आप ओवरऑल देखेंगे, मैं सिंस हम टेलीकॉम और सेमीकंडक्टर और एआई की बात कर रहे हैं तो अगर मैं उन्हीं के क्षेत्र में बात करूं तो अब आप देखेंगे कि किस तरीके से जो स्पेस एक्सप्लोरेशन है, अगर आप उसकी बात करें तो किस तरीके से सरकार ने उसकी पॉलिसी में चेंज लाए हैं और प्राइवेट कंपनी स्पेशली स्टार्टअप्स को मौका दिया जा रहा है कि वो स्पेस एक्सप्लोरेशन में काम करें। तो जो एक फ्यूचर विजन है जो इस सरकार का, वो बहुत ही सराहनीय कदम उठाए हैं सरकार ने कि वो यंग पॉपुलेशन है, यंग माइंड्स हैं, जो यंग टेक जो कि एक यंग टेक्नोलॉजी का क्या होता था, उसने आईआईटी से पढ़ाई करी अपने और वो सीधा बाहर निकल जाता था। तो वो कहीं ना कहीं एक एक पॉलिसी मेकिंग की कमी थी कि जो ब्राइट माइंड था वो निकल जाता था देश से बाहर, और वो जो आईपी जो होता है, जो एक टेक्नोलॉजी जो बन के जो देश में रह सकती है, जो उसको आप आगे यूज कर सकते हैं, बेच सकते हैं, उसको पे आप आगे और काम कर सकते हो, कहीं ना कहीं नहीं बन पाती थी। लेकिन जो फिलहाल कुछ सालों में जो पॉलिसी चेंजेस हुई हैं उसकी वजह से अब लोग भारत को अपना प्रथम एक कार्य भूमि की तरह देखते हैं, जहां पर वो अपनी कर्म भूमि की तरह उसको लेते हैं। जो ब्राइट माइंड है, जो हमारे देश के फ्यूचर है, और वो यहीं रह के खाली जॉब नहीं करना चाहता बल्कि जॉब पैदा करना चाहता है। तो ये पूरा इकोसिस्टम बन रहा है, बहुत ही पॉजिटिव है। यंग माइंड्स रह के काम कर रहे हैं, उन्हें फंडिंग की अपॉर्चुनिटीज मिल रही हैं, उनको टेक्नोलॉजी में काम करने का प्रोत्साहन मिल रहा है, उनको एक फ्रीडम दी जा रही है कि आप जाइए आगे के विजन पे आप काम करिए, आप you do something which is wild and which is futuristic, which is really promising for just not for the India but the whole world. तो आई थिंक ये बहुत ही सही चीजें चल रही हैं और अगर ऐसे ही आने वाले वर्षों में चलता रहा तो मुझे पूरा विश्वास है हमारा देश technology as far as hardware is concerned, as far as semiconductor is concerned, as far as AI is concerned, हम बहुत ही जल्द इन क्षेत्रों में भी वैसे ही लीड करेंगे जैसे हम आईटी सर्विसेज में पिछले दशकों से लीड करते आ रहे हैं।
जी शुभेंदु जी, क्योंकि ना सिर्फ आईटी सेक्टर की हम बात करें, टेलीकॉम सेक्टर की बात की जाए, ये इस तरह के सेक्टर उभर कर अब सामने आए हैं जो कि एक तरीके से मजबूती दे रहे हैं भारतीय अर्थव्यवस्था को भी। और यहाँ पर जो सरकार की नीतियां हैं वो काफी महत्वपूर्ण हो जाती हैं कि वो किस तरह की रही हैं। उन्हीं की बदौलत हम मान सकते हैं कि जो लगातार एक बड़ा बदलाव है वो हमें नजर आ रहा है। आपसे पहले शुभेंदु जी, एआई की जब हम बात करते थे तो शायद इतना विश्वास किसी को नहीं होता था, लेकिन अब हम कोशिश यही कर रहे हैं कि हर रोज एक नए पायदान की तरफ अग्रसर हो रहे हैं।
बिल्कुल। अगर आप एआई की बात करें तो कहीं ना कहीं हमारे पास सॉफ्टवेयर एडवांसमेंट थे, लेकिन हम लैक करते थे जो एआई के लिए हार्डवेयर चाहिए होता है
जी।
अगर आप उस हार्डवेयर को कंट्रोल नहीं कर सकते, जो जिसे हम कहते हैं चिप, जो चिप की सप्लाई चेन को अगर आप कंट्रोल नहीं कर सकते, तो कहीं ना कहीं आप खाली एक एआई का सॉफ्टवेयर बना के विश्व गुरु नहीं बन सकते। तो ये चीज आई थिंक सरकार ने बहुत अच्छे से समझी है, और उसी के तहत वो लोग पीएलआई स्कीम्स, जो डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ टेलीकॉम मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के क्षेत्र में पीएलआई स्कीम्स लेके आए हैं, जिसके तहत जो कंपनियां हैं, चाहे वो स्टार्टअप हो या मल्टीनेशनल कंपनीज हो, उनको प्रोत्साहन दे रही हैं पीएलआई के थ्रू कि वो यहाँ आए, यहाँ मैन्युफैक्चरिंग करें। यहाँ पर खाली जो रिसर्च और डिजाइन का काम हुआ करता था या टेस्टिंग वैलिडेशन का काम हुआ था, उसके अलावा साथ साथ मैन्युफैक्चरिंग भी भारत में हो। तो कहीं ना कहीं जब हमारे पास वो सप्लाई चेन की कंट्रोल हमारे हाथों में आएगी, हमारे देश के हाथों में आएगी, तो ये केवल आने वाले 4-5 सालों के लिए फायदेमंद नहीं है, आने वाले दशकों के लिए हमारे लिए फायदेमंद होने वाली है चीजें। क्योंकि अगर आप देखें आज के टाइम में ताइवान जैसा एक छोटा देश जो दुनिया की जो सेमीकंडक्टर की, जिसे आप कह सकते हो हार्ट बीट है, तो वो एक छोटा सा देश आज के टाइम में पूरे विश्व में अपना लोहा मनवाता है केवल हार्डवेयर की कैपेबिलिटीज की वजह से जी। और उस एक छोटे से आइलैंड को अगर आप देखें, उनके पास उनके जो नागरिक हैं, उन्होंने इतना अच्छा काम किया है उस क्षेत्र में कि वो आज के देश में एआई के लिए वो माने जा रहे हैं, क्योंकि उनके पास हार्डवेयर है। तो अगर हम आने वाले 5 साल 10 साल का विजन लेके चलें, और अगर हम उस विजन के तहत ईमानदारी से काम करें, तो कहीं ना कहीं मेरे को कोई डाउट नहीं है कि हम एआई के क्षेत्र में, हार्डवेयर के क्षेत्र में किसी से दूसरे नंबर पे रह पाएंगे। हम जरूर नंबर 1 पहुंचेंगे, और इसी स्पीड से और इसी लगन के साथ हमें आगे बढ़ना है।
जी जरूर, और मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि जल्द ही हम उस पायदान पर पहुंचेंगे जो पहले पायदान पर काबिज होंगे। और खासतौर से ये अपने आप में काफी महत्वपूर्ण कि जब हम नई तकनीक को बढ़ावा देने की बात करते हैं, प्रौद्योगिकी की बात करते हैं, तो उसके लिए किस तरह की नीतियां जो हैं वो बनाई जा रही हैं। लेकिन शुभेंदु जी, आपको लगता है कि उस तरह का जो विश्वास है वो भी दिलाना जरूरी है? अब से पहले शायद उस तरह का विश्वास जो है, फिर चाहे हम घरेलू स्तर पर देखें या जो बाहरी कंपनियां हैं, जब वो निवेश के लिए आती थी, शायद उनको उतना विश्वास नहीं दिला पाते थे। उस तरह का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जो है शायद हम उनके सामने नहीं रख पाते थे। लेकिन आज के समय में हम कह सकते हैं कि अब कोशिश यही है कि ना सिर्फ जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है उसको बढ़ावा दिया गया है, बल्कि जो डिजिटल पब्लिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है उसमें भी एक बड़ा बदलाव जो है अब नजर आने लगा है।
बिल्कुल, जो इसका पूरा श्रेय जाता है हमारी सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट को अंडर द लीडरशिप ऑफ आवर प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी जी। अगर आप देखें पूरा जो कॉन्फिडेंस बिल्डिंग मेजर है पिछले 9 सालों में, इस सरकार ने जो विश्व स्तर पर हमें कॉन्फिडेंस दिया है, कि एक आत्मविश्वास हमें दिया है कि हम किसी के साथ, किसी भी देश के साथ आंखों में आंखें डाल के हम बिजनेस डीलिंग कर सकते हैं। आई थिंक वो बहुत ही सराहनीय कदम है जो उन्होंने उठाए। और ये ओवरनाइट नहीं होता है कि आप आज आए और कल को शुरू हो गया है। इसको करने में बहुत टाइम लगता है, इसमें एक डेडिकेशन चाहिए होती है। इसमें आपको जो पॉलिसी मेकिंग है, जो आपके जो आपका जिसे कहते हैं कि जो एक रेड कार्पेट चाहिए होता है वो लाना, उसके अंदर आपको ये इंश्योर करना कि जो कंपनीज आ रही हैं उनको एक टैक्स रिजीम के अंदर एक स्टेबिलिटी मिले, और ये सब चीजें जो होती हैं पॉलिसी मेकिंग से आती हैं। ये आप, अगर आपकी पॉलिसी सही नहीं होगी, अगर आपकी पॉलिसी अनस्टेबल होगी, तो आप वो कॉन्फिडेंस बिल्डिंग मेजर्स आप नहीं कर सकते हैं।
जी
तो
बिल्कुल।
इसका पिछले 9 सालों के अंदर जो काम हुआ है, आई थिंक वो पिछले 60 साल का आप काम देखें और पिछले 9 साल का काम देख लें, आपको कोई भी एक देशभक्त इंसान को क्लियरली वो दिख जाएगा कि कितना फर्क है दोनों, अगर आप कंपेयर करेंगे।
जी बिल्कुल, जो फर्क है वो सीधे तौर पे नजर आ सकता है। उस तरह की नीतियां हैं और ये कोशिश की जा रही है कि कैसे और ज्यादा जो विश्वास है वो हम दिला सकते हैं। फिलहाल ये तस्वीरें जब प्रदर्शनी का उद्घाटन किया, उसके बाद उसका अवलोकन किया प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने, और अब से थोड़ी देर बाद वो इंडिया मोबाइल कांग्रेस के 7वें संस्करण को संबोधित भी करेंगे। लेकिन उससे पहले सारी जानकारी लेते हुए किस तरीके से अलग अलग तकनीक जो है उसका विकास किया जा रहा है, इस तकनीक का किस तरह का जो इस्तेमाल है, जो उपयोग है वो किया जा सकता है, क्योंकि लगातार प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी अलग अलग मंच से जो नवाचार है, इनोवेशन है, उसका जिक्र भी करते रहे हैं। और अभी उसकी मानगी जो है वो अब हमें नजर आने लगी है। खासतौर से युवाओं की बात की जाए, अलग अलग स्टार्टअप्स जो हैं तकनीकी रूप से वो अब हम देख सकते हैं। हर एक क्षेत्र में जो स्टार्टअप्स हैं वो अब बनते हुए नजर आए हैं। शुभेंदु जी, खासतौर से अगर देखा जाए जो तकनीकी विकास हुआ है, लेकिन जब हम इनोवेशन की बात करते हैं, नवाचार की बात करते हैं, तो एक आवश्यकता थी कि शायद एक पुश यहां भी चाहिए था, और वही अब पुश मिला है, बढ़ावा मिला है, प्रोत्साहन मिला है, तभी लगातार इनोवेशन के क्षेत्र में हम मान सकते हैं कि आगे बढ़ रहे हैं।
बिल्कुल, अगर आप इनोवेशन की बात करें तो जो इनोवेशन आता है वो ग्राउंड लेवल, ग्राउंड जीरो से आता है, जिसे हम कहते हैं। जो यंग माइंड्स होते हैं, उनकी जो एक नई सोच होती है, जिनके दिमाग में बंधन नहीं होता है कि हम ऐसा करेंगे तो क्या होगा, वैसा करेंगे तो क्या होगा, और वो होता है आपके जो ग्राउंड लेवल, जो कॉलेज है, जब आपका माइंड, एक यंग स्टूडेंट का माइंड फ्रेश होता है, वो एक नई सोच के साथ सोच पाता है। तो जो वो ओवरऑल जो प्रोत्साहन दिया गया है, जो ओवरऑल इकोसिस्टम और प्लेटफॉर्म क्रिएट किया गया है कि हर कॉलेज के अंदर आप जो अटल लैब्स चल रही हैं, जो इनोवेशन लैब्स का निर्माण किया गया है, वो ग्राउंड लेवल पे काम हुआ है। अगर आप जाके अगर उसका एक सर्वे कराएंगे तो आपको पता चलेगा कि किस तरीके से एक ग्राउंड लेवल पे जो चेंजेस आए हैं, जो एक थॉट प्रोसेस में एक चेंज आया है स्टूडेंट के। पहले आज से अगर आप 10-15 साल पहले की अगर आप देखेंगे, लोगों से बात करें जो पास आउट हुए थे 2000-2003 में, उनके दिमाग में ये होता था कि हम कैसे कॉलेज पास करें और हमारे को कैंपस प्लेसमेंट में जॉब मिल जाए और हमारी लाइफ सेट हो जाएगी। एक वो सोच हुआ करती थी कि हमारी लाइफ सेट हो जाएगी। अगर आप आज के टाइम में, पिछले 5 सालों में, 10 सालों में जो चेंज हमने देखा है कॉलेज लेवल पे, आज के टाइम में आज का युवा जो है, जो इंजीनियरिंग की पढ़ाई कर रहा है, उसके दिमाग में ये नहीं है कि मुझे किस तरीके से मैं अपना सेमेस्टर में एग्जाम पास करूंगा और किस तरीके से मुझे प्लेसमेंट मिल जाएगी और मेरी लाइफ एक बहुत बेहतर हो जाएगी। वो एक गलत चीज नहीं है, बट जो एक चेंज आया है, जो एक जो ह्यूमन माइंड के अंदर जो एक इग्नाइट हुआ है, जिसमें
एक नया जोश और जुनून, एक नई ऊर्जा हम कह सकते हैं शुभेंदु जी, कि हमें कुछ अलग करना है, हमें कुछ नया करना है, और जैसा प्रधानमंत्री कहते हैं कि यही समय है, सही समय है।
बिल्कुल, तो वो जो एक स्पार्क जो होता है, वो प्रधानमंत्री ने यंग माइंड को एक कॉन्फिडेंस दिया है कि आप किसी से कम नहीं है, आप भी बड़ा सोच सकते हैं, आप भी बड़ी चीजें कर सकते हैं, और वही हमें आज की डेट में देखने को मिल रहा है। जो इनोवेशन, जो जितने हम पेटेंट्स आज की डेट में फाइल कर रहे हैं, 5G का स्पेस हो, AI का स्पेस हो, इंडिया का जो पेटेंट को पुश किया गया है, जो उसमें पॉलिसी चेंजेस आए हैं कि अगर आप एक स्टार्टअप हैं, आप पेटेंट अप्लाई करते हैं तो आपकी उसकी पूरी फीस माफ होगी, जो उसके आपको ईयरली फाइल करना होता है वो उसकी फीस माफ होगी। तो ये कहीं ना कहीं एक कॉन्फिडेंस देता है यंग माइंड के अंदर कि हाँ, मैं भी कर सकता हूँ, और मैं भी चीजें क्रिएट कर सकता हूँ, मैं भी जो नई टेक्नोलॉजी है उनमें काम कर सकता हूँ, उनमें और एडवांसमेंट ला सकता हूँ। तो ये ओवरऑल इकोसिस्टम को जो उन्होंने एक पूरा प्रोत्साहन दिया है, कॉन्फिडेंस दिया है, काबिल तारीफ है।
जी, और खासतौर से शुभेंदु जी, क्योंकि जब हम बात करते हैं कि जब आईटी हब की बात की जा रही है, या तकनीकी रूप से किस तरीके से हम लगातार आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, या जैसा आपने कहा कि ये तमाम वो क्षेत्र हैं जिनके जरिए हम अभी जो 5वें स्थान पर है हमारे देश की अर्थव्यवस्था, वो 3रे स्थान पर पहुंच सकती है। लेकिन ऐसे में जब एक आम आदमी की बात कही जाती है, एक आम नागरिक को हम देखें, तो कहीं ना कहीं सामाजिक उत्थान जो है वो भी इससे जुड़ा हुआ है, क्योंकि अलग तरीके से जो देखने का नजरिया है, या जो भारत के प्रति अभी तक हम देखते थे दूसरे देशों का नजरिया, लगातार उसमें भी एक बदलाव हम देख पा रहे हैं।
बिल्कुल, ये टेलीकॉम एक ऐसा क्षेत्र है जिसमें जो कि लास्ट माइल तक जॉब क्रिएट करता है, जो अपॉर्चुनिटी देता है। अगर आप मैं सिंपल सा उदाहरण शेयर करना चाहूंगा। अगर आप एक टेलीकॉम टावर किसी छोटे गांव में लगाना जाना चाहते हैं, तो वो किस तरीके से जो जॉब क्रिएट करता है। पहले आपको वहां की लोकल लेबर चाहिए जो कि वो टावर इंस्टॉल कर सके, वहीं की लोकल लेबर, फिर आप जो मैन पावर है वो हायर करेंगे उसको मेंटेन करने के लिए। जो जॉब लेवल क्रिएशन होता है, लास्ट माइल जिसे हम कहेंगे, कि जो बिल्कुल जो लास्ट माइल है, वहां पर टेलीकॉम इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जो क्रिएट होता है, तो एक तो टेलीकॉम से डायरेक्ट रिलेटेड जॉब्स वहां पर आती हैं। सेकेंड लेवल ऑफ इफेक्ट आता है कि जब वहां पर कनेक्टिविटी आ गई है, जब वहां पर आपने एक छोटे से गांव, छोटे से कस्बे को आपने इंटरनेट से जोड़ दिया है, तो किस तरीके से सेकेंड लेवल ऑफ जॉब्स क्रिएट करता है। अब आप देखेंगे घर घर में आजकल सोशल मीडिया के इन्फ्लुएंसर्स खड़े हो गए हैं, कितना वो लोग अपना ऑनलाइन कंटेंट क्रिएट करके जो अपना घर चला रहे हैं आज के टाइम में, वो बहुत बड़ा नंबर है। वो कहीं ना कहीं सेकंड लेवल ऑफ जॉब क्रिएट होते हैं।
जी, शुभेंदु जी, क्या ये उस विजन को हम मान सकते हैं जिसमें प्रधानमंत्री कहते हैं कि देश के अंतिम छोर तक, अंतिम व्यक्ति तक कोशिश यही है कि जो योजना है या सुविधाएं हैं उसका लाभ पहुंचे?
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, ये उसी की दिशा में मैं जा रहा था। आपने बिल्कुल सही इस चीज को लेके आए कि जो पायदान में आखिरी पर्सन जो खड़ा है लाइन में, उस तक बेनिफिट पहुंचे, चाहे वो सरकार की नीतियां हो, चाहे वो डिजिटल सर्विसेज के तहत उसको प्रोवाइड करने जा रही वाली धनजन जो बैंकिंग योजना है वो हो, जो टेलीमेडिसिन जो चल रही है वो हो, उसकी बेनिफिट मिल सके, चाहे वो आपको एजुकेशन सेक्टर से रिलेटेड हो, उनके बच्चे पढ़ाई कर पाए, ऑनलाइन आके नई नई चीजें यूट्यूब पर सीख पाए। तो कहीं ना कहीं ये पूरा उसी के तहत एक इकोसिस्टम जो क्रिएट हुआ है, ये हमें आने वाले दशकों तक हमें फायदा देने वाला है।
जी, और खासतौर से यहाँ पे शुभेंदु जी, हम तस्वीरें भी दिखा रहे हैं अपने दर्शकों को। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने जो यहाँ उद्घाटन किया था इस प्रदर्शनी का, जिसमें उन्होंने अवलोकन किया, जानकारी भी ली नई नई तकनीक के बारे में। लेकिन जब आज के समय में जिस तरीके से हमने देखा, जो 5G क्षेत्र का जो विस्तार जिस तरीके से हुआ है, जो नेटवर्क लगातार फैला है, और यहाँ भी जो लैब की बात भी हम कर रहे थे, लेकिन जब 6G की हम बात करते हैं तो हम मान सकते हैं कि आज के समय से काफी आगे की जो तकनीक है उस पर अब काम किया जा रहा है, जिससे जो पूरा विश्व है वो विश्व गुरु को ना सिर्फ सराहा सके बल्कि मान सके कि वाकई अब जो नई तकनीक है वो भारत में इजाद हो रही है।
देखिए सर, सिंपल सी बात है, अगर आपको विश्व गुरु बनना है, जो कि हम बनने वाले हैं बहुत जल्द, तो आपको ऐसे कदम उठाने पड़ेंगे जिसपे दुनिया आपकी तरफ आपसे मांग सके कि ये टेक्नोलॉजी, क्योंकि हम टेक्नोलॉजी की बात कर रहे हैं इसलिए मैं टेक्नोलॉजी के ऊपर ही बात चर्चा करूंगा। तो 6G पे जब हम आज काम शुरू कर रहे हैं तो आने वाले 2 साल 3 साल में जब वो तकनीक तैयार होगी और केवल भारत उन गिने चुने विश्व में गिने चुने कंट्रीज में से होगा जिनके पास वो टेक्नोलॉजी होगी, तो कहीं ना कहीं हम एक विश्व गुरु कहलाने के सही मानने में योग्य कहलाएंगे। क्योंकि एक पॉलिसी लेवल एक होता है और एक, जैसे आप कहते हैं कि हार्ड चीज जब होगी हमारे पास, तब हम जो दुनिया को देंगे तब हम विश्व गुरु कहलाएंगे। जैसे हमने देखा था वैक्सीन के मामले में, जब कोविड काल के अंदर जब हमने वैक्सीन का जो हमने निर्माण जिस स्केल पे किया था, तो हम कहीं ना कहीं विश्व गुरु कहलाए थे। तो आप हर टेक्नोलॉजी क्षेत्र में हो, चाहे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर क्षेत्र में हो, चाहे आप फाइनेंशियल क्षेत्र में हो, यूपीआई ने जो किया है हमारे लिए फाइनेंशियल क्षेत्र में, तो जब सब चीजें मिलके सारे सेक्टर आएंगे तभी हम विश्व गुरु कहलाएंगे।
जी, यानी जो आधार है उसको मजबूती प्रदान की जा रही है हर एक क्षेत्र की। अगर खासतौर से बात की जाए, आईटी क्षेत्र की बात करें, टेलीकॉम क्षेत्र की बात करें, कि किस तरीके से यहाँ पे और ज्यादा मजबूती जो है वो आ सकती है। और इस आयोजन की अगर खासतौर से बात की जाए, 27 से 29 अक्टूबर तक इसका आयोजन किया जा रहा है, जिसमें न सिर्फ भविष्य की जो तकनीक है उसकी झलक देखने को मिलेगी, बल्कि कैसे भारत आने वाले समय में विश्व गुरु का जो स्थान है उस वहां पर नजर आएगा। उसकी वानगी भी यहाँ इस इंडिया मोबाइल कांग्रेस में नजर आने वाली है। अब से कुछ ही देर बाद प्रधानमंत्री यहाँ लोगों को संबोधित भी करेंगे, लेकिन उससे पहले उन्होंने प्रदर्शनी का अवलोकन किया। वो तस्वीरें फिलहाल आप अभी देख पा रहे हैं, जानकारी ली किस तरीके की तकनीक है, कैसे इसका निर्माण किया गया है, और उसके साथ साथ क्या इस तकनीक के जरिए कितना फायदा जो है वो मिल सकता है। क्योंकि अब जो तकनीक है उसका दायरा कोई सीमित नहीं है, उस तकनीक को कैसे हम बढ़ावा दे सकते हैं। अगर कुछ भी एक तकनीक जो पहले शायद एक जिले तक रह जाती थी, एक राज्य तक रह जाती थी, लेकिन अब प्रयास यही है कि इसका और ज्यादा विस्तार किया जा सके, और ज्यादा जो लोग हैं इन क्षेत्रों से जुड़े हुए उनको और ज्यादा प्रोत्साहित किया जा सके, उन्हें ज्यादा बढ़ावा दिया जा सके। और ऐसे में शुभेंदु जी, जब हम नए क्षेत्रों को जब हम देखते हैं तो यहाँ पे एक समय था जब शायद उस तरह की रुचि जो है युवा नहीं लेते थे, लेकिन अब कहीं ना कहीं जब इतने सारे अवसर उन्हें नजर आते हैं तो रुचि भी वो ले रहे हैं, और खासतौर से जो विदेशी कंपनियां हैं वो ज्यादा रुचि ले रही हैं निवेश करने में भी।
बिल्कुल, अगर आप कोई भी कंपनी देखें आज के टाइम में, इंटरनेशनल कंपनी हो, चाहे वो सेमीकंडक्टर की बात करें तो फॉक्सकॉन जो विश्व की टॉप सेमीकंडक्टर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कंपनी है में गिनी जाती हैं, उनकी बात कर लें, चाहे आप और जितनी भी, चाहे टेलीकॉम नॉन टेलीकॉम रिलेटेड जितनी कंपनीज हैं, आप किसी की भी बात करें तो आज के टाइम में सब भारत में निवेश करना चाहते हैं, क्योंकि वो कहीं ना कहीं जानते हैं कि भारत उभरती हुई जो इकोनॉमी है, जो जिस स्पीड पे बढ़ रही है और जिस स्टेबल पॉलिसी फ्रेमवर्क के साथ आगे बढ़ रही है, तो ये एक सही समय है कंपनीज को भारत में निवेश करने के लिए और यहाँ के आके बिजनेस करने के लिए। हमारा यंग जो पॉपुलेशन है, हमारे में एजुकेशन जो लेवल है हमारा यूथ का वो बहुत हाई है, जो हमारी एक ओवरऑल जो एक पूरा ओवरऑल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जो हम क्रिएट कर रहे हैं, चाहे वो एविएशन सेक्टर हो, चाहे वो रेलवे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हो, चाहे वो रियल एस्टेट हो, रोड ट्रांसपोर्ट हो, हर तरीके से जो जिस स्केल पे जिस स्तर पर काम हो रहा है, वो कहीं ना कहीं एक कॉन्फिडेंस।
और ये सीधी तस्वीरें प्रधानमंत्री यहाँ पहुंचे हैं,
श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी वहां पर छात्र छात्राओं का अभिवादन करते हुए वसुधैव कुटुंबकम के दृष्टिकोण को, भावना को आत्मसात करते हुए एक ऐसे नेता जिन्होंने अपनी ऊर्जा से, वैश्विक भलाई की विचारधारा से और सभी के कल्याण के प्रति अपनी प्रतिबद्धता से दुनिया भर के लाखों लोगों को प्रेरित किया है। दिव्य सज्जनों, a leader under whose leadership India has dared to dream and dream big, dream out of box, dream the future and aspire to be the third largest economy in the world. देवी सज्जनों, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, जियोस्पेशल सिस्टम्स, ड्रोन से लेकर सेमीकंडक्टर, स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी तक, जिनोमिक्स, फार्मास्यूटिकल्स, क्लीन टेक्नोलॉजी से लेकर 5G तक और अब 6G, ये सभी सेक्टर्स आज देश की प्राथमिकता है। कोविड-19 के दौरान भी माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में भारत ने कोविन प्लेटफॉर्म के साथ डिजिटल दृष्टिकोण को अपनाया। And now, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी हमारे साथ यहाँ पर, आप सभी की जोरदार तालियों के बीच में प्रधानमंत्री जी का स्वागत करते हैं। इंडिया मोबाइल कांग्रेस 2023 देवीय सज्जनों, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के अपने 130 करोड़ के परिवारजन की उनकी सेवा समर्पण का प्रतीक है, प्रमाण है। अद्वितीय समर्पण और संकल्प के धनी भारत के यशस्वी तेजस्वी प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का आप सभी की तालियों के साथ पुनः यहाँ पर स्वागत मंच पर। And thank you very much, Honorable Prime Minister Sir, for leading IMC 2023. आप सभी से निवेदन अपने स्थान पर बैठ जाएं। And ladies and gentlemen, we stand here today not just as witnesses, but in fact as active participants in this extraordinary era of technology and innovation. We have gathered here under a theme that resonates across borders, a theme that embodies the very potential of technologies and innovations to shape a future that benefits all of humanity. तो इस असीमित संभावनाओं की दुनिया में आईएमसी 2023 में आप सभी का स्वागत करने के लिए मैं निवेदन करती हूं मेजबान मंत्रालय के हमारे माननीय मंत्री जी को, आदरणीय श्री अश्विनी वैष्णव जी को। लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, द ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर ऑफ कम्युनिकेशंस, रेलवेज, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स एंड इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी।
परम आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, माननीय मंत्री श्री देवू सिंह चौहान जी, इंडस्ट्री कैप्टन्स, विश्व भर के करीब 50 देशों से आए गणमान्य अतिथि, स्कूल और कॉलेजेस में उपस्थित विद्यार्थी मित्र, मीडिया के सभी साथी, आईएमसी 2023 में आप सबका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। प्रधानमंत्री श्री मोदी जी का विजन है कि टेक्नोलॉजी डेमोक्रेटाइज हो, पीपल सेंट्रिक हो, टेक्नोलॉजी देश के आर्थिक एवं सामाजिक विकास का माध्यम बने। इसी विजन से प्रधानमंत्री जी ने टेलीकॉम सेक्टर को पूरी तरह से ट्रांसफॉर्म किया है। आज से 10 साल पहले अगर टेलीकॉम का नाम आता था तो एक अजीब सी भावना थी, 2G स्कैम की बात होती थी, लीगल बैटल्स चल रहे थे, इन्वेस्टमेंट कोई करना नहीं चाहता था। आज लेकिन टेलीकॉम सेक्टर की तस्वीर बिल्कुल बदल गई है। ये प्रधानमंत्री जी की 9 वर्षों की तपस्या का फल है।
one of the forward locations.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
A fresh breaking coming right in. PTI chairman and Pakistan's former Prime Minister Imran Khan's bail plea has been rejected in the Cypher case. Now, the Chief Justice Amir Farooq has delivered the verdict, which was reserved on October 16th after hearing the arguments of the parties. A very, very big setback coming in for Imran Khan. Imran Khan's plea has been rejected in the Cypher case, viewers. So top updates coming in on Republic TV. Islamabad High Court rejecting Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf PTI chairman Imran Khan's request for stopping the Cypher case trial, which is being conducted by a special court formed under the Official Secrets Act, and reserved its ruling on his bail plea, viewers.
प्रोफेसर्स, 50 स्टूडेंट्स और 10 एमएसएमई को मिनिमम जोड़ा जाएगा। कई जगह जहां बड़ी लैब्स बनेगी वहां पे इससे भी ज्यादा जुड़ेंगे।
In the one of the forward locations in the south of the Israel, and here the preparations are in full swing. How the troops are preparing for the ground battles. The tanks have been installed. The big Merkavas are here on the ground to totally wipe out the Hamas terrorists, and so does the regular briefings of the soldiers that are taking place here at the ground zero.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
The Israel Defense Forces said its fighter jet struck 3 senior Hamas operatives. According to the IDF, the operatives played a significant role in the invasion and the attack against Israel on October 7th. Israeli troops and tanks briefly raided northern Gaza overnight, engaging with Hamas fighters and targeting anti-tank weapons in order to prepare the battlefield before an expected ground invasion. Israel's Iron Dome defense system neutralized a number of rockets fired by Palestinian militants late over Thursday. The number of rockets were intercepted over Tel Aviv as air raid sirens pierced the night sky. Distraught relatives grieve the loss of their family members who were victims of an Israeli airstrike outside the Indonesian hospital in Beit Lahia. With the war between Israel and Hamas now in its 21st day, the State Department said it's continuing to negotiate additional humanitarian assistance for civilians in Gaza, while also trying to secure the ability for Americans inside Gaza to evacuate.
Has been up until now, and it's the problem that we've been trying to unlock, is that at times on the Gaza side of the border, there has been no one there from Hamas to open the gates and process people and let them through. And at other times, there have been actually armed Hamas militants standing there, not even letting people approach the gate. And so we are continuing to work through with the United Nations, with the government of Egypt, the government of Israel, how to get this situation unlocked. We have been making progress. I can't get into the details of that progress because they're very sensitive negotiations, but it's something that we are focused on and hoping to get, hope to have American citizens and other foreign nationals able to move through in the coming days.
Pentagon spokesperson Brigadier General Pat Ryder said approximately 900 U.S. troops have been deployed or are being deployed to the Middle East amid the ongoing Israel war. Ryder said that these forces were not heading to Israel and they were intended to support regional deterrence efforts and further bolster U.S. force protection capabilities.
17th and the 24th, U.S. and coalition forces have been attacked at least 10 separate times in Iraq and 3 separate times in Syria via a mix of one-way attack drones and rockets. So again, those are the initial numbers. We're continuing to work to CENTCOM to ensure we get you the facts on these. And so again, we'll get that to you as soon as possible.
European Union leaders sought to use their combined leverage to ensure the more aid reaches Palestinians in need and how to help EU citizens in Gaza escape danger, including some held hostage by Hamas across the EU spectrum. Austria, Germany, Hungary are among Israel's top supporters.
Digital India's vision. You realize that as India builds the hard infrastructure, which by the way is also being built at a very feverish pace, you recognize that if you can give tools in the hands of citizens to lift their lives, India could progress in leaps and bounds.
are in one of the forward locations in the south of the Israel. Here the preparations are in full swing. How the troops are preparing for the ground battles. The tanks have been installed. The big work आवाज है here on the ground to totally wipe out the Hamas terrorists, and so does the regular briefings of the soldiers that are taking place here at the ground zero.
Viewers, we keep getting you top updates. Now, speaking at the passing out parade, Union Minister Amit Shah reflected on the 3 criminal law bills which the Parliament panel is set to examine today. The Union Minister said that the bills will play a significant role in the country's new criminal justice system. Century Laminates brings you this report for more.
मुझे विश्वास है कि आप सब यहां से जाकर इस लड़ाई को और मजबूत करेंगे, नेतृत्व प्रदान करेंगे और नई दिशा भी देंगे। मैं आज आपको बताना चाहता हूं कि आप जब सेवा में आपका प्रथम पैर रखेंगे यहां से निकलकर, तब देश एक नए युग की ओर जाने की शुरुआत कर चुका है। अंग्रेजों के समय से 1850 के आसपास बने हुए तीनों कानून जो हमारी क्रिमिनल जस्टिस सिस्टम का चालक बल है, सीआरपीसी, आईपीसी और एविडेंस एक्ट, ये तीनों कानूनों में आमूलचूर परिवर्तन कर सरकार ने 3 नए कानून देश की संसद के सामने रखे हैं। अभी गृह विभाग की संसदीय समिति इसका अध्ययन कर रही है। कुछ ही समय में ये कानून पारित हो जाएंगे और ये कानून के आधार पर हमारी नई क्रिमिनल जस्टिस सिस्टम की शुरुआत होगी।
Digital in public infrastructure assets across identity, payments, and data management.
One of the forward locations in the south of the Israel. Here the preparations are in full swing. How the troops are preparing for the ground battles. The tanks have been installed. The big work आवाज है here on the ground to totally wipe out the Hamas terrorists, and so does the regular briefings of the soldiers that are taking place here at the ground zero.
Good morning and welcome. This is Live and Breaking on Republic TV and I'm Nubhu Talwar Suri. Here's a look at the big stories we're tracking. Prime Minister Modi is at the Bharat Mandapam, inaugurates the 7th edition of India's biggest tech exhibition, the India Mobile Congress. Trouble for TMC Minister Jyotipriya Malik as ED arrests the West Bengal Forest Minister in the Russian scam probe. Ashok Gehlot's son is summoned by the ED in a foreign exchange violation case. Unprovoked shelling by Pakistani side in the Arnia sector of Jammu, the BSF troops befittingly retaliate as firing leaves 4 civilians and 1 Jawan injured. The Israel-Hamas war continues to rage on in its 21st day. The IDF says 3 top Hamas operatives have been eliminated.
Between October 17th and the 24th, U.S. and coalition forces have been attacked at least 10 separate times in Iraq and 3 separate times in Syria via a mix of one-way attack drones and rockets.
U.S. strikes Iran-linked facilities in Syria, says strikes in retaliation for attack on U.S. troops. Well, the Enforcement Directorate is conducting pan-India raids across 17 locations in Mumbai, Delhi, Chandigarh, Panchkula and Ambala. In connection with the parabolic drugs case, the searches are currently underway. Now, do remember that the ED is conducting these searches even as a case was filed against the Chandigarh-based drug firm over a fraud of 1,600 crore rupees. The CBI had earlier booked company directors Vineet Gupta, Dipali Gupta, Rama Gupta and Jagjit Singh Chahal in this case. Let's go across to Sandeep on the phone line. He has more details. Sandeep, tell us more.
Yes, as you rightly mentioned, the case was initially registered by CBI in the bank fraud case, and the founder members of Ashoka University, Vineet Gupta and Pranav Gupta and others associates, had looted the bank, and it is a bank fraud case of more than 11 banks were in fact the loans were in fact taken from these 11 banks, and in fact the funds were diverted by using forged documents, and following which the CBI had in fact registered the case under 120B of IPC and other sections of forging documents. In the same sequence now, Enforcement Directorate has taken over this case, and now they have carried out searches at 17 locations across India, in Delhi, Chandigarh, Mumbai. In fact, 3 locations are being raided by ED in Mumbai and 7 in Delhi and Ambala and also in Panchkula. So definitely a massive raids are underway. It will be very much crucial to see what would be the recovery in the cases and whether there will be any kind of arrest or any summons are being issued to the people associated in this very bank fraud scam.
All right, Sandeep bringing us the details of this. Thank you very much. So as Sandeep is pointing out, this of course is a scam that was linked to the Chandigarh-based Parabolic Drugs Limited for allegedly defrauding a consortium led by the Central Bank of India of 1,600 crore rupees. Now, the West Bengal Forest Minister Jyotipriya Malik was arrested by the Enforcement Directorate earlier Friday morning after being questioned for nearly 20 hours in connection to the Russian scam. Malik, who was the former food minister of the state, was arrested a little after 3:20 at night. Malik, while being escorted away by ED officials, said that he is a victim of a grave conspiracy. He was taken away by ED officials and CRPF Jawans from his home to the ED office at the CGO complex in Kolkata, where thereafter, of course, he's undergone a medical test and will be produced in court. Let's, however, in the meanwhile, listen into what the BJP has said, hitting out at the TMC. They have said that the arrest of the party's minister was certain and Mamata Banerjee is backing thieves.
देखिए, ज्योतिप्रिय मलिक का अरेस्ट होना तय था कि बहुत पहले से ही सबको पता था कि कैसे पीडीएस का पैसा लेकर, रेशन लेकर, सामग्री लेकर कैसे तस्करी हुआ है। और ममता बनर्जी जो कह रही है नया कोई नहीं, इससे पहले भी अफसर को बचाने के लिए वो धरने में बैठी है। चोरों के ऊपर उनका बहुत बड़ा सहानुभूति है और वो बोल रहे हैं कि ज्योतिप्रिय मलिक का डायबिटीज है। तो क्या जिनका डायबिटीज है उनके ऊपर हम ये दायित्व दे दें कि वो चोरी करें, उनको चोरी करने का अधिकार मिल जाए। और उसके साथ उन्होंने जो बताया कि ईडी सीबीआई पे वो केस करेंगे, तो उनको करना है तो करने के लिए बोलिए। अगर डर क्यों है इतना? अगर डर नहीं है, अगर चोरी नहीं किया है तो ईडी सीबीआई को अपना काम करने दीजिए। दूध का दूध, पानी का पानी हो जाएगा।
Now, in the run-up to the arrest, of course, the ED had raided 8 residences, including that of Malik and his associates, in connection with a case that was related to the alleged corruption, the ration distribution scam. Now, this is when Malik was the food minister of West Bengal. The ED is investigating his links to businessman Bakibur Rahman, who was recently also arrested in the case. Now, what we are given to understand is that even as Rahman was arrested last week. Following his arrest, after the ED had questioned him, they then started to search the premises of the minister, and thereafter, of course, after 20 hours of questioning last night and the raids that were conducted at his home, he was arrested. The West Bengal minister has now been taken for a medical check-up. The scam relates to rations that were given out at the time that he was the food minister. Well, Mandir politics is back ahead of 2024, but in a political twist, Congress is now pulling out the Mandir card. Their leaders are saying that they are happy that the Mandir is being built and everybody should be invited for the inauguration. The BJP says that the party that delayed the Mandir judgment is now speaking of the Mandir.
It is truly the culmination of a 500-year-old battle. In 3 months from now, the Grand Ram Temple will open its doors for the devotees. Prime Minister will be present at the consecration ceremony on January 22. Congress, that had earlier questioned the existence of Lord Ram, is now hoping for an invitation.
निमंत्रण सिर्फ एक ही पार्टी को जा रहा है क्या? कौन कौन पहुंचता, कौन नहीं पहुंचता, उस पर मैं कोई टिप्पणी नहीं कर सकता हूं। लेकिन भगवान सिर्फ एक पार्टी तक सीमित रह गए हैं क्या? निमंत्रण देने हैं और उसमें अगर उत्साह और उल्लास सबका देखना है तो सभी को होना चाहिए, सभी को निमंत्रित करना चाहिए। अब उनको अपनी परिस्थितियों को देखते हुए क्या करना है वो निर्णय लेंगे।
Just ahead of elections, Kamal Nath seems to be using the Ram Mandir card.
क्या राम मंदिर भारतीय जनता पार्टी का मंदिर है? ये हमारे देश के हर व्यक्ति का मंदिर है, हमारे सनातन धर्म का एक बहुत बड़ा प्रतीक है और मुझे बड़ी खुशी है कि राम मंदिर अंत में बन रहा है।
But for Congress allies, Lord Ram is mythology.
They have demolished history and replaced it with mythology.
मंच पर उपस्थित केंद्र सरकार में मेरे साथी, मोबाइल और टेलीकॉम इंडस्ट्री से जुड़े सभी महानुभाव, सम्मानित अतिथिगण, देवियों और सज्जनों, इंडिया मोबाइल कांग्रेस के इस 7वें एडिशन में आप सबके बीच आना अपने आप में एक सुखद अनुभव है। 21वीं सदी की तेजी से बदलती हुई दुनिया में ये आयोजन करोड़ों लोगों का भाग्य बदलने की क्षमता रखता है। एक समय था जब हम फ्यूचर की बात करते थे तो उसका अर्थ अगला दशक या 20-30 साल बाद का समय या फिर अगली शताब्दी होता था। लेकिन आज हर दिन टेक्नोलॉजी में तेजी से होते परिवर्तन के कारण हम कहते हैं द फ्यूचर इज हियर एंड नाउ। अभी कुछ मिनट पहले मैंने यहां एग्जीबिशन में लगे कुछ स्टॉल्स देखे। इस एग्जीबिशन में मैंने उसी फ्यूचर की झलक देखी, चाहे टेलीकॉम हो, टेक्नोलॉजी हो या फिर कनेक्टिविटी, चाहे 6G हो, AI हो, साइबर सिक्योरिटी हो, सेमीकंडक्टर्स हो, ड्रोन या स्पेस सेक्टर हो, डीप सी हो, ग्रीन टेक हो या फिर दूसरे सेक्टर्स। आने वाला समय बिल्कुल ही अलग होने जा रहा है और ये हम सभी के लिए खुशी की बात है कि हमारी युवा पीढ़ी देश के भविष्य का नेतृत्व कर रही है, हमारी टेक रिवॉल्यूशन को लीड कर रही है। फ्रेंड्स, आपको याद होगा पिछले वर्ष हम यहां 5G रोल आउट के लिए इकट्ठा हुए थे। उस ऐतिहासिक कार्यक्रम के बाद पूरी दुनिया भारत को हैरत भरी नजरों से देख रही थी। आखिर भारत में दुनिया का सबसे फास्ट 5G रोल आउट हुआ था, लेकिन हम उस सफलता के बाद भी रुके नहीं। हमने 5G को भारत के हर नागरिक तक पहुंचाने का काम शुरू किया। यानी हम रोल आउट स्टेज से रीच आउट स्टेज तक पहुंचे। साथियों, 5G लॉन्च के 1 साल के भीतर ही भारत में करीब 4 लाख 5G बेस स्टेशंस बन गए हैं। इनसे देश के 97% शहरों और 80% से ज्यादा पॉपुलेशन को कवर किया जा रहा है। भारत में पिछले 1 वर्ष में मीडियन मोबाइल ब्रॉडबैंड उसकी स्पीड करीब 3 गुना बढ़ गई है। मोबाइल ब्रॉडबैंड स्पीड के मामले में भारत एक समय था 118 से हम वहां पर अटके पड़े थे, आज 43rd पोजीशन पर पहुंच गए हैं। हम न सिर्फ भारत में तेजी से 5G का विस्तार कर रहे हैं, बल्कि 6G के क्षेत्र में भी लीडर बनने की दिशा में बढ़ रहे हैं। हमारे यहां 2G के समय क्या हुआ था, शायद नई पीढ़ी को पता नहीं होगा, लेकिन मैं इसका वर्णन नहीं करूंगा, वरना शायद मीडिया वाले उसी बात को पकड़ेंगे और किसी चीज को बताएंगे नहीं। लेकिन ये जरूर कहूंगा कि हमारे कालखंड में 4G का विस्तार हुआ, लेकिन एक दाग भी नहीं लगा है। मुझे विश्वास है कब 6G में भारत दुनिया को लीड करेगा। और साथियों, इंटरनेट कनेक्टिविटी और स्पीड में सुधार सिर्फ रैंकिंग और नंबर से ही नहीं होते। इंटरनेट कनेक्टिविटी और स्पीड में सुधार ईज ऑफ लिविंग को भी बढ़ा देते हैं। जब इंटरनेट स्पीड बढ़ती है तो स्टूडेंट को अपने टीचर से ऑनलाइन कनेक्ट होने में और आसानी हो जाती है। जब इंटरनेट स्पीड बढ़ती है तो अपने डॉक्टर से टेलीमेडिसिन के लिए कनेक्ट करते वक्त मरीज को सीमलेस एक्सपीरियंस होता है। जब इंटरनेट स्पीड बढ़ती है तो टूरिस्ट को किसी लोकेशन तलाशने के लिए मैप्स का इस्तेमाल करने की परेशानी नहीं आती। जब इंटरनेट स्पीड बढ़ती है तो किसान और आसानी से खेती की नई तकनीक को सीख पाता है, समझ पाता है। कनेक्टिविटी की स्पीड और अवेलेबिलिटी सोशल और इकोनॉमिक दोनों ही रूप से बड़ा परिवर्तन करते हैं। साथियों, हम हर क्षेत्र में पावर ऑफ डेमोक्रेटाइजेशन पर विश्वास करते हैं। भारत में विकास का लाभ हर वर्ग, हर क्षेत्र तक पहुंचे। भारत में संसाधनों का सभी को लाभ मिले, सभी को सम्मानजनक जीवन मिले और सभी तक टेक्नोलॉजी का फायदा पहुंचे। इस दिशा में हम तेजी से काम कर रहे हैं और मेरे लिए यही सबसे बड़ा सामाजिक न्याय है। नागरिकों के लिए एक्सेस टू कैपिटल, एक्सेस टू रिसोर्सेज एंड एक्सेस टू टेक्नोलॉजी हमारी सरकार की प्राथमिकता है। चाहे वो मुद्रा योजना के तहत कोलेटरल फ्री लोन्स की बात हो या स्वच्छ भारत के टॉयलेट्स की या जेम ट्रिनिटी से होने वाले डायरेक्ट बेनिफिट ट्रांसफर की, इन सभी में एक बात कॉमन है। ये देश के सामान्य नागरिक को वो अधिकार दिला रहे हैं जो उसे पहले मिलने मुश्किल थे और निश्चित तौर पर इसमें टेलीकॉम टेक्नोलॉजी ने बड़ी भूमिका निभाई है। भारत नेट प्रोजेक्ट ने अब तक करीब 2 लाख ग्राम पंचायतों को ब्रॉडबैंड कनेक्टिविटी से जोड़ा है। हमारी अटल टिंकरिंग लैब्स के पीछे भी यही थॉट है। 10,000 लैब्स के जरिए हम करीब 75 लाख बच्चों को कटिंग एज टेक्नोलॉजी से जोड़ पाए हैं। मुझे विश्वास है कि एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूशंस में 100 5G यूज केस लैब्स शुरू होने के आज के अभियान से भी ऐसा ही एक व्याप बढ़ने वाला है। नई पीढ़ी को जोड़ने का एक बहुत बड़ा इनिशिएटिव है ये। किसी भी क्षेत्र से हमारे युवा जितना अधिक जुड़ेंगे, उस क्षेत्र के विकास की संभावना और उस व्यक्ति के विकास की संभावना उतनी ही अधिक होगी। ये लैब्स भारत के युवाओं को बड़े सपने देखने और उन्हें हासिल करने का विश्वास जगाती है। और मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि हमारे युवा अपनी एनर्जी, अपने एंथुजियाज्म और अपनी स्पिरिट ऑफ एंटरप्राइज से मैं पक्का मानता हूं आपको सरप्राइज कर सकते हैं। कई बार वो किसी पर्टिकुलर टेक्नोलॉजी से ऐसे ऐसे काम करेंगे जिनके बारे में उस टेक्नोलॉजी को बनाने वालों ने भी नहीं सोचा होगा। इसलिए मैं अभी कुछ दिन पहले एक वीडियो देख रहा था। हमारे देश के लोगों की सोच कैसी है, और ड्रोन का ये भी उपयोग हो सकता है। हनुमान जी को इस रामायण के जो मंचन हो रहा था ना, तो हनुमान जी को जड़ी बूटी लेने के लिए जाना था, तो उन्होंने ड्रोन पर हनुमान जी को भेजा। इसलिए ये अभियान हमारे नौजवानों में इनोवेशन कल्चर को बढ़ावा देने की दिशा में एक स्वागत योग्य कदम है। फ्रेंड्स, बीते कुछ वर्षों में भारत की सबसे महत्वपूर्ण सक्सेस स्टोरीज में हमारा स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम भी एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण स्थान ले चुका है। तो यहां स्टार्टअप वाले क्या कर रहे हैं? बहुत कम समय में हमने यूनिकॉर्न्स की सेंचुरी लगाई है और हम दुनिया के टॉप 3 स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम में से एक बने हैं। दो 2014 में हमारे पास, मैं 2014 क्यों कह रहा हूं पता है ना? वो तारीख नहीं है, एक बदलाव है। दो 2014 के पहले भारत के पास कुछ 100 स्टार्टअप थे, कुछ 100, लेकिन अब ये संख्या 1 लाख के आसपास पहुंच गई है। ये भी बेहद अच्छा है कि स्टार्टअप को मेंटर और एनकरेज करने के लिए इंडिया मोबाइल कांग्रेस ने एस्पायर प्रोग्राम की शुरुआत की है। मुझे विश्वास है कि आपका एक कदम भारत के युवाओं की बहुत मदद करेगा। लेकिन साथियों, इस पड़ाव पर हमें ये भी याद रखना होगा कि हम कितना दूर आए हैं और इतना दूर किन परिस्थितियों के बाद आए हैं। आप 10-12 साल पहले के मोबाइल फोन्स को याद करिए। तब आउटडेटेड फोन की स्क्रीन घड़ी घड़ी हैंग हो जाती थी। ऐसा ही होता था ना? जरा बताइए ना। चाहे आप स्क्रीन को कितना भी स्वाइप कर लें, चाहे जितने भी बटन दबा लें, असर कुछ होता ही नहीं था। बराबर है ना? और ऐसी ही स्थिति उस समय सरकार की भी थी। उस समय भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था का, या कहें या तब की सरकार ही हैंग हो गए वाले मोड में थी। और हालत तो इतना बिगड़ चुका था, रीस्टार्ट करने से कोई फायदा नहीं था। बैटरी चार्ज करने से भी फायदा नहीं था, बैटरी बदलने से भी फायदा नहीं था। 2014 में लोगों ने ऐसे आउटडेटेड फोन को छोड़ दिया और अब हमें सेवा करने का अवसर दिया। इस बदलाव से क्या हुआ वो भी साफ दिखता है। उस समय हम मोबाइल फोन्स के इंपोर्टर थे, आज हम मोबाइल फोन के एक्सपोर्टर है। तब मोबाइल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में हमारी प्रेजेंस ना के बराबर थी, लेकिन आज हम दुनिया के दूसरे सबसे बड़े मोबाइल मैन्युफैक्चरर है। तब इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के लिए कोई क्लियर विजन नहीं था। आज हम इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में करीब 2 लाख करोड़ रुपए का एक्सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। आपने देखा है कि गूगल ने भी हाल ही में ये घोषणा की है कि वो अपने पिक्सल फोन्स भारत में बनाएगा। सैमसंग के फोल्ड 5 और एप्पल के आईफोन 15 पहले ही भारत में बनना शुरू हो गया है। आज हम सबको इस पर गर्व है कि पूरी दुनिया मेड इन इंडिया फोन्स का इस्तेमाल कर रही है। साथियों, आज जरूरत है कि हम मोबाइल और इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में अपनी सफलता को और आगे बढ़ाएं। टेक इकोसिस्टम में हार्डवेयर और सॉफ्टवेयर दोनों की सफलता के लिए जरूरी है कि हम भारत में स्ट्रॉन्ग सेमीकंडक्टर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर का निर्माण करें। सेमीकंडक्टर्स के डेवलपमेंट के लिए सरकार ने पहले ही करीब 80,000 करोड़ रुपीस की पीएलआई स्कीम चलाई है। आज विश्व भर की सेमीकंडक्टर कंपनियां भारतीय कंपनियों के साथ मिलकर सेमीकंडक्टर असेंबली और टेस्टिंग फैसिलिटीज में इन्वेस्ट करना शुरू कर दिया है। भारत का सेमीकंडक्टर मिशन सिर्फ अपनी डोमेस्टिक डिमांड ही नहीं, दुनिया की जरूरत पूरी करने के विजन पर आगे बढ़ रहा है। साथियों, विकासशील देश से विकसित देश होने के सफर को अगर कोई और तेज करता है तो वो है टेक्नोलॉजी। हम देश के विकास के लिए जितना ज्यादा टेक्नोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल करेंगे उतना ही विकसित होने की दिशा में आगे बढ़ेंगे। डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी में हम ऐसा होता हुआ देख रहे हैं जहां भारत किसी भी विकसित देश से पीछे नहीं है। ऐसे ही हर सेक्टर में बदलाव लाने के लिए हम उसे टेक्नोलॉजी से जोड़ रहे हैं। हम सेक्टर्स के हिसाब से अलग अलग प्लेटफॉर्म्स बना रहे हैं। लॉजिस्टिक्स के लिए पीएम गति शक्ति नेशनल मास्टर प्लान, हेल्थ केयर के लिए नेशनल हेल्थ मिशन, एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर के लिए एग्री स्टैक, ऐसे अनेक प्लेटफॉर्म बनाए गए हैं। साइंटिफिक रिसर्च क्वांटम मिशन और नेशनल रिसर्च फाउंडेशन में भी सरकार बड़े पैमाने पर इन्वेस्ट कर रही है। हम इंडिजीनियस डिजाइन एंड टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलपमेंट को भी लगातार प्रमोट कर रहे हैं। मुझे जानकर भी खुशी हुई कि इंटरनेशनल टेलीकॉम यूनियन और इंडिया मोबाइल कांग्रेस साथ मिलकर इनोवेशन एंड एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप फॉर एसडीजीज विषय पर एक इवेंट कर रहे हैं। साथियों, इन सारे प्रयासों के बीच एक बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट है जिसकी तरफ मैं आपका ध्यान ले जाना चाहता हूं। ये एस्पेक्ट है साइबर सिक्योरिटी और सिक्योरिटी ऑफ नेटवर्क इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का। आप सभी ये जानते हैं कि साइबर सिक्योरिटी कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी का क्या है और इसके क्या दुष्परिणाम हो सकते हैं। G20 समिट में भी इसी भारत मंडपम में साइबर सिक्योरिटी के ग्लोबल थ्रेट पर गंभीर चर्चा हुई। साइबर सिक्योरिटी के लिए पूरी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग वैल्यू चेन में आत्मनिर्भरता बहुत जरूरी है, चाहे हार्डवेयर हो, सॉफ्टवेयर हो या कनेक्टिविटी। जब हमारी वैल्यू चेन का सब कुछ हमारे नेशनल डोमेन में होगा तो हमें इसे सिक्योर रखने में भी आसानी होगी। इसलिए आज इस मोबाइल कांग्रेस में ये चर्चा भी आवश्यक है कि हम ट्रबल मेकर से दुनिया की डेमोक्रेटिक सोसाइटी को कैसे सुरक्षित बनाएं। साथियों, लंबे वक्त तक भारत ने टेक्नोलॉजी की कई बसेस मिस कर दी है। इसके बाद वो समय भी आया जब हमने ऑलरेडी डेवलप टेक्नोलॉजी में अपना टैलेंट दिखाया। हमें हमारी आईटी सर्विस इंडस्ट्री के उसने भी उसको अभी बढ़ाने के लिए जो प्रयास हुआ है, लेकिन अब 21वीं सदी का ये कालखंड भारत की थॉट लीडरशिप का समय है। और मैं यहां बैठे हुए सबको और ये जो 100 लैब्स के उद्घाटन में बैठे हुए नौजवानों को कह रहा हूं, और विश्वास कीजिए दोस्तों, जब मैं कोई बात कहता हूं तो गारंटी से कम नहीं होती है। और इसीलिए मैं थॉट लीडर्स वाली बात कर रहा हूं। थॉट लीडर्स एक नए डायमेंशन बना सकते हैं जिसे बाद में दुनिया फॉलो करे। हम कुछ डोमेन्स में थॉट लीडर बने भी हैं, जैसे यूपीआई हमारी थॉट लीडरशिप का परिणाम है जो आज डिजिटल पेमेंट सिस्टम में पूरी दुनिया का नेतृत्व कर रहा है। इवन कोविड के समय हमने कोविन का जो इनिशिएटिव लिया था, आज भी विश्व उसकी चर्चा करता है। ऐसा वक्त है कि हमें टेक्नोलॉजी के एक्सेलेंट एडॉप्टर और इम्प्लीमेंटर्स के साथ साथ टेक्नोलॉजी का थॉट लीडर भी बनना ही होगा। भारत के पास यंग डेमोग्राफी की ताकत है, वाइब्रेंट डेमोक्रेसी की ताकत है। मैं इंडिया मोबाइल कांग्रेस के लोगों, खासकर इसके युवा सदस्यों को आमंत्रित करता हूं कि वह इस दिशा में आए, आगे बढ़े। मैं आपके साथ हूं। आज एक ऐसे समय में जब हम विकसित भारत बनने की दिशा में आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, थॉट लीडर्स के रूप में आगे बढ़ने का ये ट्रांजिशन पूरे सेक्टर में क्रांतिकारी परिवर्तन ला सकता है। और मुझे विश्वास है, और ये मेरा विश्वास आप लोगों की क्षमता के कारण है, मेरा विश्वास आपके सामर्थ्य पर है, आपकी क्षमता पर है, आपके समर्पण पर है। और इसलिए मैं कहता हूं कि ये हम कर सकते हैं, जरूर कर सकते हैं। फिर एक बार आपको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। और मैं देश के, दिल्ली के, अगल बगल के इलाके के नौजवानों से आग्रह करूंगा कि वो भारत मंडपम में आए और ये जो एग्जीबिशन लगा है, जिसकी टेक्नोलॉजी में रुचि है, टेक्नोलॉजी भविष्य में जीवन में कैसे नए नए क्षेत्रों को छूने वाली है, उसको समझने के लिए ये बहुत बड़ा अवसर है। मैं सबसे आग्रह करूंगा, मैं सरकार के सभी विभागों से भी आग्रह करूंगा कि उनकी जो टेक्नोलॉजी की टीम हो वो भी यहाँ आकर इन चीजों को देखे। फिर एक बार आप सबको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, सभी को रिचार्ज करने का, रीइग्नाइट करने का, इंस्पायर करने का कि भारत विश्व का थॉट लीडर बने। और यहाँ पर युवा शक्ति पर आपका विश्वास, आपकी अंतर्दृष्टि, आपका मार्गदर्शन निस्संदेह सभी को डिजिटल दुनिया में नए क्षितिज तलाशने के लिए प्रेरित करेगा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद प्रधानमंत्री जी।
We have been reporting from the operational base of Israel Defense Force, and I'll just show you the visuals. Israel forces still in place here. There are Merkava tanks, there are artillery which is being placed here, and they've been constantly making the strike towards the Gaza Strip. But as we know, the statement that came in from IDF and ISF that made an announcement that IDF has conducted an aerial strike on an underground terror cell of Hamas and Islamic Jihad terror operatives who were organizing an immediate terror attack.
one of the forward locations in the south of the Israel. Here the preparations are in full swing. How the troops are preparing for the ground battles. The tanks have been installed. The big Merkavas are here on the ground to totally wipe out the Hamas terrorists, and so does the regular briefings of the soldiers that are taking place here at the ground zero.
Well, we're now going to cut across to pictures that we have accessed of a speeding SUV that is seen hitting a police personnel. He's thrown into the air. This incident took place in the Connaught Place area, and we are given to understand that it took place on the intervening night of the 24th and 25th of October. The police detained the car driver and action has been taken against him. But these pictures essentially very concerning in terms of the incident that took place. You can clearly see that there was a police barricade in place where a policeman was essentially talking to the driver of another car. When this SUV comes and hits him, he of course falls on the wayside on the left hand side, and therefore thereafter this SUV continues to speed over. We are given to understand that the SUV was later tracked down, and the driver was arrested in the capital. But once again, these pictures do raise several questions about safety and security in the national capital. When there was clearly barricading in place, also raises concerns about how an SUV could be speeding like this. Just watch how this SUV, which was in the outer circle area of Connaught Place, is what we are given to understand, rams into this barricading that is placed by the Delhi police over there. And you can also see it hits the policeman, who's of course thrown onto the left hand side and continues to speed over. And it was only later that we are learning that the SUV's driver was confronted and he was placed under arrest. Thankfully, the policeman was just injured. But this incident has been captured on CCTV camera, concerning to say the least. Let's go across to Anuj, who has more details on this. Anuj, we are told that the driver had to be later confronted. At first, of course, he did seem to speed away from the spot.
Well, the latest what we have been told, let me tell you that the driver has been already arrested. This was the SUV car which hit the policeman. And after that, we are getting the images that we can see in the visual what exactly was the condition at that point in time. But the latest is that the driver has been already arrested. And let me also tell you that this happened on October 24th at nearly 1 a.m. And in the video, we are showing you the visuals that what exactly has happened. And this was the video which went viral on the social media also. Let me tell you, the constable could be seen standing beside the car while a checking was underway. This happened when the checking was underway, let me tell you, in the area when speeding, this was a car which was in very much speed, and a speeding SUV hit from the side. If you talk about the constable, he was hit from the side, and later the constable was admitted to the hospital and was discharged after the treatment. It can be seen in the CCTV how the SUV car going out of the control after hitting the car and running away. So later what we have been told, the driver was arrested. This happened in the national capital, where this shocking visuals coming in. This is the CCTV footage of what we are running on our screen, and there you can clearly see the accident, how it has happened. The SUV got out of control. Driver has been arrested rather, but this was still at that point in time the checking was going on. He was doing his all of a sudden this goes out. The speed was very high, and we can clearly see in the visual that what has happened when he was in the air, like the constable was hit so hard that he flies almost, and the condition could be clearly seen. He went to hospital as well. I'm telling it to you earlier also, and later he was discharged after the case.
All right, thank you very much for joining us, Anuj. So Anuj bringing us the details of what happened and how the police have now finally been able to arrest the accused in this case. You are with Republic, and on the other side, trouble for TMC Minister Jyotirpriya Malik as the ED arrests the West Bengal Forest Minister in the Russian scam probe. And Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot's son is summoned by the ED in a foreign exchange violation case.
In the one of the forward locations in the south of the Israel, and here the preparations are in full swing. How the troops are preparing for the ground battles. The tanks have been installed. The big Merkavas are here on the ground to totally wipe out the Hamas terrorists, and so does the regular briefings of the soldiers that are taking place here at the ground zero.
Welcome back. Now, the manhunt for a U.S. Army reservist suspected of murdering 18 people and injuring 13 others in a mass shooting incident in Maine has entered its second day. Investigators have not yet said what the weapon or weapons the suspect used in the shooting were or how he obtained them. Century Laminates brings you this report.
On Thursday night, police converged on a home ground as they searched for a U.S. Army reservist who authorities say killed 18 people and wounded 13 in a mass shooting in Maine. Heavily armed police surrounded a home about 20-minute drive from Lewiston where the shooting took place the night earlier. The police have alerted the citizens, saying that Robert Card is armed and dangerous. They have also asked people to shelter inside their homes for safety. During the time of the shooting, loud bangs were heard at the scene, with the police force yelling at Robert to surrender. Hundreds of law enforcement agents, including dozens of FBI agents, are on a hunt for the suspect since Wednesday. Agency report for Republic TV.
You are with Republic TV, and on the other side, more international news, including the latest on the Israel-Hamas war.
forward locations in the south of the Israel. Here the preparations are in full swing. How the troops are preparing for the ground battles. The tanks have been installed. The big Merkavas are here on the ground to totally wipe out the Hamas terrorists, and so does the regular briefings of the soldiers that are taking place here at the ground zero. one of the forward locations in the south of the Israel. And here the preparations are in full swing. How the troops are preparing for the ground battles. The tanks have been installed. The big Merkavas are here on the ground to totally wipe out the Hamas terrorists, and so does the regular briefings of the soldiers that are taking place here at the ground zero.
Hello and a very warm welcome. We are live and breaking on Republic TV. I am Rakshita Mishra with you this afternoon. Let's start with all the top stories making headlines. Prime Minister scathing attack at the UPA government. Trouble for TMC Minister Jyotipriya Malik as the ED arrests the West Bengal Foreign Minister in the Russian scam probe. Ashok Gehlot's son Vaibhav Gehlot summoned by the Enforcement Directorate in a foreign exchange violation case. Unprovoked shelling by Pakistani side in Arnia sector of Jammu. BSF troops befittingly retaliate as the firing leaves 4 civilians and 1 Jawan injured. Israel-Hamas war continues to rage on its 21st day. IDF says 3 top Hamas operatives eliminated. And US strikes Iran-linked facilities in Syria, says strikes in retaliation for attacks on US troops. Now, based on precise IDF and IS intelligence, IDF fighter jets struck 3 senior Hamas operatives in the Daraj Tufah battalion. The battalion's operatives played a significant role in the invasion and the murderous attack against Israel on the 7th of October, and it is considered to be the most significant brigade of the Hamas terrorist organization. So, of course, a big win coming in for the Israeli Defense Forces, and this is Israel's relentless fight against terror. And you can see those 3 faces. Those are the 3 top Hamas Hamas operatives who have been neutralized by the Israeli Defense Forces. John, remember, it's not just the Gaza Strip that is witnessing airstrikes, that is witnessing intensified attacks from Israel, but also it's the Lebanon border that is also now seeing witnessing a lot of tensions, a lot of firefighting. Let's take a listen. All right, we're getting in some more updates now with regards to this war, and now what we understand is that with the war between Israel and Hamas now in its 21st day, the US State Department has said that it is continuing to negotiate additional humanitarian assistance for the civilians in Gaza, while also trying to secure the ability for Americans inside Gaza to evacuate. State Department spokesperson Matthew Miller has reacted to this. Let's take a listen in.
There have been convoys moving through. As you know, we've unlocked that piece. There haven't been, to our estimation, there hasn't been a sufficient amount of aid getting through, but we're working on mechanisms to speed up the screening of that aid so more of it can move through the gate and make it to the innocent civilians in Gaza who need it. And we continue to work to unlock the very difficult kind of practical problem of getting American citizens out. But the problem has been up until now, and it's the problem that we've been trying to unlock, is that at times on the Gaza side of the border, there has been no one there from Hamas to open the gates and process people and let them through. And at other times, there have been actually armed Hamas militants standing there, not even letting people approach the gate. And so we are continuing to work through with the United Nations, with the government of Egypt, the government of Israel, how to get this situation unlocked. We have been making progress. I can't get into the details of that progress because they're very sensitive negotiations, but it's something that we are focused on and hope to have American citizens and other foreign nationals able to move through in the coming days.
And my colleague Gursimran, who's reporting live from near the Gaza border, is joining us on the broadcast now. Gursimran, now this is of course a very major development that is coming in. Tell us about the significance of this, how important it is, because these are three top Hamas operatives. These are three senior Hamas operatives that have been eliminated by the IDF.
See, this is a big setback to the side of Hamas, as Israel has struck three of its key operatives, those who were instrumental in carrying out the attack of 7th of October, when more than 1,300 Israel civilians and also some of the foreign nationals were brutally killed by the terrorists of Hamas. And the operation, the retaliatory strikes that were launched by the Israel Defense Forces, has led to major loss to the Hamas cadre. And yesterday, when we spoke to the senior officials of the Israel Defense Force, they said that these strikes are not the retaliatory strikes now, but these strikes are for the peace and prosperity of the people of Israel, because these terrorists, what they did was they killed the common man of Israel who were peace-loving, and they said to restore the faith and the peace in the system, and also to ensure that the people, those who have left their houses, return to the same. There needs to be a total wipe out of the system of Hamas, and that's why these operations have been launched. As we speak, for the past 24 hours, there have been more than 200 strikes that have been carried out by the Israel Defense Forces. It is linked only to the Hamas infrastructure. Also, some of the strikes are aimed at the infrastructure of Hezbollah in the Lebanon, but those numbers, they are relatively less, as the Hezbollah group has been relatively calm if we compare it to its actions in the first 10 to 12 days. Now the Hezbollah group is holding some of the key meetings, and probably the future strategy is being decided along with the terrorists of Hamas. But yes, when it comes to the Hamas is facing what it has done to the people of Israel, especially the brutal killings that they have carried out. And now the attacks that were being carried out on the Hamas terrorists, they have been intensified. Localized raids are also being conducted. That means the troops of Israel Defense Forces stepping into the territory of Gaza Strip that is considered as fort of Hamas, and then carried out the targets on which the Hamas cadre is hiding, or that remains to be few of their key operational centers.
Right. And also tell us about what could be next as far as Israel's plans are concerned, because we've been talking about for almost a week now that there is a ground assault that is imminent. and there have been statements coming out from the Israeli Defense Forces that they are all set for a ground invasion. But when we see that having committed to the cause of eliminating Hamas completely, wiping out Hamas completely, and now we have 3 top commanders, 3 top operatives that have been eliminated, do we understand that the ground invasion might be something there will be a rethinking on that front, and maybe it's more of the airstrikes that we are going to witness, and there will be only limited ground invasion if necessary?
See, when it comes to the Israel side, they are resolute on their stand that there will be the ground invasion that will be carried out, and they are making all the preparations. But certainly, the international pressure cannot be denied, because, see, when the US is negotiating, then it certainly means that Israel cannot afford to lose the United States if US says that there needs to be no ground invasion and the airstrikes will continue. So it is the United States and the other big powers that will look into what is happening, because as we speak, the fighter jets are still roaring in the skies of Sderot, as this is a border area hardly 800 meters from the nearby village that is very close in the Gaza. So I can hear the jets, the fighter jets roaring in the skies. That means still the airstrikes continue in the terror infrastructure of Hamas. But yes, when it comes to the ground invasion, that is something that needs to be decided at a larger level. That will also include the global policy, not only of the Israel side, but also of the United States and other key partners of the Israel in this war. Because at this juncture, the Israel cannot afford to lose any of its partner to the side of Hamas, be the reason, be anything. But yes, the mounting pressure of the civilian killings is there on the Israel side, and that's why they are trying to ensure that their strikes are precision and they are aimed only at the Hamas cadre, not at the civilians.
And we also broke the story of what US has said on increasing the humanitarian aid to Gaza, and also the movement of the civilians, the US citizens also. Tell us more about that. What's really happening on that front? Because there are thousands of hostages in the Gaza Strip that have been taken by the Hamas terrorists, including those from Israel. But what we understand is that US still continues and intensifies its efforts to negotiate to get the Americans out from Gaza. What's happening on that front? What's the progress like?
See, when the negotiations will take place, it will certainly be for all the hostages. The American side is trying for its hostages, while other countries must be trying for their own. But when the negotiations will take place, what it seems for now that the negotiations will only be around the release of the hostages, and in return, what the side of Hamas will say, they will request, they will urge, or they will demand for the ceasefire. And it has to be seen whether the Israel side agrees to same or not, because this is going to be almost the changing scenario moment. If the Israel side agrees that the release of hostages will lead to the ceasefire agreement, then it will mean that this will be the deadlock that is continuing will break and some peace will prevail. But will it happen? When it will happen? How the things will pan out? That is something really interesting to see, as Qatar is playing a key role in the negotiations, as Qatar was the country that provided the political office to the Hamas operatives, and now the Qatar is playing a key role. What will be the role of the Russia in this? That has to be seen, because a delegation of Hamas has met the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Russia. The Iranian team, the delegation of the Iran is also in the Moscow. So will there be a meeting between the three, or how things will pan out? That will be really interesting to see in the coming days.
Also, speaking of US, in some other news, we learned that US has struck certain facilities, Iranian facilities in Syria. It, of course, says that this is completely separate and distinct from what's happening between Israel and Hamas. But it continues to conduct its airstrikes into Syria, and this is, targeting of Iranian facilities. Now, how does this really play out, and how does it really impact the war with Hamas?
See, when it comes to the ongoing Israel-Hamas war, this has the connotations, and the connotations have started to have their consequences, because now the US is directly involved. In the last 10 days, starting from 10th of October, there have been multiple attacks on the basis of United States that are in the Iran or in Syria. What has happened is that in the attacks on these bases, in 2 of the major attacks, 21 soldiers of the US side have been injured. That means Iran is leaving no stone unturned to settle its score with the US side. We have been saying for the long that how many of the sanctions were imposed on the operatives, on the leaders of Iran, as well as many of the business sanctions that were imposed by the United States or got imposed by the world bodies by United States on Iran. So now Iran finds that this is the perfect time that they also hit the US, and that is what is happening. The deployment of the 2 warships by the United States is more for its own security than for the security of the Israel. And also the decision that was taken to deploy the squadron of F-17 jets into F-16 jets into the Middle East, that was sole reason that the facilities of the United States were hit by the Iranian side in Syria. The Iranian Revolutionary Guards have also threatened of the dire consequences, and that was why a squadron of F-16 jets was moved to the Middle East, so that if any situation arises, the jets can be scrambled in no time, and an attempt to target the US bases can be thwarted. So US, since it takes the decision as per their benefit, so the decisions that have been recently taken to ensure the deployment in the area of Middle East, that was purely to ensure the security of their bases.
All right. Thank you so much, Gursimran, for joining us with those details and updates from the Gaza border. We'll keep coming back to you for more as the war against Hamas continues to rage on. A time now for some other stories, viewers, that are making news from the war. The Israel Defense Forces said its fighter jets struck 3 senior Hamas operatives in Daraj Tufah battalion. The IDF says the battalion's operatives played a significant part in Hamas's attack on Israel. IDF operatives say that they played a significant role in the invasion and murderous attack against Israel on the 7th of October. Israeli troops and tanks briefly raided northern Gaza overnight, engaging with Hamas terrorists and targeting anti-tank weapons in order to prepare the battlefield before an expected ground invasion. Israel's Iron Dome defense system neutralized a number of rockets fired by Hamas late on Thursday. A number of rockets were intercepted over Tel Aviv as air raid sirens pierced the night sky. The Megan David Dome Rescue Service said it had received no reports of rocket strikes or casualties. Distraught relatives grieved by the body of victim of an Israeli airstrike on Thursday outside the Indonesian hospital in Beit Lahia. The women tried to comfort each other as they identified the shrouded remains as their loved one. With the war between Israel and Hamas now in its 20th day, the State Department says it is continuing to negotiate additional humanitarian aid for civilians in Gaza, while also trying to secure the ability for Americans inside Gaza to get out.
The problem has been up until now, and it's the problem that we've been trying to unlock, is that at times on the Gaza side of the border, there has been no one there from Hamas to open the gates and process people and let them through. And at other times, there have been actually armed Hamas militants standing there, not even letting people approach the gate. And so we are continuing to work through with the United Nations, with the government of Egypt, the government of Israel, how to get this situation unlocked. We have been making progress. I can't get into the details of that progress because they're very sensitive negotiations, but it's something that we are focused on and hoping to get, hope to have American citizens and other foreign nationals able to move through in the coming days.
Approximately 900 U.S. troops have been deployed or are being deployed to the Middle East amid the ongoing war. Pentagon spokesperson Brigadier General Pat Ryder said Ryder did not reveal a specific deployment location for these forces. However, he did note that these forces were not heading to Israel and they were intended to support regional deterrence efforts and further bolster U.S. force protection capabilities.
17th and the 24th. U.S. and coalition forces have been attacked at least 10 separate times in Iraq and 3 separate times in Syria via a mix of one-way attack drones and rockets. So again, those are the initial numbers. We're continuing to work to CENTCOM to ensure we get you the facts on these. And so again, we'll get that to you as soon as possible.
Leaders sought to use their combined leverage to ensure that more aid reaches Palestinians in need and how to help the EU citizens in Gaza escape danger, including some held hostage by Hamas. Across the EU spectrum, Austria, Germany and Hungary are among Israel's top supporters. Now, the manhunt for a U.S. Army reservist suspected of murdering 18 people at least and injuring 13 others in a mass shooting in Maine has entered its second day. Investigators have not yet said what weapon or the weapons the suspect used in the shooting or how he obtained them. Century Landis brings you this report.
On Thursday night, police converged on a home ground as they searched for a U.S. Army reservist who authorities say killed 18 people and wounded 13 in a mass shooting in Maine. Heavily armed police surrounded a home about 20-minute drive from Lewiston where the shooting took place the night earlier. The police have alerted the citizens saying that Robert Card is armed and dangerous. They have also asked people to shelter inside their homes for safety. During the time of the shooting, loud bangs were heard at the scene with the police force yelling at Robert to surrender. Hundreds of law enforcement agents, including dozens of FBI agents, are on a hunt for the suspect since Wednesday. Agency report for Republic TV.
All right, time for a short break, but on the other side, trouble for TMC Minister Jyotipriya Malik as the ED arrests the West Bengal Forest Minister in the Russian scam probe. And Ashok Gehlot's son summoned by ED in a foreign exchange violation case. We get you all that and much more on the other side. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
We are in one of the forward locations in the south of the Israel, and here the preparations are in full swing. How the troops are preparing for the ground battles. The tanks have been installed. The big Merkavas are here on the ground to totally.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Former Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister N. Chandrababu Naidu has written to the ACB court alleging security lapses in the prison he is lodged in. Naidu has mentioned that he was unauthorizedly videographed and photographed while entering the prison and while in the prison complex, and alleged that it was widely circulated by ruling party to damage his reputation and his image in the eyes of the people. My colleague Aneri joining us live on the broadcast for more. Aneri, this is an allegation that is being made by N. Chandrababu Naidu that there have been some security lapses. He has been videographed and photographed while going to the prison and also when he is inside the prison. Tell us more details about this, please.
What we have been seeing is that it's been more than 45 days now. Chandrababu Naidu, who has been lodged in the Rajahmundry Central Prison under the Skill Development Corporation scam. Well, now Chandrababu Naidu has written a letter to the special judge of ACB and SPE, where we have been seeing he mentions about various threats being on him, and he is being targeted is what he has been saying. He also alleged that he is being photographed and videographed, and also those photos and videos are being widely circulated by the ruling party, and also he has been asking for a foolproof security arrangements in and around the jail.
Absolutely. Absolutely. All right. Thank you so much, Aneri, for joining us on this broadcast for those details. But right now, viewers, we are stepping to a very short break. On the other side, Ashok Gehlot's son, Vaibhav Gehlot, faces ED heat in the FEMA case. He has been summoned by the ED. He's yet to join the probe.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
One of the forward locations in the south of the Israel, and here the preparations are in full swing. How the troops are preparing for the ground battles. The tanks have been installed. The big Merkavas are here on the ground to totally wipe out the Hamas terrorists, and so does the regular briefings of the soldiers that are taking place here at the ground zero.
Qatar court verdict sentencing 8 ex-Navy officers to death sends shockwaves across India. Ministry of External Affairs takes note of Qatar judgment. Government says all legal options are being explored. Families of 8 Indians kept in the dark on details of case and trial. Demand grows to bring back the Indian sailors. Ration scam explodes in West Bengal. Mamata Minister Jyoti Priya Malik arrested by the ED. Ashok Gehlot's son faces ED heat in FEMA case. Vaibhav Gehlot summoned, yet to join the probe. Three Hamas terror operatives killed in Israeli strike. Fight against terror continues. Now, the Qatar court has sentenced to death 8 Indian former Navy officers in an alleged case of espionage. The judgment has now sent shockwaves across the country. In taking stock of the judgment, the Ministry of External Affairs has said that the government is exploring all the legal options, but the families of those 8 Indians who have been kept in the dark regarding the details of this case and the trial are demanding justice. For more on this, I'm being joined by my colleague Nikita Sahai from our newsroom in Delhi. Nikita, this is of course a very serious issue. The news has sent shock waves. 8 Indians, of course. These are Navy officers. There are not much of details on what are the exact charges. But tell us more details about this and some background of this case, please. And who all and what level of the officers have been involved in this?
Absolutely, Rakshita. This is deeply shocking. This is what Ministry of External Affairs has said as the news broke out that 8 Indian Navy veterans who were detained last year in August by the Qatar officials have been sentenced to death. While the Ministry of External Affairs had last year also said that they were making all the efforts to get the details of the case. No disclosure as per the allegations on the basis of which these officials have been arrested and now sentenced to death. No disclosure has been made as far as those allegations and charges are concerned so far. Let me also tell you another thing, that the family also has alleged that they have also been kept in dark as far the details of the case and the accusations on which these Navy veterans have been detained. Yes, Rakshita.
Right, and Nikita, stay with us. We're also being joined by a special guest. Major General A.K. Sivach is joining us. He's a defense expert and he's joining us live here on the broadcast. Major General A.K. Sivach, this is of course a big shocker that is coming in. 8 of the Indian Navy officers have been now sentenced to death in Qatar. And we haven't really, seen much of news and information about this all along this while. How do you react to this, sir? Because the families allege that they have been kept in the dark about this.
Denying the fact that this is a shocking news, Rakshita, that all of a sudden giving a death sentence to the 8 veterans, the naval officers. See, first of all, we must understand what they're doing there. There is a company which is run by the ex-Air Force of Qatar, which is basically training the naval personnel, and they have taken a job in that. And since they were very, officers who had a good experience of training, they have joined that. They were training them. All of a sudden, in August 2022, they were arrested by the Qatar, which was not known by anyone. And then it was only known in September by the families that they were not responding. The fact today is that the Qatar has a very good relation with Pakistan and ISI. And there was looking as if ISI was involved in this. The charges which possibly what we could make out, which though not been given in open domain, that they were spying for Israel, which there doesn't seem to be any evidence how the
charges have been now taken to a logical conclusion, and all of a sudden this punishment which has been given to them is also baffling. It looks like that there is a Qatar government want to put pressure on Indian government due to the basically the stand India has taken against terrorism, and we have stood with Israel in the time of this action which has taken place on 7th October by Hamas. So possibly that immediately that they are now putting pressure on India by announcing this punishment. Of course, there are options available with the Indian government, diplomatically level, government level, and also at the legal level, it will be challenged. But this is very, very surprisingly, it shows that, the Qatar government is acting on behalf of ISI and some other actors and characters, not on the merit of the case. Second thing is that we have very good relation with most of the Muslim world, whether it is Saudi, UAE, Oman, even Shia like Iran. But Qatar, we didn't have good relation, but we have workable relation, no doubt about it. In last 3-4 years, especially after Prime Minister Modi has come into power, he has also visited Qatar. So I suppose whatever has happened in last 1 year, it looks like that the ISI is involved in this, and these naval officers were just doing their job. They were training the naval personnel of Qatar, all of a sudden being arrested, and then within 1 year, they, without proper legal proceeding, they have been sentenced to death. Is very unfortunate, very disturbing, and I suppose this will also take the relationship between India and Qatar to a low heights, and India government will make all effort so that properly we can now challenge in a higher court. Also at the government level we can put pressure. There is also provision of mercy petition being filed to the Sultan of Qatar. That also will be done. But overall it looks like that this has got an imprint of what is happening in basically Middle East, the war which is going on between Hamas and Israel, and the stand India has taken as far as against terrorism, and we are standing by Israel as far as the terrorism is concerned. This has antagonized Qatar, and possibly they have announced in hurry this punishment, which is very disturbing and very unfortunate. Rakshita.
Absolutely. Major General Sivaj, please stay with us. Nikita, if I could come back to you. Tell us more about the 8 people, the 8 Indian officers, Navy officers who have been involved in this. Because as Major General A.K. Sivaj was pointing out, they were working, they were giving training also. Tell us about the company, and there seems to be a project that they were working on also. And there have been, of course, the leader, retired squadron leader of the Royal Oman Air Force was also there, who was he was owning that company, and even he was arrested last year.
Absolutely, Rakshita, as General Sivaj has also pointed out that this could be the implication on India of the ongoing Israel-Hamas war. Let me give you certain details about this whole case where these 8 Navy veterans have been sentenced to death by the Qatari government. I'll first take the names of these 8 officials of Indian Navy, former officers, and also 7 officers and 1 personnel. They are Captain Navteej Singh Gill, Captain Birendra Kumar Verma, Captain Saurabh Vashisht, Commander Amit Nagpal, Commander Purnendu Tiwari, Commander Sugunakar Pakala, Commander Sanjeev Gupta, and Sailor Ragesh. So they were all detained by the Qatar authorities on August 8. They were working for this private company based out of there called Al Dahra, which is a private security company. And what the company is now saying is that they have electronic evidence that these officials were involved in espionage activities as they were spying on this Italian submarine which the company had just brought in, and they were passing on the information to Israel. So these are the allegations on which these arrests and also the sentencing has been done, but no nitty-gritties or detailed reports have been given out as to the details of the case, that what is the case on the basis of which these Navy veterans were taken in, as some of them are highly decorated officers of the Indian Navy. So the Indian government and also the families of these officials have not been provided with any substantive evidence and proof as to why and how their arrests were made and the sentencing has also happened. while the government, Indian government, has the consular rights and they are in contact with these officials to have a conversation and also to talk to them regarding the whole case. The MEA, Ministry of External Affairs, had last year also said, Mr. Bakshi had said that they were making all the efforts to secure the release of these officials, as even the MEA, Ministry of External Affairs of India, was not clear as to what all were the clauses and the accusations, allegations on the basis of which these 8 Navy veterans were arrested, who were working for this Qatar-based company, a private security company called Adara over there. Rakshita.
Right, Nikita. Major General A.K. Sivach, if I could come back to you now. Now, this is, of course, something that has been kept really under the wraps. We still do not know. We still say that, sources say that, this might be a case of espionage and that's why they have been sentenced to death. But what do you think this could be and why there has been such sort of a secrecy? And, this, to be fair, this matter has been raised by some of the opposition leaders in the floor of the House as well. But we did not see, any kind of, at least we have not learned about what action has the External Affairs Ministry taken on this. Of course, there might be some action that was going on behind the scenes, but what do you really think that was going on and why such discreet action, and there's so little information that we have about this till now?
You see, Rakshita, what happened is that all these countries have got a legal system which is kept under wrap. It is very difficult to find out what sort of legal proceeding has been taken place and what are the actual charges. These are all presumption that possibly the charges which have been put by Qatar is that they were spying for Israel and they were passing some secret information about the Italian submarine. But to me, it looks like that the possibility of that is very, very less, because these are very decorated veterans of the Navy and they won't get involved in such activities. They understand these implications. They are naval officers who have served the India with pride. So I don't think they can get involved into this thing. Notwithstanding that, I was again telling you that the ISI of Pakistan is very much prevalent and acting in Qatar, and ISI may be involved in putting charges against these naval veterans. But having said so, now what are the options available to us? That was the government of India has already trying for a consular action. It has given once. They have to now see the remedial measures as far as the legal issues are concerned. It must be challenged in a higher court, and it should be fought with the best of the legal mind available with the nation. And at the same time, diplomatically also pressure must be put, and so it at a political level. So it is a multi-pronged strategy which we have to put on Qatar, and we have to make sure these veterans come back safe and sound and at the earliest. And that should be our aim. And my point is very, still patent. Why all of a sudden they have been given a death sentence? I can tell you 2-3 more points. The Air Force personnel who owned this company, who is from Qatar, he was also arrested. But he was being left just 2-3 months back. So he was thereafter taken out from the custody. And these personnel initially were in a single confinement. Then they were put in a room with having 2 personnel. So now all of a sudden they're getting this death sentence. Does not fit in. It looks like that possibly a lenient view will be taken, and all of a sudden giving a stringent punishment. It looks to me that possibly this war what is taking place between Israel and Hamas, and the stand taken by India against the terrorism which was perpetrated by Hamas on 7th October on Israel, and our clear stand against terrorism has not been liked by Qatar, and possibly that can be one of the reasons that as to why this whole procedure has been hastened up. And
Major General A.K. Sivach, please stay with us. Yes, sir. Just stay with us. Major General G.D. Bakshi is also joining us on the phone line for more. How do you react to this, Major General G.D. Bakshi? This is a shocker coming in from Qatar. 8 of the Navy officers have been sentenced to death, and now it's grabbing the headlines now. And the families allege that they have been kept in the dark up until now.
This is shocking. This is absolutely shocking. We have 8 former Navy personnel, 3 captains, 4 commanders, 1 sailor, who were running a navigation school for the Qatar Navy. which the Qatar Navy had been all praised. They were part of this Al-Dahara Global Technology Consultancy firm, which was providing consultancy services to the Qatari Navy. They were doing a terrific job. One of them, Captain Tiwari, has been given the Bharatiya Pravasi Award based on Doha's recommendation for the good work that he has done. Such naval training schools have been opened in Singapore, in Thailand, in Qatar. Now suddenly, they were arrested, not now, they were arrested 30th August last year, 2022. And they were suddenly, no charges were disclosed. They were just taken into solitary confinement. God knows what has been done to them, torture, etc. I can't rule that out. But suddenly we find that this case was taken to the criminal court, and they have pronounced them after 7 hearings in camera guilty, and they have been given the death sentence. Now this cannot be taken lightly. It is being rumored that there are charges of espionage or passing on secrets of a stealth submarine to Israel. But nothing is there in writing. No charges have been shared with the Indian government, with the families, and even the court's detailed judgment is awaited so that we can at least get to know what the charges are. If it is a case of spying, do you need 3 captains, 4 commanders and 1 sailor who will all be spying for one country? The entire training team is spying for Israel. It doesn't stand to reason. It doesn't stand to logic. This is a case on par with Kulbhushan Jadhav. Kulbhushan Jadhav was also a Navy officer who was working with the merchant Navy in Iran. He was kidnapped, taken to Pakistan, insanely tortured and made to, admit to all types of false concocted charges. There we had taken the case up to the International Court of Justice. And we had fought it. I understand that this is a delicate geopolitical moment, but this case didn't start today. This case is of August 22, last year. So the fact of the matter is we will have to intervene quite energetically. You can't just sentence 8 Indians to death. Indians with enviable records who have served their country, who have served the Indian Navy so dedicatedly, they can't be thrown to the wolves. I mean,
back in April, General G.D. Bakshi, it was India. It was External Affairs Ministry who had said that India will not put pressure on Qatar or interfere with the legal process, but we are keeping a close watch. But now it has come down to a death penalty. What do you really expect from the External Affairs Ministry now? What are the options for them?
Look, the options are that if it is the criminal court, there is a lower court in Qatar and a higher court. So the criminal court has pronounced them justice. The next step is supposed to be the Court of Appeal, and the highest court there is the Court of Cassation, which is the equivalent of our Supreme Court. But obviously we can challenge this verdict in these, but the verdict has to be shared with us. The charges has to be shared with us. Consular access was given, only in October last. And it's only on 1st October now this year that the ambassador has met these officials. You see, my point is that if you have to spy, you have to pass a document. You need just 1 officer, 1 sailor, 1 man. How can 8, that means 3 captains, 4 commanders, 1 sailor, how can all of them be guilty? Right. They were teaching navigation to the Qatari Navy. The Qatari Navy was very happy. And now we are being told that it is on the instigation of Pakistan, which has been muddying this thing, which has been trying to grab that navigation training contract. Because our boys are professionally better, they get it. And Pakistan wants to elbow us out. So that means Indian officers will be sentenced to death. And we will just sit down and do nothing about it. It cannot be accepted. I'm sure we will, the government will intervene at the highest level. Prime Minister Modi has such a high standing in the Middle East. I think if necessary, it should be, I'm sure he will intervene to get them out. 8 people being sentenced to death, it's not even
absolutely
locked up in prison for 1 or 2 some months or some years. This is a death sentence, if you please. What about their families? Right. What about their record of service? What about the fact that they are Indian citizens? They can be treated like this because Pakistan complains against them. The ISI plots against them, and we all just lie back and say, oh, we don't want to spoil relations with Qatar. There are 8 lakhs Indian expats working in
absolutely.
Qatar.
There have been
we are buying a whole lot of their LNG. I think then we can look for somewhere else to shop. And
right, of course. There have been indeed growing defense relations between India and the Arab countries, and indeed Pakistan would have gotten really jittery about it, and could be conspiring against India. And what has happened, it might just be the conspiracy that was hatched by the ISI, as you were telling us, Major General D.D. Bakshi. But thank you so much for the moment, and also Major General A.K. Sivas, thank you so much for joining us in the broadcast. Also thanking my colleague Nikita Sahai, who has joined us with the details from the Delhi newsroom. That is the latest we have viewers, and we'll keep in a close watch on this story, as there's very little information coming in from Qatar as what are the exact charges. But remember, 8 of the Indian Navy officers have been sentenced to death, and we keep you updated with all the latest coming in on that front. Time for a short break. On the other side, the ration scam explodes in West Bengal. Mamata Minister Jyoti Priya Malik arrested by the ED. Welcome back. Now, speaking at the passing out parade, Union Minister Amit Shah reflected on the 3 criminal law bills which the Parliament panel is all set to examine today. The Union Minister said that the bills will play a significant role in country's new criminal justice system. Tanjul Lamis brings you more on this.
मुझे विश्वास है कि आप सब यहां से जाकर इस लड़ाई को और मजबूत करेंगे, नेतृत्व प्रदान करेंगे और नई दिशा भी देंगे। मैं आज आपको बताना चाहता हूं कि आप जब सेवा में आपका प्रथम पैर रखेंगे यहां से निकलकर, तब देश एक नए युग की ओर जाने की शुरुआत कर चुका है। अंग्रेजों के समय से 1850 के आसपास बने हुए तीनों कानून जो हमारी क्रिमिनल जस्टिस सिस्टम का चालक बल है, सीआरपीसी, आईपीसी और एविडेंस एक्ट, ये तीनों कानूनों में आमूलचूर परिवर्तन कर सरकार ने 3 नए कानून देश की संसद के सामने रखे हैं। अभी गृह विभाग की संसदीय समिति इसका अध्ययन कर रही है। कुछ ही समय में ये कानून पारित हो जाएंगे और एक कानून के आधार पर हमारी नई क्रिमिनल जस्टिस सिस्टम की शुरुआत हो।
Time for a short break. On the other side, Ashok Gehlot's son faces ED heat in FEMA case. Vaibhav Gehlot summoned. He's yet to join the probe.
We are in one of the forward locations in the south of the Israel, and here the preparations are in full swing. How the troops are preparing for the ground battles. The tanks have been installed. The big Merkavas are here on the ground to totally wipe out the Hamas terrorists, and so does the regular briefings of the soldiers that are taking place here at the ground zero.
we're live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest, and we're getting many updates coming in right now from all across the country. And of course, we keep a very close eye on the Israel-Hamas war. We have a team of reporters on ground. But first, the headlines we're tracking this Friday. Qatar court verdict sentencing 8 ex-Navy officers to death sends shockwaves across India. MEA takes note of Qatar judgment. Government says all legal options are being explored. Families of 8 Indians kept in the dark on details of case trial. Demand grows to bring back the Indian sailors. Ration scam explodes in West Bengal. Mamata Minister Jyoti Priya Malik arrested by ED. Ashok Gehlot's son faces ED heat. Vaibhav Gehlot summoned yet to join probe. Three Hamas terror operatives killed in Israeli strike. Fight against terror continues. Viewers, there is some breaking updates coming in right now. Yet another INDI alliance leader has attacked the Hindu religion in a shocking comment. Lalu's MLA this time has now asked, where was Ma Durga during British rule? And why couldn't she save the country from the Britishers? Well, that's what's happening right now, viewers, where we are seeing that a shocking comment coming in from Lalu's MLA. And the comment is this. Where was Ma Durga during British rule? And why couldn't she save the country from Britishers? That is a very, very big update coming on Republic TV. As we keep getting viewers more update, let's tell you about this latest comment coming in. And this is not the first time, of course, that we have seen such a comment. Earlier, remember that there was a remark that Udhayanidhi Stalin had made on Sanatan Dharma, which triggered a huge political row. After this, the latest coming in, a shocking coming in by an RJD MLA on Ma Durga, where this MLA has attacked the Hindu religion. Let's play out the entire statement of what was said by Lalu's MLA.
एक काल्पनिक कहानी है। दुर्गा उस कहानी का एक पात्र है। कोई देखिए, मैं मान लेता, मेरे पास साक्ष्य है, अगर दुर्गा जी या हमारे देश में मनुवादियों के अनुसार 33 करोड़ देवी और देवता हैं, लेकिन जब भारत गुलाम हुआ, जब ब्रिटिश गवर्नमेंट भारत में आया और भारत को गुलाम बनाने का काम किया, उस समय भारतीयों का संख्या जो था 30 करोड़ था और देवी देवताओं का संख्या भारतवर्ष में 33 करोड़ था। तो क्या मैं उन मनुवादियों से पूछना चाहता हूं जिन मनुवादी ने ये लिखा कि महिषासुर के करोड़ों करोड़ सेना के साथ मां दुर्गा ने लड़ाई लड़ा और महिषासुर को संहार कर दिया, तो मुट्ठी भर ब्रिटिश गवर्नमेंट जब भारत को गुलाम बनाया तो उस समय मां दुर्गा ने क्या कर रही थी? 10 हाथ का औजार कहाँ था? और इस समय तो और औजार का आविष्कार हो चुका था, तो मां दुर्गा ने ब्रिटिश गवर्नमेंट को संहार करने का काम क्यों नहीं किया?
And viewers, hitting out, the BJP has now said that it has become a fashionable thing and fashion for the opposition to abuse Hindus and hurt their sentiments. Listen in.
बिहार सरकार के जब मंत्री रामायण को अपमानित करें और आरजेडी की सरकार और जदयू की सरकार है, अभी तो फैशन चल गया है कि हिंदुओं को गाली दो, सनातनियों को गाली दो। उत्तर प्रदेश में अखिलेश जी के भी 1-2 नेता हैं ये दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। मैं आज भी कह रहा हूं, सनातन धर्म में दुर्गा का अस्तित्व ऐसे रूपों में है कि अन्याय के खिलाफ न्याय का विजय है। और भारत के सनातन में शक्ति स्वरूपा दुर्गा काली, विद्या स्वरूपा माने विद्या की मंत्री सरस्वती, और लक्ष्मी की मंत्री देवता लक्ष्मी देवी, धन का, फाइनेंस का। भारत के सनातन में वेदों में देवियों की ताकत और देवियों की महत्ता को बताया गया है। और दूसरी बात, ये जो सनातन है ना, ये पूरे दुनिया में कोई धर्म नहीं है जो सनातन मानवता सिखाता है।
So viewers, we are seeing one more row break out where a shocking comment has been made. This time by an RJD MLA, and you can see that this is one more instance where we can see the BJP has once again hit out at this comment. Now, Lalu's MLA has now asked where was Ma Durga during British rule and why couldn't she save the country from the Britishers? But that is the question that this RJD MLA has raised, and this is coming as a big attack on the Hindu religion. And let's not forget, this is on the first time that we have seen such an instance. Remember that not too back ago, in fact, a short while back, Udhainidhi's remarks on Sanatan Dharma had triggered a huge political row. And remember that that time, the Tamil Nadu Sports Minister Udhainidhi Stalin had called for the eradication of Sanatan Dharma. That had triggered a huge row. And after this, what we are seeing is one more instance coming out where this time one more INDI alliance leader has attacked the Hindu religion, and this time going and questioning that why couldn't Ma Durga come and defend the country from the Britishers. A shocking comment coming by RJD MLA on Ma Durga, viewers. So big update coming here on Republic TV. And as we keep getting our viewers more updates, this is not the first time. Remember the last time that we saw that Udhainidhi, the son of Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, had maintained that he will not even apologize for what he had said when he had attacked Sanatan Dharma. He refused to apologize on his comments to Sanatan Dharma. But this time we are seeing one more remark come in. And this is, of course, a fresh story. We'll be getting our colleagues with us to help us understand what this really means. Let's go straight across to Nikhil Anand, Bihar BJP spokesperson, joining us. And this is not the first time, Nikhil Anand, that we have seen such a statement come out. What is your first reaction? Because remember that that Durga Puja has just concluded a short while back, and we are seeing such a shocking statement come out.
It is not for the first time that RJD and other India Alliance leaders are making a statement just to demoralize the Sanatan Dharma and all those who are the follower of Hindutva. Simply, you see that it is a strategy of India Alliance that not only the Udhainidhi Stalin, you see that Bihar's Education Minister, Chandrasekhar, he continuously made a statement against Lord Sri Rama and Ramayana, and he is the minister where the deputy CM is Tejasvi Yadav, the chief minister is Nitish Kumar, and it seems to be a strategy of India Alliance to appease their vote bank, the so-called secular vote bank, the Muslim electorates. They want to pass message, and that is why none of the leaders from India Alliance has apologized. They condemn these statements, but they want to let it go. Let it go just for the political purposes. They are using these statements from different counterparts. You see what kind of a statement Dickjay Singh is making, what kind of a statement Chandrasekhar is making, and you see DMK, Congress party, all are involved in this. They just want to demoralize and consolidate the Muslim vote bank, and they know that in 2024 they have a tough chance. They don't stand anywhere in front of Narendra Modi ji. Narendra Modi ji, again, he's going to be the Prime Minister of this country. But they are making a futile attempt. And in a way, they are demoralizing not only the Sanatan Dharma, but all those who are the followers of Lord Sri Rama, Lord Sri Krishna, and Ma Durga.
All right. Thank you so much, Nikhil Anand, the BJP spokesperson, for joining us here, Republic TV, and helping us really get a reaction from the BJP, the first reaction coming in from the BJP. Of course, we played out one more reaction a short while back of Giriraj Singh, but the BJP really hitting out and saying that it has become fashion for the opposition to abuse Hindus and hurt their sentiments. Also being joined by Dr. Guru Prakash Paswan of the Bihar BJP at this point of time, and I just want to come across to you and ask you your reaction. The BJP has hit out, and the BJP earlier too, when Udhainidhi made that statement against Sanatan Dharma, had hit out at that statement, which of course many Hindus are going to find extremely disturbing.
No, I think this is a very foolish statement. We strongly register our protest against this, but we should also be mindful of the fact that the people from the Rashtriya Janata Dal, the people from India Alliance, there is a pattern to attack Sanatan Dharma. There is a pattern to attack anything that is cultural, civilizational, and related to our ethos. This is not happening for the first time. Be it Mr. Swami Prasad Maurya of Samajwadi Party, be it the Education Minister of Bihar. Time and again, we have seen attack on our cultural ethos, but we are not going to accept it hands down. Such a insulting statement. This is an attack on the respect of more than 85 crore Hindus of the country. We request an immediate apology from Rashtriya Janata Dal. If they are not apologizing, then they would clarify. They must clarify that this is the official stance of the Rashtriya Janata Dal, that is anti-Sanatan, anti-Hindu, and pro-radicalization. Is it your official stand or not? RJD leader Tejasvi Yadav, Lalu Prasad Yadav must come out in the clear and clear the air that what is actually going on within the Rashtriya Janata Dal. Why are you repeatedly attacking and insulting more than 85 crore Hindus of the country? You are accountable and you need to answer.
Right, Guru Prakash Paswan. Also, I just want to ask you one more question. Do you really think, because you have said that this RJD MLA should apologize, do you really think that an apology will come forth? Because let's not forget the last time when Udhainidhi made a statement against Sanatan Dharma, he had refused to apologize even when Republic TV confronted Udhainidhi. Do you really think apology will come forth?
If there is no apology, then we are going to protest on the streets of Patna. The real mindset of the Rashtriya Janata Dal is anti-Hindu. This anti-Hindu rhetoric cannot go on for a very long time. We recently saw what happened in Begusaraye. Stone was pelted during the Durga Visarjan Yatra. And now you have the audacity to make such a derogatory comment against Ma Durga. Do you have no respect for Ma Durga? It is only happening that the elements like these are being encouraged. You are encouraging anti-social elements. You are encouraging people who are against Sanatan ethos to do stone pelting in areas like Begusaraye. Is the Rashtriya Janata Dal providing the support and patronage to these anti-Hindu elements? If yes, then you must give an explanation and an apology. We are not asking for much. But if you don't give an apology, then we are definitely going to hit the street and we will continue to expose this anti-Hindu, anti-Sanatan mindset of the Congress Party and the Rashtriya Janata Dal, no matter what happens.
All right, thank you so much for joining us, Dr. Guru Prakash Paswan of the Bihar BJP. We have got these BJP reactions now on what has really happened. One more instance of anti-Hindu abuse coming forth, this time from an RJD MLA, viewers. We'll track the story very closely on Republic TV as we keep getting you more updates. Viewers, top updates we're tracking right now. The Prime Minister will be in Madhya Pradesh today. It is his second visit to the bowl-bound state in 5 days after a trip to Gwalior and fourth in less than a month. The Prime Minister will visit a couple of areas and participate in various functions at the Sri Sadguru Seva Trust. He will also be scheduled to offer prayers at a temple. Home Minister Amit Shah reviewed the passing on parade of the 75th batch of Indian Police Service probationers, and the Home Minister also addressed the probationers after the ceremonial march. Election Commission on Thursday issued separate show-cause notice to Congress leader Priyanka Gandhi Vadra and Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma of the BJP for prima facie violation of the Model Code of Conduct. Officials said the two leaders have been asked to respond by October 30th evening, and if they do not, it will be presumed that they have nothing to say, and the Commission will take decision without making any further reference to them. Kerala CM Pinarayi Vijayan has opposed the NCRT committee proposal to replace India with Bharat. The Chief Minister said that the recent proposal by a high-level committee set up by the National Council of Educational Research and Training to replace India with Bharat in textbooks is unacceptable. Parliamentary panel will be meeting today to examine centre's criminal law bills. The three new bills were introduced in order to replace existing criminal justice laws, came into existence during the colonial era and have colonial imprints. The BJP government in Uttarakhand has made their decision to include all Waqf properties within the state's rights under the Right to Information Act. On the occasion of the 7th Infantry Day, Chief of Defence Staff General Anil Chauhan laid a wreath at the National War Memorial here in the national capital. Meanwhile, General Manoj Pandey also greeted the Indian Army on the occasion. Viewers, let's move ahead right now to the other story we're tracking. It was a very unfortunate incident when that shooting had happened in Maine, and the manhunt is on for the suspect who killed 18 people and injured 13 others in a mass shooting in America. Now, it's the second day where the forces are looking for him. Investigation has not yet said what weapon or weapons the suspect used in the shootings, of how he obtained them as well. Essentially, 11 minutes brings you this report for more.
On Thursday night, police converged on a home ground as they searched for a U.S. Army reservist who authorities say killed 18 people and wounded 13 in a mass shooting in Maine. Heavily armed police surrounded a home about 20-minute drive from Lewiston, where the shooting took place the night earlier. The police have alerted the citizens, saying that Robert Card is armed and dangerous. They have also asked people to shelter inside their homes for safety. During the time of the shooting, loud bangs were heard at the scene, with the police force yelling at Robert to surrender. Hundreds of law enforcement agents, including dozens of FBI agents, are on a hunt for the suspect since Wednesday. Agency report for Public TV.
Viewers, much more coming up on the other side. Qatar court verdict sentencing 8 ex-Navy officers to death. MEA says government exploring legal options. 3 Hamas terror operatives killed in airstrikes as Israel's unrelenting fight against terror continues. Stay tuned to India's #1 news channel, Republic TV.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Welcome back, viewers. Speaking at the passing out parade, Union Minister Amit Shah reflected on the 3 criminal law bills which the Parliament panel is set to examine today. The Union Minister said that the bills will play a significant role in the country's new criminal justice system. Century Laminates brings you this report.
मुझे विश्वास है कि आप सब यहां से जाकर इस लड़ाई को और मजबूत करेंगे, नेतृत्व प्रदान करेंगे और नई दिशा भी देंगे। मैं आज आपको बताना चाहता हूं कि आप जब सेवा में आपका प्रथम पैर रखेंगे यहां से निकलकर, तब देश एक नए युग की ओर जाने की शुरुआत कर चुका है। अंग्रेजों के समय से 1850 के आसपास बने हुए तीनों कानून जो हमारी क्रिमिनल जस्टिस सिस्टम का चालक बल है, सीआरपीसी, आईपीसी और एविडेंस एक्ट, ये तीनों कानूनों में आमूलचूर परिवर्तन कर सरकार ने 3 नए कानून देश की संसद के सामने रखे हैं। अभी गृह विभाग की संसदीय समिति इसका अध्ययन कर रही है। कुछ ही समय में ये कानून पारित हो जाएंगे और एक कानून के आधार पर हमारी नई क्रिमिनल जस्टिस सिस्टम की शुरुआत हो।
Viewers, much more coming up. The ration scam explodes in West Bengal. Mamata Banerjee's minister Jyoti Priya Malik arrested by ED. Ashok Gehlot's son faces ED heat. Vaibhav Gehlot's son yet to join the investigation. Stay tuned to India's #1 news channel, Republic TV.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
We are in one of the forward locations in the south of the Israel, and here the preparations are in full swing. How the troops are preparing for the ground battles. The tanks have been installed. The big Merkavas are here on the ground to totally wipe out the Hamas terrorists, and so does the regular briefings of the soldiers that are taking place here at the ground zero.
Viewers, top headlines are tracking right now. Qatar court verdict sentencing 8 ex-Navy officers to death. MEA says the government exploring legal options now. Families of 8 Indians kept in the dark on details of case and trial. Demand grows to bring back the Indian sailors. Yet another INDI alliance Neta in South Hindu religion asks, why did Ma Durga not save the country from Britishers? Ration scam explodes in West Bengal. Mamata Banerjee's minister Jyoti Priyo Malik arrested by the ED. Ashok Gehlot's son faces ED heat. In FEMA case, Vaibhav Gehlot summoned yet to join investigation. 3 Hamas terror operatives killed in airstrikes as Israel's unrelenting fight against terror continues. Viewers, we're live and breaking up. Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest this Friday. Now, the top story is this. Jyoti Priyo Malik, a senior TMC leader, was arrested by the ED in connection with a money laundering case linked to an alleged multi-crore ration distribution scam in the state. Malik presently holds the portfolios of forest affairs, non-conventional and renewable energy in the Mamata Banerjee government and has now been produced before the court, viewers. So that is a big update coming in here, Republic TV, where a West Bengal minister, Jyoti Priyo Malik, has been arrested by the ED in the ration scam. And this is coming in after the Central Probe Agency conducted searches at the minister's residence in Salt Lake on the outskirts of Kolkata. Let's go straight to Bhaskar, who's joining us live from Kolkata. Bhaskar, take us through this new arrest which has been made by the ED. We already know that many ministers and leaders in the TMC are under the ED scanner. There are various scams which are being investigated. Take us through what the allegations are against Jyoti Priyo Malik.
Shivangi, Enforcement Directorate, another central investigating agency, arrested Jyoti Priyo Malik, who is a current minister of Forest Department of Government of West Bengal, and also he's a former minister on Food Department. And allegedly, Jyoti Priyo Malik, who is also senior TMC leader, is connected with the ration distribution scam. And on that allegation, Enforcement Directorate quizzed him for at least 21 hours, and thereafter they arrested the Bengal minister. And now after the mandatory medical checkup, he now he will be produced before the court. And also, as per the sources, Enforcement Directorate will appeal for 14 days Enforcement Directorate custody for Jyoti Priyo Malik. Also, on the other hand, Jyoti Priyo Malik and his lawyers may file a bail prayer on the medical grounds. But as per the sources, ESI Joka Hospital, in which the medical tests were done, as per the sources, the hospital recommended that he doesn't need any admission in hospital and he can continue with her normal medications. So now this is another big question in West Bengal, whether the Mamata government is continuously fighting, as per their claims, they are fighting against corruption. But one after another, senior ministers, senior leaders are now under Central Investigating Agency scanner, and also they have been arrested. You name it, Partho Chatterjee, former Education Minister, Manik Bhattacharya, another MLA, and so on. And now Jyoti Priyo Malik, the current Forest Minister and the previous Food Minister, is now booked under the allegations of the ration food distribution scam. And also Enforcement Directorate officers, they are trying to quiz again and again to know furthermore details because as per the Enforcement Directorate officials, Jyotipriya Malik cannot be responsible alone for this kind of huge scam. So another big shots, another one or two or multiple big shots, maybe were allied with Jyotipriya Malik and also another arrested ration dealer. So Enforcement Directorate officials through their lawyers will play for 14 days ED remand, and on that they can question in each and every aspect to clear the confusions, to get more names, to get more details of this scam. And also on the other hand, Mamata Banerjee and the other Trinamool leaders questioning this arrest, and they're claiming it this is nothing but a political clash, this is nothing but a political agenda, and this is vendetta politics. And Jyotipriya Malik, what he claimed, well, I questioned him that what will he say against this kind of allegations. He's now been booked by the Enforcement Directorate, and Jyotipriya Malik clearly demanded that this is nothing but a conspiracy, a political conspiracy by BJP and the leader of opposition Shubhendu Adhikari. Although all the BJP leaders are counter questioning Jyotipriya Malik and the Trinamool leaders, and now this is a huge development from Kolkata, Shivangi.
Right, thank you, Bhaskar, for getting us all the details coming in right now. So what we see on our screens is the top detail of the arrest which has been made of a minister in Mamata Banerjee's team. Of course, we'll be tracking the story very closely. And we also have many reactions coming in, viewers. The BJP has hit out at the TMC questioning Mamata Banerjee's silence over the scam-tainted ministers. Listen in.
देखिए, ज्योतिप्रिय मलिक का अरेस्ट होना तय था कि बहुत पहले से ही सबको पता था कि कैसे पीडीएस का पैसा लेकर, राशन लेकर, सामग्री लेकर कैसे तस्करी हुआ है। और ममता बनर्जी जो कह रही है नया कोई नहीं, इससे पहले भी अफसर को बचाने के लिए वो धरने में बैठी है। चोरों के ऊपर उनका बहुत बड़ा सहानुभूति है और वो बोल रहे हैं कि ज्योतिप्रिय मलिक का डायबिटीज़ है। तो क्या जिनका डायबिटीज़ है उनके ऊपर हम ये दायित्व दे दें कि वो चोरी करें, उनको चोरी करने का अधिकार मिल जाए। और उसके साथ उन्होंने जो बताया कि ईडी सीबीआई पे वो केस करेंगे, तो उनको करना है तो करने के लिए बोलिए। अगर डर क्यों है इतना? अगर डर नहीं है, अगर चोरी नहीं किया है तो ईडी सीबीआई को अपना काम करने दीजिए। दूध का दूध, पानी का पानी हो जाएगा।
This was about to happen. This was we were waiting for it. When 3 FIRs were done against the food department and against this ex-food minister of Mamata Banerjee's cabinet, why didn't Mamata Banerjee's police take any action? Why were they quiet? Huge scam has happened and Mamata Banerjee needs to take responsibility for it. If Jyotipriya Malik is being interrogated, Mamata Banerjee needs to be interrogated before that. Because she is the chief minister, under her all these things happened. She didn't know. She doesn't know about the teacher scam. She doesn't know about the food scam. What is she there for? Ask her to resign and sit at home. But before you resign, ma'am, you need to face interrogation. You knew everything. And don't try to, put up your theatrics of wearing a white cotton sari and wearing Hawaii chappal. We all know that you knew everything and you need to be interrogated.
तो कॉन्स्पिरेसी तो उन्हीं के सहयोगी ने रची होगी जिनके यहाँ रेड पड़ने पर, जो बिजनेसमैन है खान साहब, जिनके यहाँ रेड पड़ने पर कई करोड़ों की संपत्ति, नाजायज संपत्ति पकड़ी गई। तो उनको जो ईडी पूछ रही है उसका जवाब देना पड़ेगा और एक बड़ा घोटाला है जिसके अंतर्गत उनको गिरफ्तार किया गया है।
Viewers, getting some more breaking updates coming in, and the Mahua payoff scam is only getting bigger and bigger by the day. And in a latest development coming in, the TMC leader Mahua Moitra has now said that she will not appear before the Parliamentary Ethics Committee on October 31st, but will depose before her pre-scheduled constituency programs that will end on November 4th. This comes the day after BJP MP Nishikant Dubey and lawyer J. Anand Dihadrai recorded their statements before the Parliamentary Ethics Committee and recorded their statements yesterday itself. So this is what is happening. Remember that she was summoned on October 31st. But Mahua Moitra wants more time from the Parliament panel, from the Parliamentary Ethics Committee. And she has said that she will depose after her pre-scheduled constituency programs, which will end on November 4th. So she's only available after November 4th to appear before the Parliamentary Ethics Committee. She has been summoned on October 31st, viewers. So big update coming here at Republic TV. And as we keep getting our viewers more updates, let's tell you that what the background really is. Now, this is in connection with the cash for query allegations against her. Now, the committee has said that she should appear on October 31st. Earlier, we saw that the Parliamentary Ethics Committee has agreed that the charges against the TMC MP Mahua Moitra are very serious and the committee will consider them very, very seriously. Yesterday, the BJP MP Nishikant Dubey and advocate J. Anand Dehadrai appeared before the committee on Thursday to submit oral evidence in regard to the complaint filed by Dubey against Moitra. Then the TMC MP was asked to appear before the panel on October 31st. And now she is saying that she is very busy and she's busy with her pre-scheduled constituency programs, and those programs will end on November 4th. So basically she is saying she will not appear before the Parliamentary Ethics Committee as and when she was called, that is on October 31st, viewers. So top updates coming in here, Republic TV. And as we keep getting our viewers more updates, let's tell you that there have been many twists and turns in this case. And this Mahua payoff scam, where we are getting the top updates, has been exploding with many twists and turns. Let's go to Harsha, is joining us. Harsha, you know, Moitra has been accused for the cash for query scandal in Parliament last week, but we're already seeing so many twists and turns. We're already seeing so many of, explosive details emerge. But now Mahua Moitra is saying that she will not appear on the said date. What is the latest coming in, Harsha?
It's very surprising that this is a very serious matter. And the chairman of Ethics Committee, Vinod Sonkar, earlier also stated that this is a serious matter and we have to go in deep to, with all the evidences and the deposition of Nishikant Dubey and J. Anand Dehadrai, which has happened yesterday. Now it was the second party, which was supposed to appear on 21st of October. Date has already been announced by the Ethics Committee that Mahua Moitra has to appear on October 31. But it seems like Mahua Moitra is taking this entire thing very casually. So this is a very serious matter. There's a breach of privilege committee. There's a breach of trust and dignity of Parliament. The way she has shared NIC credentials, the login details with the businessman Darshan Hiranandani. Now, what we are learning so far is that Mahua Moitra now has taken to her social media platform and written that she is not available till November 4th. She has a pre-scheduled constituency programs which were already scheduled earlier, and therefore she can't appear in front of the committee on October 31st. Now, we have to wish Nangi exactly what the response from the Ethics Committee will come, because the protocol is that Mahua Moitra, if by any chance she couldn't appear in front of the committee, then she has to send a written application. She has to give a notice to the Ethics Committee, and if Ethics Committee approves, only then next date will be given to Mahua Moitra. But now we have to see if she has given any document or the notice or application in front of the Ethics Committee or not. But right now what we are looking at is that Mahua Moitra has taken this entire serious issue very casually, with the kind of attitude she has, posting on social media that she can't appear, where people are saying that she has to respond that who actually bore the expenses for her abroad travel, and also did she take bribe in exchange of questions, and also she has to question in response to the evidences and the documents and the digital evidences which has been shared by Nishikant Dubey and J. Anand Dehadrai yesterday in front of the Ethics Committee. Back to you, Shivani.
All right, thank you, Harsha, for getting us all the details coming in right now. And Mahua Moitra seeking more time from the ethics panel, and she's saying that she will only be free after November 4th. So very big update coming in right now, viewers. And remember that Moitra has been accused of being involved in the cash for query scandal in Parliament last week, with BJP MP Nishikant Dubey approaching the Ethics Committee. And Nishikant Dubey has alleged that the TMC leader accepted bribes and favors in return for asking questions in the Lok Sabha at the behest of businessman Darshan Hiranandani. Let's go to Abhishek Kapoor, who's joining us on the phone line. our senior executive editor. Abhishek, this entire scam is getting bigger and bigger. But what is very interesting to note is that Mahua Moitra is clearly saying that she's way too busy to appear before the ethics panel.
Yes, so weeks more time. Essentially, what Mahua is saying is that the committee should have heard her first and not the complainant, because the complaints are anyway there with the ethics committee. And then she goes on to say, well, of course, the Durga Puja is already over. But she says that in West Bengal, where Durga Puja is the biggest festival, she's already committed to attending numerous pre-scheduled Vijayadashmi meetings, sammelans, both government and political, in her constituency from 30th October to 4th of November, and so cannot be in Delhi by 31st of October, where on the day that was assigned to her for her submission before the ethics committee, and that's why she has requested that any date and time after the 5th of November, when she can be back in Delhi, should be assigned to her. And she has quoted the example of Ramesh Biduri, who was given time by the Privileges Committee of Parliament for 10th of October but did not appear on that day. So I think Mahua Moitra there looking at the possibility of politics panning out. But she has, in fact, in the letter, given certain things. For example, she has said that an affidavit notarized at the Indian High Commission in Dubai by Darshan Hiranandani, released to public even before it reached her, is something she has taken objection to. She is saying that affidavit is extremely scant on detail and provides no actual inventory of what he has originally given me. So basically what she is saying is that all the things that Darshan Hiranandani accusing her of taking, there are no specifics, and it already seems that there is a kangaroo court working. And she has actually called the committee a kangaroo court, because she says that I wish to place on record that any inquiry without the oral evidence of Hiranandani will be incomplete, unfair, and akin to holding a proverbial kangaroo court, and that he too will need to be called. So what she is saying is that unless Darshan Hiranandani is called, the committee does not represent due process. These are the charges she is already leveled against the committee even before she appears, Shivangi, and of course seeking an extension by a week, because she, according to the letter which she has tweeted, is busy with the Durga Puja, and she can't be in Delhi on October 31st.
All right. Thank you, Abhishek Kapoor. Right, absolutely, Abhishek. Abhishek Kapoor, Senior Executive Editor, getting us top details coming in. Mahua Moitra asking for more time from the ethics panel. And we're getting you more updates on Republic TV as we keep getting you all the exclusive information on the Mahua payoff scam, which we are tracking very closely. Viewers, top updates we're tracking right now. PM Modi will be in Madhya Pradesh today. It's a second visit to the poll-bound state in 5 days after his trip to Gwalior, and fourth in less than a month. The Prime Minister will visit and participate in various functions at the Sri Sadguru Seva Trust. Union Home Minister Amit Shah reviewed the passing out parade of the 75th batch of Indian Police Service probationers, and the Home Minister also addressed the probationers at the ceremonial after the march. Election Commission on Thursday issued separate show cause notices to Congress leader Priyanka Gandhi Vadra and Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma of the BJP for prima facie violation of the Model Code of Conduct. Officials said the two leaders have been asked to respond by October 30th evening, and if they do not, it will be presumed that they have nothing to say, and the Commission will take the decision without making any further reference to them. Kerala CM Pinarayi Vijayan has opposed the NCRT committee a proposal to replace India with Bharat. The Chief Minister said that the recent proposal by the high-level committee set up by the National Council of Educational Research and Training to replace India with Bharat in textbooks is unacceptable. Parliament panel will be meeting today to examine Centre's criminal law bills. 3 new bills were introduced in order to replace existing criminal justice laws came into existence during the colonial era and have colonial imprints. The BJP government in Uttarakhand has made the decision to include all Waqf properties within the state's rights under the Right to Information Act. On the occasion of the 75th Infantry Day, Chief of Defence Staff General Anil Chauhan laid a wreath at the National War Memorial here in the national capital. Meanwhile, General Manoj Pandey also greeted the Indian Army on the occasion. Viewers, much more coming up on the other side. Yet another INDI alliance Neta insults Hindu religion, asks, why did Ma Durga not save the country from Britishers? Plus, Ashok Gehlot's son faces ED heat. Wave of Gehlot summoned, yet to join investigation. Stay tuned.
are in the one of the
US top updates tracking right now. The Israel Defense Forces said that its fighter jets struck 3 senior Hamas operatives. The IDF said the battalion's operatives played a significant part in Hamas's attack on Israel. Israeli troops and tanks briefly raided northern Gaza overnight, engaging with Hamas terrorists and targeting anti-tank weapons in order to prepare the battlefield before an expected ground invasion. Israel's Iron Dome defense system neutralized a number of rockets fired by Hamas late on Thursday. A number of rockets were intercepted over Tel Aviv as air raid sirens pierced the night sky. Distraught relatives are grieved by the body of a victim of an Israeli airstrike on Thursday outside the Indonesian hospital. The women tried to comfort each other as they identified their shrouded remains as their loved one. With the war between Israel and Hamas now in its 20th day, the State Department said it is continuing to negotiate additional humanitarian assistance for civilians in Gaza, while also trying to secure the ability for Americans inside Gaza to get out.
But the problem has been up until now, and it's the problem that we've been trying to unlock, is that at times on the Gaza side of the border, there has been no one there from Hamas to open the gates and process people and let them through. And at other times, there have been actually armed Hamas militants standing there, not even letting people approach the gate. And so we are continuing to work through with the United Nations, with the government of Egypt, the government of Israel, how to get this situation unlocked. We have been making progress. I can't get into the details of that progress because they're very sensitive negotiations, but it's something that we are focused on and hoping to get, hope to have American citizens and other foreign nationals able to move through in the coming days.
Approximately 900 U.S. troops have been deployed or are being deployed to the Middle Eastern area amid the ongoing Israel-Hamas war. Pentagon spokesperson said that Ryder also has said that not reveal, in fact, the specific deployment of locations for these forces. And he said that these forces were not heading to Israel and they were intended to support regional deterrence efforts.
Between October 17th and the 24th, U.S. and coalition forces have been attacked at least 10 separate times in Iraq and 3 separate times in Syria via a mix of one-way attack drones and rockets. So again, those are the initial numbers. We're continuing to work to CENTCOM to ensure we get you the facts on these. And so again, we'll get that to you as soon as possible.
Viewers, much more coming up on the other side. Qatar court verdict sentencing 8 ex-Navy officers to death. MEA says the government exploring legal options. Plus, families of 8 Indians kept in the dark on details of case and trial. Demand grows to bring back the Indian sailors. Stay tuned.
In the one of the forward locations in the south of the Israel, and here the preparations are in full swing. How the troops are preparing for the ground battles. The tanks have been installed. The big Merkavas are here on the ground to totally wipe out the Hamas terrorists, and so does the regular briefings of the soldiers that are taking place here at the ground zero.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Good afternoon. We are starting with the top stories making headlines right now. I'm Rakshita Mishra. Qatar court verdict sentencing 8 ex-Indian Navy officers to death. The Ministry of External Affairs says the government is exploring legal options. Families of 8 Indians kept in the dark on details of the case and trial. Demand grows to bring back the Indian sailors. And yet another India Alliance Neta insults Hindu religion, asks, why did Ma Durga not save the country from Britishers? Ration scam explodes in West Bengal. Mamata Banerjee's minister Jyotipriya Malik arrested by the ED. And Ashok Gehlot's son faces ED heat in FEMA case. Vaibhav Gehlot has been summoned yet to join the investigation. Now, the Qatar court has sentenced to death 8 Indian former Navy officers in an alleged case of espionage. The judgment has now sent shockwaves across the country. And taking stock of the judgment, the MEA, the Ministry of External Affairs, has now said that the government is exploring all the legal options. But the families of the 8 Indians who have been sentenced to death, they have been kept in the dark regarding the details of this case and the details of the trial. They are now demanding justice. So there you have the names, you have the photographs. Commander Purnendu Tiwari is one of those who have been sentenced to death. They have been arrested last year in August by the Qatari authorities. And these are decorated officers, viewers. These are decorated officers who were there working in a company. In fact, one of them had also received the top honor from the Qatar government also. It is the Commander Sugunakar Pakala, who was also part of this. And now what we know is that the families of those who have been sentenced to death are demanding justice. They complain that they were kept in the dark. There's no information that has come out. There's a very secret way of functioning that we are understanding. We still do not know what are the charges exactly against these 8 Indians. We understand that this is a suspected case of espionage. But right now what we understand from the Ministry of External Affairs is that they are exploring all the legal options. So these are decorated officers who are facing death penalty in Qatar. In Qatar, 7 of them are officers. One of them is a sailor who has been awarded the death sentence. One of them, in fact, was awarded the President's Gold Medal for Excellence when he graduated from the Naval Academy. And later on, he went on to serve as an instructor at the prestigious Defence Services Staff College in Wellington, at Wellington in Tamil Nadu. Also, another was a fighter controller and navigating officer on board the aircraft carrier INS Virat. A third was conferred with the Pravasi Bharati Samman Award 4 years ago, the first from Indian Armed Forces to be awarded the highest honor for NRIs or the person of Indian origin. All right, we're getting in reactions also. Army veterans are also quite enraged by what has happened. Major General K.K. Sinha is joining us on the broadcast. Major General K.K. Sinha, how do you react to this? This is a very big news that has come in. It's a shocker. The families are right now distraught and they are demanding justice. And the MEA says that they are exploring all the legal options. What is really happening? What do you think?
Jai Hind and good afternoon. Yeah, this is a very absolutely a very sad, incident and an incident which is concerning the whole nation. It is not related to 8 officers who are now, illegally, if I take it, they have been punished for something which is fabricated against them. This is a design which the people are doing, and we know the credential of Qatar, how they actually behave. And we also know what their stand is there as far as India is concerned. So we have to be very, forceful, and we have to be very careful on this line, because the life of these 8 officers are involved in Qatar. And why it is, the timing we have to understand why it is happening. What is happening in the Middle East, in the West Asia is related to this. And the stand of Qataris, we know, the top leader of that terrorist organization is hiding over there, and they are giving. And now this incident coming, this is also related to that. So I feel it as it is a very, very delicate issue. We have to be very cautious. Government is doing everything what they want to do, and they are. And I think very soon we will have a very, very not that, but some encouraging information coming from there, because I think we are upright and we are doing everything what is required. MEA's briefing I've heard, and it is all okay. I think it is in line and in sync. And with the concern, but we have, as an Indian, not only the fraternity of veterans, but also the people of India has to be one as far this is concerned, standing with the family, and we will not allow anyone to do something against the interest of the country and the interest of the armed forces.
Do you suspect a Pakistan hand behind what has happened? Because we do understand that there is a growing relations, a growing defense relations specifically, between India and the Arab countries. And as you just mentioned about the war and the side India has taken very explicitly. Of course, India is with humanity and is also extending a humanitarian aid in Gaza. But we also stand in solidarity with Israel. And there is what we understand that the ISI hand has also been suspected. What do you have to say on that?
Yeah, we all know what is happening. There is an incident of Kulbhushan Jadhav that is also there. He was also operating in the Middle East, and we know how he was abducted and he's now being tried by a kangaroo court in Pakistan. It is something like that. We know the Qataris, the law is also the Islamic law. They do it. It is not, it is more or less a kangaroo judgments which come, and the design. I think there is a hand in glove with Pakistan and this Qatar in this, because the Qatar has been very active when the things were going wrong into the Afghanistan, and Haqqani network and others are working. So even that time Doha was very, very active on it, and we know everyone knows, anyone who is dealing with the strategic understanding, who has got a little bit global understanding of geopolitics and how the things take place. It is absolutely, I think, by ISI design, and they do not want any footprint because these naval officers are providing the training to the Qatari Navy. So we have to be very, very careful, and we have to be forthright and very, very forthright. And I think the government of the day is very much there. They know how to deal with it, and I think very soon we will have a very encouraging report from there, and information will come, and these people will join their own loved ones.
Right. All right. Thank you so much, Major General K.K. Sinha, for joining us here on the broadcast and sharing your thoughts on this really serious matter that has come up from Qatar. And in 8 of the Indian Navy officers, one of them being a sailor, have been sentenced to death. Let's take a look at what one of the Navy veterans' kin had to say. This is an exclusive to Republic TV conversation that we're getting you viewers. Republic spoke to the family member of the commander, Sugunakar Pakala, who has now appealed to the government demanding justice for the 8 Navy veterans. Take a listen in.
The first thing is, without proving what fault they have done, this is very injustice. From last 14 months, we all are suffering, all our families are suffering. Eight naval officers' families.
Right.
Which is a very bad part on it. And without any proper evidence, they are trying to punish these innocent officers, in which one is a president awardee.
Right.
And yesterday itself, the scenario they have changed it that they are trying to spy to Israel.
Right.
Why will an Indian try to do a spy for other government, other country and other government?
Right.
Which makes no sense in that statement.
Right.
And these are all respectable ex-naval officers.
Right. Right.
They all are being avoided.
Right. As I can see, I mean, you and your family are basically in shock with the verdict. Did you reach out?
100%.
Did you reach out to the government officials for help, Mr. Kalyan?
Yes. Indian government is back with us from day one.
Right.
They are helping us out in all the ways.
Right.
But the problem is the Qatar government is not even giving any evidence that this fault that these men have done.
Right.
They are just trying to keep in a black mode.
Right. Right.
Which has no definition for it.
Right.
And without giving a proper statement, you cannot punish anybody. And sending to death is something of very shocking news.
Right. Right. Did you get any consular or legal assistance so far in this case?
Yes. From the Indian government we are getting. The embassy is with us.
Right.
And her health is completely down from yesterday. Seeing her health, we all are literally, मतलब ऐसा लगता है कि हमें भी ले जाकर वहीं दफना दे तो अच्छा है.
I can certainly understand. It must be a very difficult time for all of you.
जी के मेरी बहन और बच्चे क्या करेंगे?
That was a Republic TV exclusive, and there you heard what one of the family members of the officers who has been sentenced to death had to say. My colleague Nikita Sahai joins us from the Delhi newsroom. Nikita, of course, this is a very serious matter that has come up, and now what we understand from the family of one of those who have been one of the veterans is that the government has been backing the family members. There was full support from the Ministry of External Affairs, but it's the Qatari government that they are waiting to get a word from, to get details from, because there is no details. They've been very discreet about this, and this has of course raised concern. Were they arrested on espionage charges? Because this has been going on for long. It's now that it's grabbing the headlines, unfortunately. But what could India do here? What are the sort of the cases that we've seen? One of our Major General K.K. Singh had spoken about Kulbhushan Jadhav as well. So there are such cases where even Pakistan links have been discovered. So what next for the Ministry of External Affairs from here on?
See, Rakshita, as of now, it's too early for us to actually start saying that how the Ministry of External Affairs will go, because now this has just come. Yesterday, it came that the Qatar has, given death sentence to these ex-Indian Navy officials. But as Major General Bakshi was also saying that maybe it is high time that the Indian Ministry of External Affairs should be going out to the International Court of Justice and making an appeal against this thing, because no concrete, no paperwork, no evidence as such has been given out in relation to this whole sentence, and that too the death sentence. Let me also take you back to this case, Rakshita, that it is not a new case. In last year, in the month of August, these 8 ex-Navy officials were taken into custody. They were detained by the Qatari officials. These Navy officials were based out of Qatar, and they were working for a local security company called Al Dahra, which was also run by a Qatar defense official, a veteran, that too. So these 8 officials were taken in custody. They were detained, and what Qatar has come out and said that these 8 Navy veterans, 4 commanders, 3 captains and 1 sailor, they were all spying. They have been held on the charges of espionage, and that they were spying for Israel. Now, what this company Al Dahar, what Qatar is saying, that they were spying on this company's work and experiment on an Italy-based stealth submarine, and they were passing on this information to Israel. Now, the Ministry of External Affairs has expressed deep shock. Last year also, the spokesperson Arindam Bakshi had said that they are in touch with the Qatar officials. Also, as of now, consular services are being provided. The government is in touch with them. The families are also in dark right now, because no charges have been officially made. No official paperwork has been released to such a serious charge, where 8 Navy veterans, Indian Navy veterans, have been given death sentence in Qatar on a foreign soil. So the Ministry of External Affairs is in a very difficult situation as of now, because no concrete paperwork, no evidence against these officials has been provided so far. and also some of these veterans are highly decorated officers who have served India, who have served this nation. And suddenly, as Major General Bakshi also said, that suddenly, how can it happen that all 8 officials working for this company based out of Qatar are suddenly accused of spying, and why would they do it together? Back to you, Rakshita.
Exactly. All right. Thank you so much, Nikita, for joining us with the detail. We'll keep coming back to you for more as Republic TV continues to keep a close track of all the updates coming in. In fact, on November 22nd, that is 2022, Team Republic had spoken to Meetu Bhargava, the sister of retired Commander Punendu Trivedi. Meetu Bhargava had back then sought help from the government to bring her brother back. Listen into this exclusive conversation.
Ms. Bhargav, I just want you to start with telling our viewers, because this is a story which has been brushed under the carpet. Not much has been spoken about it in the media. You are speaking to the media for the first time. I would want you to perhaps narrate what really has transpired in the last 2 months.
I would like kindly inform that on 30th August, my brother, retired Commander Punendu Tiwari, was abducted. We came to know after 2 weeks, and that too through company services. And till now, we are the government is doing. We know that the government is doing a lot to repatriate, but still it should be acting more fastly, so that all these 8 officers, they are Navy veterans, and they should be immediately repatriated to India.
Ms. Bhargava, my colleague Tanisha is also joining us on this broadcast, who would like to take a question from you.
Yes, please.
Right. Ma'am, has the firm that they were working for, now these Navy 8 former Navy officers were working with this firm, this private firm who was training the Navy officers in Qatar. Has this private firm come in touch with you? Have they said anything? Have they apprised you of anything that they have come through? Or when was the last time that you got in touch with the firm?
Yes, the firm Dara Global Technology and Consultancy Services, they came in touch with us after the abduction, 2 weeks after the abduction of my brother. And last time we were
Ma'am, when was the last time when you had a word with your brother?
That was on 30th October. Through telephone.
Well, Ms. Bhargava, as I understand, just about a few days ago, the Ministry of External Affairs did say that they are in touch with the Qatari authorities. There is a communication channel that has been opened up. I want to know from you, have you been able to establish any connector with our embassy in Doha? Is there any kind of response that you've heard? If they have, what is it that they are saying right now?
The MEA, Mr. Arindam Bakshi, yes, he gave the statement, but very sorry to say, it came after 65 days. We are, I plead the MEA, the Honorable Prime Minister, the Government of India, to act fast and bring back all the 8 veterans to India, repatriate them immediately to India.
Ms. Bhargava, just to understand, for 2 months almost, there has been absolutely no communication whatsoever. What do you think actually went wrong, in the sense that when you spoke to your brother last and from there onwards, is there anything that you've heard from the Qatari authorities or anywhere else with regards to the current whereabouts of the Navy officers?
So, sorry, nothing was, nothing we came to know about him. But we know that he is under solitary confinement, which is very sad, and it is very not good for the health of these 8 veterans also. Because they are senior most citizens and retired armed force veterans. Well,
Ms. Bhargava, I know this is undoubtedly a very tough moment for you, but is there any foul play that you suspect at this point in time, given the fact that for almost 2 months none of the authorities wanted to speak about it?
Yes, sorry, no idea.
Okay. I think so. My colleague Tarisha would like to take the last question.
Yes, ma'am, you said that Arindam Bakshi, the MEA spokesperson, did give an assurance that they'll be soon trying for the early release of the 8 Navy veterans. But apart from that, what else do you demand from the government? Because it's been almost actually today's the 70th day, as you were telling me, that these 8 former Navy officers have gone missing. What are your demands that you want to put through Republic TV today?
Yes, to repatriate all the 8 officers back to India immediately within a day or two. And yesterday I tweeted my last tweet, which I tweeted yesterday. I would like to read it once again, and that would be enough for the government to as a message for the government. The Indian government need to act immediately, swiftly, and walk the talk if they really care about their defense personnel. As today is the 70th day of the illegal solitary confinement of a senior citizen, Navy veterans in Doha, who all because of their age are suffering from medical ailments. Delay in their release is causing extreme hardship to these veterans and their families also. And they have served their motherland. Hence, again, plead our government, our Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Modi, that to kindly expedite their release. Thank you so much.
संत रणछोड़ दास जी ने जिस तरीके से कहा, निःशुल्क सेवा भाव से इसकी स्थापना की थी, समाज सेवा के लिए, गरीबों के लिए, जो आदिवासी है, जो भी लोग जिन तक सुविधा मुहैया नहीं हो पाती, और खास तौर पे जो नेत्रहीन है, दिव्यांग है, उन लोगों के लिए को यहाँ पर किस तरीके से उनके लिए व्यवस्था हो, जिन लोगों को की जो विजिबिलिटी है वो कम है, किसी तरीके से आंखों की समस्या से प्रभावित है, तो उसको लेकर के जो नेत्र चिकित्सालय उसको बनाया गया। और आप समझ सकते हैं कि इस नेत्र चिकित्सालय में पूरे प्रदेश के, यानी कि मध्य प्रदेश के अलावा उत्तर प्रदेश की बॉर्डर से लगा हुआ है ये चिकित्सालय इलाका, और ये पूरा जो है उत्तर प्रदेश, बिहार, बंगाल, झारखंड, दूर दूर से लोग आते हैं। तकरीबन 400 से ज्यादा जो है यहाँ पर डॉक्टर है। आप इसी से अनुमान लगा सकते हैं कि कितना बड़ा ये जो नेत्र चिकित्सालय है। यहाँ पर हर साल की अगर हम बात करें तो 1.5 से 2 लाख लोगों का ऑपरेशन होता है। अलग अलग जो आंखों से संबंधित जो समस्याएं हैं उसको लेकर के जो है यहाँ पर उनका निवारण किया जाता है। और निःशुल्क उन लोगों का होता है जो गरीब कुंबे हैं, जो गरीब लोग हैं, गरीब वर्ग के लोग हैं, जो जनजातीय लोग हैं, जो आदिवासी है, उनके लिए भी। और जो यहाँ पर जिस तरीके का अगर VIP ट्रीटमेंट भी चाहते हैं तो ट्रस्ट की ओर से उन्हें वो भी मुहैया कराया जाता है। तो पूरे बुंदेलखंड के लिए एक बहुत बड़ा वरदान रहा है, दशकों से बहुत बड़ा वरदान रहा है ये नेत्र चिकित्सालय, जो श्री सदगुरु सेवा संघ ट्रस्ट की ओर से इसे चलाया जा रहा है। और मफतलाल जो है इसके पहले अध्यक्ष रही, और उन्होंने जो है उनकी ओर से जो ऐड रहा, उसके बाद इसे और इसका विस्तार किया गया। और विस्तार के बाद जो अत्याधुनिक जो सुविधाएं होती है नेत्र चिकित्सा के क्षेत्र में, उसका यहाँ पर जो है धीरे धीरे करके उसको यहाँ पर विस्तार दिया गया। हॉस्पिटल में तमाम तरह के जो है, चाहे वो रहने की व्यवस्था हो, नर्सिंग की व्यवस्था हो, मेडिकल कॉलेज तक की स्थापना की गई जो आंखों से संबंधित है। और आज एक और बड़ा दिन है, आप कह सकते हैं पूरे चित्रकूट के लिए, बुंदेलखंड के लिए, मध्य प्रदेश, उत्तर प्रदेश के तमाम जो यहाँ आसपास रहने वाले लोग हैं, क्योंकि अब यहाँ पर एक सुपर स्पेशलिटी जो है जनरल वार्ड की भी शुरुआत हो रही है, जिसका प्रधानमंत्री जो है जिसकी शुरुआत करेंगी। और इसके बन जाने से 80 बेड का तकरीबन ये अस्पताल है। आप समझ सकते हैं जो अन्य जो बीमारी है, चाहे नेफ्रोलॉजी की बात करें, गैस्ट्रोलॉजी की बात करें, जिस तरीके के जो अलग अलग जिस तरीके की बीमारियों की जो डिपार्टमेंट है, उसके इसमें जो है तमाम जो एक्सपर्ट्स हैं, डॉक्टर्स हैं, जो उनके ट्रीटमेंट को लेकर के जो उपकरण है, उनके टेस्ट को लेकर जो उपकरण है, इन सब से ये सुसज्जित है और ये यहाँ पर शुरू होगा। तो नेत्र के साथ साथ आप समझ सकते हैं कि अब जो है सुपर स्पेशलिटी हॉस्पिटल होना यानी कि किसी भी इमरजेंसी में अब यहाँ के लोगों को यहाँ से किसी साधन का उपयोग करके दूर जाने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी। वो लोग अपना चिकित्सा जो है इसी जगह पर यहाँ पर 24/7 इनको यहाँ पर मिल सकेगा। और पूरा ये चाहे हम सतना डिस्ट्रिक्ट के अंदर अगर हम मध्य प्रदेश के बारे में बात करें तो सतना डिस्ट्रिक्ट के अंदर है, और वही चित्रकूट की हम बात करें तो उत्तर प्रदेश। आज ये दोनों ही राज्यों के बीच बसा हुआ ये इलाका है बिल्कुल, और यहाँ पर इस तरीके का ऐसा कोई भी हॉस्पिटल इस तरीके का नहीं है। आप 40, 50, 100 किलोमीटर तक चले जाए, इस तरह का कोई बड़ा ऐसा कोई हॉस्पिटल भी नहीं है 100-200 किलोमीटर तक। तो आप समझ सकते हैं कितनी बड़ी एक उपलब्धि कह सकते हैं, या फिर मानव सेवा के लिए एक भाव कहा जा सकता है कि जिस तरीके से यहाँ पर इस ट्रस्ट को 1968 के बाद से संत रणछोड़ दास जी ने जिस तरीके से शुरू किया और नौफतलाल की पूरी परिवार ने जिस तरीके से इसको आगे बढ़ाया, तो ये काफी बड़ा दिन है। और समाज में किस तरीके से सेवा किया जाए, यानी कि जीवन दर्शन और इन सबको किस तरीके से एक साथ को लेकर के चला जाए, सनातन धर्म को लेकर के किस तरीके की जो एक परंपरा रही है, किस तरीके से समाज सेवा का भाव रहा है, वो यहाँ पर इन चीजों को दर्शाता है। गौरव
अभिषेक, साफ तौर पर मध्य प्रदेश के लिए भी और उत्तर प्रदेश के लिए भी, क्योंकि चित्रकूट का कुछ इलाका मध्य प्रदेश में है और कुछ इलाका उत्तर प्रदेश में है, तो कहीं ना कहीं एक बड़ा मील का पत्थर ये साबित होगा। तो ऐसे में संकल्प से सिद्धि का जो हमेशा से हमने देखा कि प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जो संकल्प लेते हैं उसको सिद्धि तक पहुंचाते हैं, तो कहीं ना कहीं ये स्वास्थ्य के उस बुनियादी ढांचे को और ज्यादा विकसित करता नजर आएगा और साफ तौर पर वहां के लोगों के लिए कितना बड़ा नया आयाम यहाँ पर परिवर्तित करता हुआ नजर आएगा और तस्वीर बदलती हुई नजर आएगी।
बिल्कुल गौरव, देखिए चित्रकूट को श्री राम से जोड़ा गया है, भगवान राम से जुड़ा हुआ है चित्रकूट। यहाँ पर भगवान श्री राम जो है यहाँ पर तकरीबन उन्होंने 12 वर्ष जो है बिताए थे, और यहीं पर भरत भी उनसे मिलने आए थे, उनके छोटे भाई जो थे अनुज भरत, वो उनसे यहाँ मिलने के आए थे। तो चित्रकूट अपने आप में एक धाम की तरह है, यहाँ पर लाखों की संख्या में आप हर महीने लोग पहुँचते हैं। सिर्फ आप उत्तर प्रदेश और मध्य
Time for short break, viewers. On the other side, yet another India Alliance Neta insults Hindu religion. Asks, why did Ma Durga not save the country from the Britishers? This is another anti-Hindu abuse. And also, the ration scam explodes in West Bengal. Mamata Banerjee's minister Jyotipriya Malik arrested by the ED. We get you all that and much more on the other side. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Hello, Moto. Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Viewers, the top headlines are tracking right now. Qatar court verdict sentencing 8 ex-Navy officers to death. MES says the government exploring legal options. Families of 8 Indians kept in the dark on details of case and trial. Demand grows to bring back the Indian sailors. Yet another INDI alliance Neta insults Hindu religion, asks why did Ma Durga not save the country from Britishers? Russian scam explodes in West Bengal. Mamata Banerjee's minister Jyoti Priyo Malik arrested by the ED. Ashok Gehlot's son faces ED heat. Vaibhav Gehlot summoned yet again to join the investigation. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest, and the top story is one more instance where an INDI alliance leader has attacked the Hindu religion. In a shocking comment, Lalu's MLA has now asked where was Ma Durga during the British rule and why couldn't she save the country from the Britishers. That is right. A big update coming in here, Republic TV, where we are seeing a comment which has once again kicked up a political row. Remember last time Udayanidhi Stalin had made a statement attacking Sanatan Dharma where he refused to apologize on it. Now we are seeing one more comment coming in from an INDI alliance leader where he's saying that where was Ma Durga during when the country was being dominated by the British, then where was Ma Durga? That is a very big comment coming, and he's also asking why couldn't she save the country from the Britishers. Let's go ahead and play out that exact statement coming in from Lalu's MLA.
एक काल्पनिक कहानी है। दुर्गा उस कहानी का एक पात्र है। कोई देखिए, मैं मान लेता, मेरे पास साक्ष्य है, अगर दुर्गा जी या हमारे देश में मनुवादियों के अनुसार 33 करोड़ देवी और देवता हैं, लेकिन जब भारत गुलाम हुआ, जब ब्रिटिश गवर्नमेंट भारत में आया और भारत को गुलाम बनाने का काम किया, उस समय भारतीयों का संख्या जो था 30 करोड़ था और देवी देवताओं का संख्या भारतवर्ष में 33 करोड़ था। तो क्या मैं उन मनुवादियों से पूछना चाहता हूं जिन मनुवादी ने ये लिखा कि महिषासुर के करोड़ों करोड़ सेना के साथ मां दुर्गा ने लड़ाई लड़ा और महिषासुर को संहार कर दिया, तो मुट्ठी भर ब्रिटिश गवर्नमेंट जब भारत को गुलाम बनाया तो उस समय मां दुर्गा ने क्या कर रही थी? 10 हाथ का औजार कहां था? और इस समय तो और औजार का आविष्कार हो चुका था, तो मां दुर्गा ने ब्रिटिश गवर्नमेंट को संहार करने का काम क्यों नहीं किया?
And hitting out, the BJP has now said that it has become a fashion for the opposition to abuse Hindus and hurt their sentiments. Listen in.
इतना ही कहूंगा कि ये नीतीश कुमार की सरकार, लालू जी की सरकार सनातन को अपमान करने का बीड़ा उठाया और इसी तरह इनके मंत्री ने रामायण को अपमानित किया और ये इसलिए करते हैं कि हिंदुओं के सहिष्णुता को बार बार चैलेंज कर रहे हैं। मंत्री रामायण को अपमान करता, विधायक जो दुर्गा शक्ति स्वरूपा हैं, जो दुर्गा पूरे विश्व में साधना का प्रतीक है। मैं कहता हूं कि अगर है हिम्मत तो मुसलमान के कुरान पर, उनके मोहम्मद साहेब पर कोई टिप्पणी करके देखो, सर तन से।
यादव सबसे बड़े पुजारी बनते हैं ना, नवरात्रा की पूजा करते हैं, उनके एमएलए ऐसे बोल रहे हैं कि माँ दुर्गा फिक्शियस है। ये उनके माइंडसेट दिखाती है कि किस माइंडसेट के हैं वो। और उसी तरह से कर्नाटका हो, चाहे आप डीएमके की बात करिए, ये एक सोची समझी स्ट्रैटेजी का एस्टैब्लिश हिस्सा है कि हिंदू धर्म को बदनाम करो, हिंदू धर्म को डिमीन करो, हिंदू धर्म में लोगों का विश्वास कम करो। ये एक प्लान्ड ऑर्गेनाइज स्ट्रैटेजी है जो अगले 10 साल तक चलने वाली है। ये जानबूझ के ऐसा कर रहे हैं और इसमें इनका बस एक फायदा है कि हिंदू धर्म में लोगों की आस्था कमजोर करो, क्योंकि ये डर चुके हैं कि पिछले 10 वर्षों में जो एक हिंदू धर्म की सेंटिमेंट पूरे देश में फैली है, उससे इनको डर लगता है।
माँ दुर्गा को काल्पनिक बताते हुए कहा कि अगर इतनी उनमें शक्ति थी तो ब्रिटिश से,
पता नहीं उनका ज्ञान कितना है, लेकिन आजकल बिहार में ही नहीं पूरे भारतवर्ष में हिंदू आस्था पर प्रहार हो रहा है। और ये इंडिया जो फोरम है उनका निश्चित रूप से कोई साजिश के तहत हिंदुओं के सेंटिमेंट्स को चोट पहुंचाने का काम कर रहे हैं। मुझे हिंदू होने का गर्व है, देश में अधिकांश हिंदू हैं और इस भारत माता की जय करने वाले लोग भारतीय जनता पार्टी के 18 करोड़ कार्यकर्ता और देशवासी को गर्व है। परंतु बिहार में ऐसा देखने को मिल रहा है, चाहे वो स्कूल की छुट्टियां हो, हिंदू पर्व के समय काट दिया जाता है, चाहे दशहरा का समय हो तो बैंड वाले जो लोग होते हैं, बाजा वाले, उनका सामान जब्त कर लिया जाता है। तो आखिर एक ही समाज के लोगों को इस प्रकार से केंद्र बिंदु बना करके प्रताड़ित करना और अज्ञानता का कोई उत्तर नहीं है। जनता देखती है, जनता जवाब देगी। और अगर लगता है कि देवी माँ का अपमान करके वो किसी समाज को खुश करेंगे तो इससे बड़ा अपराध समाज के लिए कुछ नहीं हो सकता।
Hello Moto. Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Viewers, of inaugurating the 7th edition of Indian Mobile Congress, Prime Minister Modi has said that the future is here, and now the Prime Minister further said that we are moving in the direction of becoming leaders in the area of 6G technology.
अभी कुछ मिनट पहले मैंने यहाँ एग्जीबिशन में लगे कुछ स्टॉल्स देखे। इस एग्जीबिशन में मैंने उसी फ्यूचर की झलक देखी, चाहे टेलीकॉम हो, टेक्नोलॉजी हो या फिर कनेक्टिविटी, चाहे 6G हो, AI हो, साइबर सिक्योरिटी हो, सेमीकंडक्टर्स हो, ड्रोन या स्पेस सेक्टर हो, डीप सी हो, ग्रीन टेक हो या फिर दूसरे सेक्टर्स। आने वाला समय बिल्कुल ही अलग होने जा रहा है।
Indian Mobile Congress, the Prime Minister took a dig at the UPA government, mentioning the infamous 2G scam.
स्क्रीन को कितना भी स्वाइप कर ले, चाहे जितने भी बटन दबा ले, असर कुछ होता ही नहीं था। बराबर है ना? और ऐसी ही स्थिति उस समय सरकार की भी थी। उस समय भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था का या कहें या तब की सरकार ही हैंग हो गए वाले मोड में थी।
West Bengal Minister Jyotipriya Malik, who was arrested by the ED and was brought to the ESI hospital in Joka for medical examination, was arrested in a case of alleged corruption in the PDS ration distribution in the state. Arrest comes a day after the ED conducted searches at Malik's residence in Salt Lake on the outskirts of Kolkata. The BJP has launched a scathing attack at the West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee over the arrest of TMC Minister Jyotipriya Malik. The BJP has alleged that the arrest of the TMC Minister was confirmed and that the West Bengal Chief Minister is backing thieves.
और ममता बनर्जी जो कह रही है नया कोई नहीं, इससे पहले भी अफसर को बचाने के लिए वो धरने में बैठी है। चोरों के ऊपर उनका बहुत बड़ा सहानुभूति है और वो बोल रहे हैं कि ज्योतिप्रिय मलिक का डायबिटीज़ है। क्या जिनका डायबिटीज़ है उनके ऊपर हम ये दायित्व दे दें कि वो चोरी करें?
Speaking at the passing out parade, Union Minister Amit Shah reflected that the 3 criminal law bills which the Parliament panel is set to examine today. The Union Minister said that the bills will play a significant role in the country's new criminal justice system.
आप जब सेवा में आपका प्रथम पैर रखेंगे यहां से निकलकर, तब देश एक नए युग की ओर जाने की शुरुआत कर चुका है। अंग्रेजों के समय से 1850 के आसपास बने हुए तीनों कानून जो हमारी क्रिमिनल जस्टिस सिस्टम का चालक बल है, सीआरपीसी, आईपीसी और एविडेंस एक्ट, ये तीनों कानूनों में आमूलचूर परिवर्तन कर सरकार ने 3 नए कानून देश की संसद के सामने रखे हैं। अभी गृह विभाग की संसदीय समिति इसका अध्ययन कर रही है। कुछ ही समय में ये कानून पारित हो जाएंगे और ये कानून के आधार पर हमारी नई क्रिमिनल जस्टिस सिस्टम की शुरुआत होगी।
Congress Election Committee meeting on Telangana started at the AICC office in New Delhi. The Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge has chaired the CAC meet. Party's prominent leaders like Sonia Gandhi and Salman Khurshid, along with the others, were present at the meeting. Tamil Nadu CM M.K. Stalin has urged President Draupadi Murmu to give assent to the state's anti-NEET bill, taking up the matter up with her during her visit. President Murmu, along with the Tamil Nadu governor, and Union Minister Sarvanando Sonowal, has attended the 8th convocation ceremony of the Indian Maritime University. A shocking video has surfaced that shows a police personnel thrown into the air after being hit by an SUV in the Connaught Place area in central Delhi. In the CCTV footage of the incident, which happened on the intervening night of October 24th and 25th, it can be seen that the cop was standing in front of the traffic barricade beside a car. The SUV first hit the car and then the cop, throwing him in the air. Viewers, in other stories tracking, the former Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu has written to the ACB court alleging security lapses in the prison he was lodged in. Naidu was mentioned that he was unauthorizedly videographed and photographed while entering the prison. Sensory Laminates brings you this report for more.
The TDP chief and former Chief Minister N. Chandrababu Naidu, who has been lodged in Central Prison in Rajahmundry over 45 days now, and now we see Chandrababu Naidu writing a letter to the special judge of ACB and SPE, where he mentions about the threat he has been facing over all of these days, and he also mentions that he has been unauthorizedly videographed and photographed, and all those videos and photos are being widely circulated on social media by the ruling party in the state of Andhra Pradesh. Well, Chandrababu Naidu further went on to state that it has come to his notice that there was a letter which from the extreme left group which was written to the Superintendent of Police of East Godavari, where he mentioned that they are trying and planning to assassinate him, and so there should be a proper inquiry into this matter. But then police officials have not taken any sort of inquiry over that letter also he mentions about how drones are being flown in and around the central prison in Rajahmundry, and also various threats which he has been facing. This is Aniri Shah with Regional Listeners for Republic TV.
Viewers, much more coming up. Ashok Gehlot's son faces ED heat. Vaibhav Gehlot summoned yet to join the investigation. And 3 Hamas terror operatives killed in airstrike as Israel's unrelenting fight against terror continues. Stay tuned.
are in one of the forward locations in the south of the Israel, and here the preparations are in full swing. How the troops are preparing for the ground battles. The tanks have been installed. The big Merkavas are here on the ground to totally wipe out the Hamas terrorists, and so does the regular briefings of the soldiers that are taking place here at the ground zero.
Hello, Moto. Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Viewers, getting a big lead in the liquor gate probe. Sanjay Singh has been sent into judicial custody till November 10th. And Sanjay Singh has appealed to the court to direct the jail authority to allow him to consult his personal doctor for diabetes treatment, to which the court has given approval. However, the Aam Aadmi Party leader will continue to remain in jail for now, viewers. So what's happened right now, that Aam Aadmi Party leader Sanjay Singh's judicial custody has been extended till November 10th in the Delhi excise policy case. And remember that Sanjay Singh was arrested by the ED in connection with the Delhi excise policy case on October 4th, viewers. So right now the big update coming in is that Sanjay Singh was brought to Rouse Avenue Court in Delhi, and now his judicial custody has been extended. Taking a very short break. Much more coming up on the other side as we keep getting you top updates on India's #1 news channel. Qatar court verdict sentencing 8 ex-Navy officers to death. MEA says the government is exploring legal options now. 3 Hamas terror operatives killed in airstrikes as Israel's unrelenting fight against terror continues. Stay tuned to India's #1 news channel, Republic TV. Viewers, top updates tracking right now. The Israel Defense Forces said its fighter jets struck 3 senior Hamas operatives. The IDF said that the battalion's operatives played a significant part in Hamas's attack on Israel. According to the IDF, operatives played a significant role in the invasion and murderous attack against Israel on October 7th. Israeli troops and tanks briefly raided northern Gaza overnight, engaging with Hamas terrorists and targeting anti-tank weapons in order to prepare the battlefield before an unexpected ground invasion. Israel's Iron Dome defense system neutralized a number of rockets fired by Hamas. Late on Thursday, a number of rockets were intercepted over Tel Aviv as air raid sirens pierced the night sky. Distraught relatives grieved by the body of a victim of an Israeli airstrike on Thursday outside the Indonesia capital. The women tried to comfort each other as they identified their shrouded remains as their loved ones. With the war between Israel and Hamas now in its 20th day, the State Department says it is continuing to negotiate the additional humanitarian assistance for civilians in Gaza, while also trying to secure the ability for Americans inside Gaza to get out.
But the problem has been up until now, and it's the problem that we've been trying to unlock, is that at times on the Gaza side of the border, there has been no one there from Hamas to open the gates and process people and let them through. And at other times, there have been actually armed Hamas militants standing there, not even letting people approach the gate. And so we are continuing to work through with the United Nations, with the government of Egypt, the government of Israel, how to get this situation unlocked. We have been making progress. I can't get into the details of that progress because they're very sensitive negotiations, but it's something that we are focused on and hoping to get, hope to have American citizens and other foreign nationals able to move through in the coming days.
Approximately 900 U.S. troops have been deployed or are being deployed to the Middle East amid the ongoing Israel-Hamas war. Pentagon spokesperson Brigadier General Pat Ryder said this. He said that these forces were not heading to Israel and they were intended to support regional deterrence efforts and further bolster U.S. force protection capabilities. Viewers, much more coming up. Ashok Gehlot's son faces ED hate. Wherever Gehlot summoned yet to join investigation. 3 Hamas terror operatives killed in airstrikes as Israel's unrelenting fight against terror continues. Stay tuned.
One of the forward locations in the south of the Israel, and here the preparations are in full swing. How the troops are preparing for the ground battles. The tanks have been installed. The big Merkavas are here on the ground to totally wipe out the Hamas terrorists, and so does the regular briefings of the soldiers that are taking place here at the ground zero.
look at all the top 50 stories making news at the moment. India is in shock after a Qatar court sentenced 8 former Indian Navy personnel to death. These individuals who work for the Al Dahra company were arrested last year under allegations of espionage. The specific charges made by Qatari authorities against these Indian citizens have not been disclosed to the public. Meanwhile, India's Ministry of External Affairs has taken a note of the Qatar judgment. The government has now said that all possible legal options are being explored. Families of the 8 Indians are being kept in the dark, they allege, on details of the case and the trial, and it has grown to bring back the Indian sailors. In the latest development in the Mahua Moitra payoff scam, the TMC has now said that she will not appear before the Parliamentary Ethics Committee on the 31st of October, but will depose after her pre-scheduled constituency programs that will end on the November 4th. This comes a day after BJP MP Nishikant Dubey and lawyer Jay Ananta Dehadrai recorded their statements before the Parliamentary Ethics Committee and recorded their statements. During the inaugural speech at Indian Mobile Congress 2023, Prime Minister Modi took a dig at the Congress-led UPA regime that was in power till 2014, from calling them phones that were on hang mode to saying that the UPA government failed to restart. Let's take a listen to what he had to say.
स्क्रीन को कितना भी स्वाइप कर ले, चाहे जितने भी बटन दबा ले, असर कुछ होता ही नहीं था। बराबर है ना? और ऐसी ही स्थिति उस समय सरकार की भी थी। उस समय भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था का या कहें या तब की सरकार ही हैंग हो गए वाले मोड में थी।
Another India Alliance leader has now attacked the Hindu religion, and in a shocking comment, Lalu's MLA Fateh Bahadur has now asked where was Ma Durga during British rule and why couldn't she save the country from the Britishers?
इन मनुवादी ने ये लिखा कि महिषासुर के करोड़ों करोड़ सेना के साथ मां दुर्गा ने लड़ाई लड़ा और महिषासुर को संहार कर दिया। तो मुट्ठी भर ब्रिटिश गवर्नमेंट जब भारत को गुलाम बनाया तो उस समय मां दुर्गा ने क्या कर रही थी? 10 हाथ का औजार कहाँ था? और इस समय तो और औजार का आविष्कार हो चुका था। तो मां दुर्गा ने ब्रिटिश गवर्नमेंट को संहार करने का काम क्यों नहीं किया?
And hitting back, the BJP has said that it has become a fashion for the opposition to abuse Hindus and hurt their sentiments.
ये बिहार सरकार के जब मंत्री रामायण को अपमानित करें और आरजेडी की सरकार और जदयू की सरकार है, अभी तो फैशन चल गया है कि हिंदुओं को गाली दो, सनातनियों को गाली दो। उत्तर प्रदेश में अखिलेश जी के भी 1-2 नेता हैं। ये दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है।
A ration scam explodes in West Bengal as the Enforcement Directorate arrested Jyoti Priya Malik, the Forest Minister of West Bengal, in connection with a corruption case involving the distribution of ration during his tenure as the state food minister.
माता सीता और लक्ष्मण जी के साथ नित्य निवास करते हैं। यहाँ आने से पहले अभी मुझे श्री रघुवीर मंदिर और श्री राम जानकी मंदिर में दर्शन का सौभाग्य भी मिला और हेलीकॉप्टर से मैंने कामदगिरी पर्वत को भी प्रणाम किया। मैं पूज्य रणछोड़दास जी और अरविंद भाई की समाधि पर पुष्प अर्पित करने गया था। प्रभु श्री राम जानकी के दर्शन, संतों का मार्गदर्शन और संस्कृत महाविद्यालय के विद्यार्थियों द्वारा वेद मंत्रों का यह अद्भुत गायन, इस अनुभूति को वाणी से व्यक्त करना कठिन है। मानव सेवा के महान यज्ञ का हिस्सा बनाने का और उसके लिए श्री सद्गुरु सेवा संघ का भी आज मैं सभी पीड़ित, शोषित, गरीब आदिवासियों की तरफ से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। मुझे विश्वास है कि जानकी कुंड चिकित्सालय के जिस न्यू विंग का आज लोकार्पण हुआ है, इससे लाखों मरीजों को नया जीवन मिलेगा। आने वाले समय में सद्गुरु मेडिसिटी में गरीबों की सेवा के इस अनुष्ठान को नया विस्तार मिलेगा। आज इस अवसर पर अरविंद भाई की स्मृति में भारत सरकार ने विशेष स्टैंप भी रिलीज किया है। ये पल अपने आप में हम सबके लिए गौरव की पल है, संतोष की पल है। मैं आप सबको इसके लिए बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, कोई भी व्यक्ति अपने जीवन काल में जो उत्तम काम करता है उसकी सराहना तो होती है, समकालीन लोग सराहना भी करते हैं, लेकिन जब साधना असाधारण होती है तो उसके जीवन के बाद भी कार्यों का विस्तार होता रहता है। मुझे खुशी है कि अरविंद भाई का परिवार उनकी परमार्थिक पूंजी को लगातार समृद्ध कर रहा है। खासकर भाई विशद, बहन रूपल, जिस तरह उनके सेवा अनुष्ठानों को नई ऊर्जा के साथ ऊंचाई दे रहे हैं, मैं इसके लिए उन्हें और परिवार के सभी सदस्यों को विशेष तौर पर बधाई देता हूं। अब अरविंद भाई तो उद्योग जगत के व्यक्ति थे। मुंबई कहो, गुजरात कहो, पूरा बड़ा उनका औद्योगिक कॉरपोरेट वर्ल्ड में बहुत बड़ा प्रतिभा, प्रतिष्ठा। और विशद चाहते तो ये जन्म शताब्दी का कार्यक्रम मुंबई में कर सकते थे, बड़ी आन बान शान से होता, लेकिन सद्गुरु के प्रति समर्पण देखिए कि जैसे अरविंद भाई ने अपना जीवन यहीं त्याग किया था, शताब्दी के लिए भी इस जगह को चुना गया। और इसके लिए संस्कार भी होते हैं, सोच भी होती है, समर्पण भी होता है, तब जाकर के होता है। पूज्य संतगण यहां बहुत बड़ी तादाद में हमें आशीर्वाद देने आए हैं। यहां अनेक परिवारजन भी बैठे हैं। चित्रकूट के बारे में कहा गया है, कामद भे गिरी राम प्रसादा, अवलोकत अपहरत विषादा। अर्थात चित्रकूट के पर्वत कामदगिरी भगवान राम के आशीर्वाद से सारे कष्टों और परेशानियों को हरने वाला है। चित्रकूट की ये महिमा यहां के संतों और ऋषियों के माध्यम से ही अक्षुण्ण बनी हुई है। और पूज्य श्री रणछोड़दास जी ऐसे ही महान संत थे। उनके निष्काम कर्मयोग ने मुझ जैसे लक्षावधि लोगों को हमेशा प्रेरित किया है। और जैसा सबने उल्लेख किया, उनका ध्येय और बड़ा सरल शब्दों में भूखे को भोजन, वस्त्रहीन को वस्त्र, दृष्टिहीन को दृष्टि। इसी सेवा मंत्र के साथ पूज्य गुरुदेव पहली बार 1945 में चित्रकूट आए थे और 1950 में उन्होंने यहां पहले नेत्र यज्ञ का आयोजन करवाया था। इसमें सैकड़ों मरीजों की सर्जरी हुई थी, उन्हें नई रोशनी मिली थी। आज के समय हमें ये बात सामान्य लगती होगी, लेकिन 7 दशक पहले ये स्थान लगभग पूरी तरह से वन क्षेत्र था। यहां न सड़कों की सुविधा थी, न बिजली थी, न जरूरी संसाधन थे। उस समय इस वन क्षेत्र में ऐसे बड़े संकल्प लेने के लिए कितना साहस, कितना आत्मबल और सेवा भाव की क्या पराकाष्ठा होगी, तब ये संभव होगा। लेकिन यहां पूज्य रणछोड़दास जी जैसे संत की साधना होती है, वहां संकल्पों का सृजन ही सिद्धि के लिए होता है। आज इस तपोभूमि पर हम सेवा के ये जितने बड़े बड़े प्रकल्प देख रहे हैं, वो उसी ऋषि के संकल्प का परिणाम है। उन्होंने यहां श्री राम संस्कृत विद्यालय की स्थापना की। कुछ ही वर्ष बाद श्री सद्गुरु सेवा संघ ट्रस्ट का गठन किया। जहां कहीं भी विपदा आती थी, पूज्य गुरुदेव उसके सामने ढाल बनकर खड़े हो जाते थे। भूकंप हो, बाढ़ हो, सूखे से ग्रस्त इलाकों में उनके प्रयासों से, उनके आशीर्वाद से कितने ही गरीबों को नया जीवन मिला। यही हमारे देश की विशेषता है, जो स्व से ऊपर उठकर समष्टि के लिए समर्पित रहने वाले महात्माओं को जन्म देती है। मेरे परिवारजनों, संतों का स्वभाव होता है कि जो उनका संग पाता है, उनका मार्गदर्शन पाता है, वो खुद संत बन जाता है। अरविंद भाई का पूरा जीवन इस बात का सबसे बड़ा उदाहरण है। अरविंद जी वेशभूषा से भले ही एक बिल्कुल सामान्य जीवन जीते थे, सामान्य से व्यक्ति दिखते थे, लेकिन भीतर से उनका जीवन एक तपे हुए संत की तरह था। पूज्य रणछोड़दास जी की अरविंद भाई से बिहार में आए भीषण अकाल के दौरान मुलाकात हुई। संत के संकल्प और सेवा की सामर्थ्य कैसे इस संगम के उससे सिद्धि के कैसे कई आयाम स्थापित हुए, ये आज हमारे सामने है। आज जब हम अरविंद भाई की जन्म शताब्दी मना रहे हैं, तो ये जरूरी है कि हम उनकी प्रेरणाओं को आत्मसात करें। उन्होंने जो भी जिम्मेदारी उठाई, उसे 100% निष्ठा से पूरा किया। उन्होंने इतना बड़ा औद्योगिक साम्राज्य खड़ा किया, मफतलाल ग्रुप को एक नई ऊंचाई दी। ये अरविंद भाई ही थे जिन्होंने देश का पहला पेट्रोकेमिकल कॉम्प्लेक्स स्थापित किया था। आज देश की अर्थव्यवस्था में और सामान्य मानवी के जीवन में अहम भूमिका निभाने वाली कई कंपनियों की नींव में उन्हीं की दृष्टि, उन्हीं की सोच, उन्हीं का परिश्रम है। यहां तक कि कृषि के क्षेत्र में भी उनके काम की काफी सराहना होती है। भारतीय एग्रो इंडस्ट्रीज फाउंडेशन के अध्यक्ष के तौर पर उनके काम को लोग आज भी याद करते हैं। भारत की टेक्सटाइल जैसी पारंपरिक इंडस्ट्री का गौरव लौटाने के में भी उनकी एक बहुत बड़ी भूमिका थी। देश के बड़े बड़े बैंकों को बड़ी बड़ी संस्थाओं को भी उन्होंने नेतृत्व दिया। उनके काम ने, उनके परिश्रम और प्रतिभा ने औद्योगिक जगत के साथ साथ समाज पर एक अलग छाप छोड़ी है। देश और दुनिया के कितने ही बड़े अवार्ड और सम्मान अरविंद भाई को मिले। द लायंस ह्यूमैनिटेरियन अवार्ड, सिटीजन ऑफ बॉम्बे अवार्ड, सर जहांगीर गांधी गोल्ड मेडल फॉर इंडस्ट्रियल पीस, ऐसे अनेकों सम्मान देश के लिए अरविंद भाई के योगदान के प्रतीक है। मेरे परिवारजनों, हमारे यहां कहा जाता है, उपार्जितानाम वित्तानाम त्याग एव ही संरक्षण, अर्थात हमारी सफलता का, हमारे कमाए धन का सबसे प्रभावी संरक्षण त्याग से ही होता है। अरविंद भाई ने इस विचार को मिशन बनाकर आजीवन काम किया। आज आपके ग्रुप के द्वारा श्री सद्गुरु सेवा ट्रस्ट, मफतलाल फाउंडेशन, रघुवीर मंदिर ट्रस्ट, श्री रामदास हनुमान जी ट्रस्ट जैसी कितनी संस्थाएं काम कर रही है। जे ग्रुप ऑफ हॉस्पिटल्स, ब्लाइंड पीपल एसोसिएशन, चारुतर आरोग्य मंडल जैसे समूह और संस्थान सेवा के अनुष्ठान को आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं। आप देखिए, रघुवीर मंदिर अन्न क्षेत्र में लाखों लोगों की अन्न सेवा, लाखों संतों को यहां मासिक राशन किट की व्यवस्था, गुरुकुल में हजारों बच्चों की शिक्षा दीक्षा, जानकी कुंड के चिकित्सालय में लाखों मरीजों का इलाज, ये कोई सामान्य प्रयास नहीं है। ये अपने आप में भारत की उस आत्मशक्ति का सबूत है जो हमें निष्काम कर्म की ऊर्जा देती है, जो सेवा को ही साधना मानकर सिद्धि के अनुपम अनुष्ठान करती है। आपके ट्रस्ट द्वारा यहां ग्रामीण महिलाओं को ग्रामीण उद्योग की ट्रेनिंग भी दी जा रही है। ये विमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट के देश के प्रयासों को गति देने में मदद कर रहा है। साथियों, मुझे जानकर खुशी होती है कि सद्गुरु नेत्र चिकित्सालय आज देश दुनिया के बेहतर आई हॉस्पिटल्स में अपनी जगह बना चुका है। कभी ये अस्पताल केवल 12 बेडों के साथ शुरू हुआ, आज यहां हर साल करीब 15 लाख रोगियों का इलाज होता है। सद्गुरु नेत्र चिकित्सालय के कामों से मैं इसलिए भी विशेष रूप से परिचित हूं क्योंकि इसका लाभ मेरी काशी को भी मिला है। काशी में आपके द्वारा चलाए जा रहे स्वस्थ दृष्टि समृद्ध काशी अभियान, इससे कितने ही बुजुर्गों की सेवा हो रही है। सद्गुरु नेत्र चिकित्सालय द्वारा अब तक बनारस और उसके आसपास के करीब 6.5 लाख लोगों की डोर टू डोर स्क्रीनिंग हुई है। 90,000 से ज्यादा मरीजों को स्क्रीनिंग के बाद कैंप के लिए रिफर भी किया गया। बड़ी संख्या में मरीजों की सर्जरी भी हुई है। कुछ समय पहले मुझे इस अभियान के लाभार्थियों से काशी में मिलने का भी अवसर मिला था। मैं मेरी काशी के उन सभी लोगों की तरफ से ट्रस्ट और सद्गुरु नेत्र चिकित्सा और सभी डॉक्टर और उनके साथियों का आज जब आपके बीच आया हूं, मैं विशेष रूप से आप सबका आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। मेरे परिवारजनों, संसाधन सेवा की आवश्यकता है, लेकिन समर्पण उसकी प्राथमिकता है। अरविंद भाई की सबसे खास बात यह थी कि वो विषम से विषम परिस्थितियों में भी खुद जमीन पर उतरकर काम करते थे। राजकोट हो, अहमदाबाद हो, मैंने गुजरात के कोने कोने में उनका काम देखा है। मुझे याद है, मेरी आयु बहुत छोटी थी, सद्गुरु जी के दर्शन करने का तो मुझे सौभाग्य नहीं मिला, लेकिन अरविंद भाई का संबंध मेरा रहा। मैं पहली बार अरविंद भाई को मिला कहां, तो गुजरात के साबरकांठा जिले के आदिवासी क्षेत्र भिलोड़ा, बड़ा भयंकर अकाल था और हमारे एक डॉक्टर मणिकर जी थे जिनका अरविंद भाई से अच्छा परिचय था, और मैं वहां उस आदिवासी भाई बहनों का अकाल पीड़ितों की सेवा में काम करता था। इतनी भयंकर गर्मी उस क्षेत्र में, अरविंद भाई वहां आए, पूरा दिन रहे और स्वयं ने जाकर के सेवा यज्ञ में हिस्सा लिया और काम को बढ़ाने के लिए जो आवश्यकता थी उसकी जिम्मेवारी भी ली है। मैंने स्वयं उनको गरीबों के प्रति उनकी संवेदना, काम करने की उनकी धगस खुद ने देखा है, अनुभव किया है। हमारे गुजरात में भी आदिवासी क्षेत्र दाहोद में आदिवासी समाज के कल्याण के लिए जो काम किया है, लोग आज भी याद करते हैं। और आपको हैरानी होगी, हमारे यहां नॉर्मली गुजरात में भी और बाकी जगह पे जहां खेती होती है उसको खेत बोलते हैं, लेकिन दाहोद के लोग उसे फुलवाड़ी बोलते हैं, क्योंकि सदगुरु ट्रस्ट के माध्यम से वहां के किसानों को खेती करने का नया रूप सिखाया गया। वो फूलों की खेती करने लगे और फुलवाड़ी के रूप में जाने जाते हैं, और आज उनके फूलों की पैदावार मुंबई तक जाती है। इस सब में अरविंद भाई के प्रयासों की बड़ी भूमिका है। मैंने देखा था उनमें सेवा को लेकर एक अलग ही जुनून था। वो कभी अपने आप को दाता कहलाना पसंद नहीं करते थे और न ही ये जताने देते थे कि वो किसी के लिए कुछ कर रहे हैं। कोई दूसरा भी अगर उनके साथ सहयोग की इच्छा जताता था तो वो कहते थे कि आपको पहले काम देखने के लिए वहां रूबरू आना पड़ेगा, उस प्रोजेक्ट को कितना ही कष्ट क्यों न हो आपको आना पड़ेगा, और तब जाकर के आप सहयोग के लिए सोचिए, उसके पहले नहीं है। उनके काम को, उनके व्यक्तित्व को जितना मैंने जाना है, उससे मेरे मन में उनके मिशन के लिए एक इमोशनल कनेक्ट बन गया है। इसलिए मैं अपने आप को इस सेवा अभियान के एक समर्थक, एक पुरस्कृत करने वाला और एक प्रकार से आपका सहयात्री के रूप में अपने आप को मैं देखता हूं। मेरे परिवारजनों, चित्रकूट की धरती हमारे नानाजी देशमुख की भी कर्मस्थली है। अरविंद भाई की तरह ही जनजातीय समाज की सेवा में उनके प्रयास भी हम सबके लिए बड़ी प्रेरणा है। आज उन आदर्शों पर चलते हुए देश जनजातीय समाज के कल्याण के लिए पहली बार इतने व्यापक प्रयास कर रहा है। भगवान बिरसा मुंडा के जन्म दिवस पर देश ने जनजातीय गौरव दिवस की परंपरा शुरू की है। आदिवासी समाज के योगदान को, उनकी विरासत को गौरव देने के लिए देश भर में ट्राइबल म्यूजियम भी बनाए जा रहे हैं। जनजातीय बच्चे अच्छी शिक्षा लेकर देश के विकास में योगदान दें, इसके लिए एकलव्य आवासीय विद्यालय खोले जा रहे हैं। वन संपदा कानून जैसे नीतिगत फैसले भी आदिवासी समाज के अधिकारों को संरक्षण देने का माध्यम बने। हमारे इन प्रयासों से आदिवासी समाज को गले लगाने और उसके लिए हम सब के लिए प्रेरणा आदिवासियों को गले लगाने वाले प्रभु श्री राम का आशीर्वाद भी इसके साथ जुड़ा हुआ है। यही आशीर्वाद समरस और विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य तक हमारा मार्गदर्शन करेगा। मैं फिर एक बार इस शताब्दी के पावन अवसर पर अरविंद भाई की महान तपस्या को श्रद्धापूर्वक नमन करता हूं। उनका कार्य, उनका जीवन हम सबको प्रेरणा देता रहे। सद्गुरु के आशीर्वाद हम पर बने रहे। इसी एक भाव के साथ आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जय श्री राम।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Viewers, top headlines breaking right now. Qatar court verdict sentencing 8 ex-Navy officers to death. MEA says government exploring legal options. Families of 8 Indians kept in the dark on details of case and trial. Demand grows to bring back the Indian sailors.
ब्रिटिश गवर्नमेंट जब भारत को गुलाम बनाया तो उस समय मां दुर्गा ने क्या कर रही थी?
Yet another INDI alliance Neta insults Hindu religion, asks why did Ma Durga not save the country from Britishers? Russian scam explodes in West Bengal. Mamata Banerjee's minister Jyoti Priyo Malik arrested by ED. Ashok Gehlot's son faces ED heat in FEMA case. Vaibhav Gehlot summoned yet to join the investigation. Three Hamas terror operatives killed in a strike as Israel's unrelenting fight against terror continues. Viewers, we are live in Breaking Up. Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. And the Qatar court has sentenced to death 8 Indian former Navy officers in an alleged case of espionage. The judgment has now sent shockwaves across the country. Taking stock of the judgment, the MEA has now said that the government is exploring all legal options, but the families of the 8 Indians who have been kept in the dark regarding the details of the case and trial are now demanding justice. And we're being joined right now, in fact, with our guest who's joining us at this point of time. But before I go to our guest, I just want our viewers to know exactly what this case is about. There's a big controversy around the arrest. The Navy men were arrested for unknown reasons, and the Qatari government has formally refused to provide an explanation for the incarceration of these ex-Navy officers. Just want to go across to our guest now, Colonel Shailendra Singh, who's joining us, and it's a very, very big update that we have got for us, big shock. But the very concerning bit is, Colonel Shailendra Singh, is that what's the reason behind their arrest? I mean, we don't really know what the reason is, and this entire thing seems extremely suspicious. If you could take our viewers through what is your take on this story.
Jai Hind, I want to only tell you one thing, or rather clarify one thing. Who is Qatar? What is Qatar? Ye hai kaun? Is it the same Qatar where the Hamas chief is staying? They are sheltering him. Is it the same Qatar who's on the side of Hamas to do the negotiation because they are very well connected? You see, when it comes down to evaluating things, when it comes down to doing things, we can point out 20 more on Qatar. But this is a very shocking diplomacy, which is a very going to be a losing diplomacy for Qatar. Because when you do something, are you the champions of justice? That is why I think you are displaying that you will not do a public trial. Have you given consular access to them in spite of India asking you 5 times? Are you that upright? The justice system in your system is so judicious that you will not grant and above all, okay, fine, let me see. 8 naval people, what were they doing there? Did we send you there? They were Indian government employees. Why did you make an advertisement by an Air Force officer of your so-called consultancy company in India? Why did you select them? Why did you, which is now getting into much more serious business, why did you keep them there? To train your armed forces? Did we ask you? You selected them. You are earmarking them for your training of the armed forces. Part of that. What is the accusation which is up in air, not being defined by the government? Why? But up in air is what? Okay, their stealth submarine details were probably passed to Israel. Why did you make a stealth submarine? Is a very serious business. It is not easy. It's a more than serious business. Even in India, we know the other naval people are not allowed to go anywhere near a strategic submarine. It's world over. You are allowing Somebody who was employed by your Air Force officer, your trainer of armed forces, to go to the submarine, take out the details, pass it to Israel. Wow, beautiful security system you have. And what beautiful upright moral values you have, that you will not declare it. You will not declare the charges. You will not declare any damn thing. मैं पूछता हूं, where is the proof? Why are you shy not to give the proof? I am with you, Qatar. If my people are wrong, hang them, minimum. More than you, I will demand it. But prove it. Be genuine. Their families are wanting to meet, you are not allowing. Oh, wow, beautiful. You have taken out the complete journalism part of India which was present there from that Doha. Why? What were you scared of? We will expose you? Republic TV will expose you. I think that must have been your concern. I would request Doha, please wait correctly. You are already on the near mark of getting into the leader of terrorism. Mark my word, you will be the loser. You will be the loser on trade. You will be the loser on gas. You will be the loser on oil. All this business, I am your customer. I am your third largest exporter. Why? You want to take a panga with us? You want to teach us something? You want to tell the world that who is correct and who is not? We are asking you to prove yourself to be correct. You just can't take anybody into custody and start saying that yes, they are spying. Anybody who's spying, yes, needs to be given that verdict. But why have you not used it till date from 2003? That means you have been judicious. You have not been able to prove anything. Today, is there an ulterior motive behind it? Just because India happens to support Israel? If that is what you want, then India will stand by its principles, character, that we will always be siding right. And that is why very responsibly the Indian diplomacy has told you that we will take all legal recourse to do it. Beware, don't become Pakistan, where such things happen. You remember Jadhav, who lost in the world. You lost your face in the world when India went to International Court of Justice, and it stayed the hanging of Jadhav. That no, you don't have the proof. You have not given consular access. You have not let the family meet. What is the scare? I think all these points will come up. It will definitely come up. If you want something behind the curtain, some pressure, take my word, we are not going to buckle on that. We are not this party now. The India is on a different line. You want to harm your trade, it's your wish. You want to harm your image in the world on justice and judiciary, it is your choice. You are taking side with terrorists, it is your choice. A world can see through you. I am very sure the population of Qataris will be the one who will decide the fate of yours by spreading such lies.
Right, and we'll come back to this, Colonel Sharendra Singh, because you know what is a very shocking bit is that that they were not even granted contact with their family members. And the family members have been going through a lot. In fact, Republic has spoken to the family members of one of the former Navy officers who has now, they have now appealed to the government demanding justice for the 8 Navy veterans. Listen in.
We always
The first thing is, without proving what fault they have done, this is very injustice. From last 14 months, we all are suffering, all our families are suffering. Eight naval officers' families.
Right.
Which is a very bad part on it. And without any proper evidence, they are trying to punish these innocent officers, in which one is a president awardee.
Right.
And yesterday itself, the scenario they have changed it that they are trying to spy to Israel.
Right.
Why will an Indian try to do a spy for other government, other country and other government?
Right.
which makes no sense in that statement.
Right.
And these are all respectable ex-naval officers.
Right. Right.
They all are being awarded.
Right. As I can see, I mean, you and your family are basically in shock with the verdict. Did you reach out?
100%.
Did you reach out to the government officials for help, Mr. Kalyan?
Yes. Indian government is back with us from day one.
Right.
They are helping us out in all the ways.
Right.
But the problem is the Qatar government is not even giving any evidence that this fault that these men have done.
Right.
They are just trying to keep in a black mode.
Right. Right.
Which has no definition for it.
Right.
And without giving a proper statement, you cannot punish anybody. And sending to death is something of very shocking news.
Right. Right. Did you get any consular or legal assistance so far in this case?
Yes. From the Indian government we are getting. The embassy is with us.
Right.
And her health is completely down from yesterday. Seeing her health, we all are literally, मतलब ऐसा लगता है कि हमें भी ले जाकर वहीं दफना दे तो अच्छा है.
I can certainly understand. It must be a very difficult time for all of you.
जी के मेरी बहन और बच्चे क्या करेंगे?
It's a harrowing time for the family members of the former Navy veterans. And I just want to come across to Colonel Shailendra Singh. While the veterans have been languishing in prison, and this is almost for a year now, the government has extended all aid to help them out and reunite them with their family members, Colonel Shailendra Singh. But it's extremely shocking to tell our viewers that the government filed at least 8 bail pleas to the Qatari government, but each and every one of that bail plea was rejected, Colonel Shailendra Singh.
No, not only bail plea. We are talking about first was the consular access only. You were not allowing. And even if I theoretically go, कि चलिए जी मान लेते हैं that you suspected them for doing spying. Good. Very good of you. Where is the proof? Why the secrecy? Why the secrecy? Why not allow the families to meet? Is that the character of your country? Are you Pakistan? That you will not allow anything? No family meeting, no consular access, no appeal, nothing? Are you a military court? You want to join the category of military courts in Pakistan? Please declare it. Be brave, be honest, be justified to tell your own population and the Indian government that here is the proof, here is what happened, and this is how we are doing a fair trial. Why the trial is so secret? Why no attendance? Nobody. Why are you not declaring that what is the proof, what is the correct charge? Why are you not giving a charge sheet to the Indian consular access or the advocates who have been hired? You see, we are prepared to accept countries do this. But like I said, did we send them on an official duty to you? No. Did we force it on your Air Force officers, company of consultancy to take from us only? You had a choice to take it from the world. We didn't do this. When they went there, you are the one who decided that what job they will do. And that too in defense forces. Imagine. Why were you making this group work on a stealth submarine? Why were you wanting some training to be given? That was by your selection. And even if my people have gone wrong, I'm taking your word on it, Qatar, if my people have gone wrong, give them a tight slap, I don't mind. Give them the slap with that proof. Make that trial public. Make everything public. This is not the correct way. And you know it. Even if tomorrow, for whatever ulterior motives, you will prosecute them again or uphold the death penalty, there is a court of justice much above you. That is International Court of Justice. You will be insulted there. You know it. So that is why what you are doing is, we understand in diplomacy कि कहाँ पर pressure डालना है और क्या निकलवाना है. Today the visible part is only that you want India that they go slow on the support to Israel. We know it. You know it. We will not appreciate Hamas. You want us to go slow on that. That is the only reason I can see. Why such a hurry? Death penalties are not allotted so easily. In your country, can you give me one parallel that yes, in a year's time you will award anybody a death penalty? I thought you were fair enough that since 2003 you never awarded a death penalty to anyone. I thought. You are proving me wrong. You are proving yourself wrong. That when it comes down to vested interest of yours, Qatar, you are doing something which is immoral, illegal, and you will see, you will face the consequences, not today, tomorrow, because today and tomorrow is yours, it is your court, but there is a bigger court, and we will see you there.
Colonel Sharendra Singh, also, the big question now is being raised about, about the diplomacy between the two countries. Now, both India and Qatar, they have a pretty good relationship. The defense cooperation is also good. Do you really think that this will put a strain on the relationship between the two countries?
We sorted out all your requirements and relationship related diplomacy most respectfully, most honorably. You raised a point on Nupur. You called our ambassador to the office and you told him about Nupur and Naveen Jindal. We accepted it. Though, of course, the government was right in saying that these are not the government lines. These are individual views. Whatever I am speaking right now against Qatar is not against Qatar as an Indian government. This is my view. So, you cannot hold my government to ransom on that. But you were. You did that. You tried that. You were unsuccessful. You had the best of relation with us.
Colonel Sharendra Singh, thank you for joining us. We have just cut across to what's happening because the Prime Minister is in Madhya Pradesh. And let's go across to what's really happening there. The Prime Minister is in Polbar, Madhya Pradesh, and he is going to attend a couple of functions. Especially, he's attending functions right over there at the Shri Sadguru Seva Sangh Trust in Chitrakoot. He will also be expected to visit Tulsi Peeth later in the day and perform puja and darshan later on.
माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी से निवेदन करूंगा पुष्पमाला अर्पित करके पूज्य गुरुदेव का अभिनंदन करें जी जल्दी लो क्योंकि आज पूज्य गुरुदेव जो सारस्वत उपहार इस जगत को प्रदान कर रहे हैं अद्भुत अतुलनीय और अनुपम है। अब मैं पूज्य पद्म विभूषण जगत गुरु रामानंदाचार्य स्वामी रामभद्राचार्य दान कर रहे हैं अद्भुत अतुलनीय और अनुपम है। अब मैं पूज्य पद्म विभूषण जगत गुरु रामानंदाचार्य स्वामी रामभद्राचार्य जी महाराज पूज्य गुरुदेव के श्री चरणों में प्रणति पूर्वक निवेदन करता हूं, कृपया समागत अतिथियों का स्वागत करने वाचिक स्वागत करने की कृपा करें।
खड़े होकर बोलो, बैठा हाँ जी स्वरचित श्लोक से ही मंगलाचरण कर रहा हूं। आप जिस छंद में कहें मोदी जी उसी छंद में श्लोक तत्काल में बनाऊं। मैं आपका मित्र हूं, ये भगवान ने सामर्थ्य दिया। 1 घंटे में आज भी मैं 100 श्लोक बना पाता हूं, 1 घंटे में। मंदाकिनी पयः पूर सिक्त पादाम्बुजाय च नमः सीताभिरामाय चित्रकूट विहारिणे। श्री सीतानाथ समारंभाम श्री रामानंदार्य मध्यमाम अस्मदाचार्य पर्यंताम वंदे श्री गुरु परंपराम। श्री राम जय राम जय जय राम। मेरे 2 मित्र हैं। सांसारिक दृष्टि में लोक में मेरे मित्र हैं नरेंद्र भाई मोदी। ये कोई चाटुकारिता नहीं। भारत के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी और अलौकिक मित्र हैं भगवान श्री कृष्ण। मेरे अभिन्न मित्र भारत के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री जिन्होंने 9 वर्षों में भारत की काया बदल डाली। कौन कल्पना कर सकता था कि हम चंद्रमा के दक्षिण ध्रुव पर चले जाएंगे? कौन कल्पना कर सकता था? इलेक्शन कमीशन मैंने पूछ लिया है, 370 हट जाएगी। कौन कल्पना कर सकता था ट्रिपल तलाक समाप्त होगा? कौन कल्पना कर सकता था कि महिला आरक्षण विधेयक पास होगा? ऐसे यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री मेरे, भले वो मुझे गुरुजन कहे पर वो मेरे मित्र हैं, मैं उन्हें मित्र ही मानता हूं और मित्र ही मानता रहूंगा। मित्रम प्रीति रसायनम नयनयो। और मेरे स्नेह भाजन मध्य प्रदेश के राज्यपाल मंगू सिंह भाई पटेल और मध्य प्रदेश के यशस्वी मुख्यमंत्री शिवराज सिंह, समागत सभी माताओं बहनों मित्रों बालकों और बालिकाओं और बालकों, आज श्री तुलसीपुर चित्रकूट में मैं सभी का स्वागत क्या करूं, मैं सभी का मंगला शासन करता हूं। आचार्य स्वागत नहीं करता हूं, मंगला शासन करता है। मैं सबका मंगला शासन कर रहा हूं। आज मेरे हर्ष की सीमा इसलिए नहीं है कि बंद नेत्रों से जीवन के 2 महीने बाद ही नेत्रों को खोकर मैंने अपनी यात्रा प्रारंभ की। एक संस्मरण छोटा सा सुनाकर मोदी जी, 4 साल का मैं था तब जब मेरी चिकित्सा मुंबई में चल रही थी तो डॉक्टरों ने कहा नेत्र अब नहीं ठीक हो सकेंगे। उसी समय मुरारजी देसाई के भतीजे थे अमोल जी देसाई, बहुत अच्छे डॉक्टर थे, गुजराती जानते थे। उन्होंने कहा मुझसे मेरा पहला नाम लेकर, गिरिधर उदास मत हो, तुमको 2 नेत्र मिल जाएंगे। कौन से? तो उन्होंने गुजराती का एक गीत पढ़ा, गीता रामायण मारी अंतरनी आँखो, प्रभु ये दीधी छे मैंने उड़वानी पाँखो। मैंने यही मूल मंत्र जीवन में उतारा और जीवन के 5वें वर्ष में पूरी गीता कंठस्थ कर ली 15 दिन में, और जीवन के 7वें वर्ष में मैंने संपूर्ण रामचरितमानस कंठस्थ कर लिया। 2 आंखें मुझे मिल गई मित्र। कभी भी मैंने ब्लाइंड कंसेशन नहीं लिया, कभी भी मैंने ब्लाइंड छात्रवृत्ति भी नहीं ली, क्योंकि मैं अपने को दृष्टि बाधित मानता ही नहीं। संतत्व की जहां तक परिभाषा है, आपको जानकर अच्छा लगेगा। संत वो जगत गुरु वो होता है तो तीनों ग्रंथों पर भाष्य लिखता है।
one of the forward locations in the south of the Israel, and here the preparations are in full swing. How the troops are preparing for the ground battles. The tanks have been installed. The big Merkavas are here on the ground to totally wipe out the Hamas terrorists, and so does the regular briefings of the soldiers that are taking place here at the ground zero.
और भारत माता, तो मोदी जी पहले मैं भारत माता को प्रणाम करूंगा, फिर भगवान को। एक वाक्य और बोलकर मैं दूंगा समय। मैं देख रहा हूं समय हो रहा है। भारत क्या है लोग समझ नहीं पाए। भारत शब्द 3 शब्दों को मिलकर बना है, भ, आ और रत। भ माने भगवान, आ माने आदर और र माने रत, प्रेम। जिस देश पर भगवान का आदर भी है और प्रेम भी है उसको कहते हैं भारत। भरतानाम भक्ति ही भारतम। 3 भरतों के भजन भक्ति का जो आश्रय है, ऋषभ पुत्र भरत, शकुंतला दुष्यंत पुत्र भरत और दशरथ कैकेयी पुत्र भरत, इन तीनों का जहां आदर है उस देश का नाम है भारत।
and welcome. You're watching Republic TV. 8 Indian Navy veterans have been sentenced to death in Qatar. This news has sent shockwaves across the country. Indian government is under pressure, and the pressure is only mounting to bring back these Navy veterans who are now in confinement in Qatar. We'll get you all the updates on that. First up, let's have a quick check of the headlines. Qatar court verdict sentencing 8 ex-Navy officers to death. MEA says government exploring legal options. Families of 8 Indians kept in the dark on the details of the case and trial. Demand grows to bring back the Indian sailors.
ब्रिटिश गवर्नमेंट जब भारत को गुलाम बनाया तो उस समय मां दुर्गा ने क्या कर रही थी?
Yet another India Alliance Neta insults Hindu religion, asks why couldn't Ma Durga save country from Britishers? Ration scam explodes in West Bengal. Mamata Banerjee's minister Jyotipriya Malik arrested by ED. Ashok Gehlot's son faces ED heat in FEMA case. Vaibhav Gehlot summoned yet to join investigation. 3 Hamas terror operatives killed in airstrike as Israel's unrelenting fight against terror continues. And the big story that we've been tracking through the day, the Qatar court has sentenced to death 8 Indian Navy officers, former Navy officers, in an alleged case of espionage. The judgment has sent shockwaves across the country. Taking stock of the judgment, MEA has said that the government is exploring all legal options. Families of the 8 Indians who have been kept in the dark regarding the details of the case and trial are now demanding justice. They want immediate repatriation of the 8 Navy veterans who are in custody in Qatar. In fact, we spoke to one of the family members of one of the Navy veterans who has been held captive, who is in confinement right now and who's been sentenced to death. Let's listen in to what the family member said.
First thing is, without proving what fault they have done, this is very injustice. From last 14 months, we all are suffering, all our families are suffering. Eight naval officers' families.
Right.
Which is a very bad part on it. And without any proper evidence, they are trying to punish these innocent officers, in which one is a president awardee.
Right.
And yesterday itself, the scenario they have changed it that they are trying to spy to Israel.
Right.
Why will an Indian try to do a spy for other government, other country and other government?
Right.
Which makes no sense in that statement.
Right.
मध्य प्रदेश के राज्यपाल श्री मंगूभाई पटेल, मुख्यमंत्री भाई शिवराज जी, उपस्थित अन्य सभी महानुभाव, देवी और सज्जनों, मैं चित्रकूट की परम पावन भूमि को पुनः प्रणाम करता हूं। मेरा सौभाग्य है कि आज पूरे दिन मुझे अलग अलग मंदिरों में प्रभु श्री राम के दर्शन का अवसर मिला और संतों का आशीर्वाद भी मिला है। विशेषकर जगतगुरु रामभद्राचार्य जी का जो स्नेह मुझे मिलता है वो अभिभूत कर देता है। सभी श्रद्धेय संतगण, मुझे खुशी है कि आज इस पवित्र स्थान पर मुझे जगत गुरु जी की पुस्तकों के विवाचन का अवसर भी मिला है। अष्टाध्यायी भाष्य, रामानंदाचार्य चरितम और भगवान कृष्ण की राष्ट्रलीला, ये सभी ग्रंथ भारत की महान ज्ञान परंपरा को और समृद्ध करेंगे। मैं इन पुस्तकों को जगत गुरु जी के आशीर्वाद का एक और स्वरूप मानता हूं। आप सभी को मैं इन पुस्तकों के विमोचन पर बधाई देता हूं। मेरे परिवारजनों, अष्टाध्यायी भारत के भाषा विज्ञान का, भारत की बौद्धिकता का और हमारी शोध संस्कृति का हजारों साल पुराना ग्रंथ है। कैसे एक एक सूत्र में व्यापक व्याकरण को समेटा जा सकता है, कैसे भाषा को संस्कृत विज्ञान में बदला जा सकता है, महर्षि पाणिनि की हजारों वर्ष पुरानी रचना इसका प्रमाण है। आप देखेंगे दुनिया में इन हजारों वर्षों में कितनी ही भाषाएं आई और चली गई। नई भाषाओं ने पुरानी भाषाओं की जगह ले ली, लेकिन हमारी संस्कृत आज भी उतनी ही अक्षुण्ण, उतनी ही अटल है। संस्कृत समय के साथ परिष्कृत तो हुई, लेकिन प्रदूषित नहीं हुई। इसका कारण संस्कृत का परिपक्व व्याकरण विज्ञान है। केवल 14 माहेश्वर सूत्रों पर टिकी यह भाषा हजारों वर्षों से शस्त्र और शास्त्र दोनों ही विधाओं की जननी रही है। संस्कृत भाषा में ही ऋषियों के द्वारा वेद की ऋचाएं प्रकट हुई है। इसी भाषा में पतंजलि के द्वारा योग का विज्ञान प्रकट हुआ है। इसी भाषा में धन्वंतरी और चरक जैसे मनुष्यों ने आयुर्वेद का सार लिखा है। इसी भाषा में कृषि पराशर जैसे ग्रंथों ने कृषि को श्रम के साथ साथ शोध से जोड़ने का काम किया है। इसी भाषा में हमें भारत भूमि के द्वारा नाट्य शास्त्र और संगीत शास्त्र का उपहार मिला है। इसी भाषा में कालिदास जैसे विद्वानों ने साहित्य के सामर्थ्य से विश्व को हैरान किया है। और इसी भाषा में अंतरिक्ष विज्ञान, धनुर्वेद और युद्ध कला के ग्रंथ भी लिखे गए हैं। और ये तो मैंने केवल कुछ ही उदाहरण दिए हैं। ये लिस्ट इतनी लंबी है कि आप एक राष्ट्र के तौर पर भारत के विकास का जो भी पक्ष देखेंगे उसमें आपको संस्कृत के योगदान के दर्शन होंगे। आज भी दुनिया की बड़ी बड़ी यूनिवर्सिटीज में संस्कृत पर रिसर्च होती है। अभी हमने ये भी देखा है कि कैसे भारत को जानने के लिए लिथुआनिया देश की राजदूत ने भी संस्कृत भाषा सीखी। यानी संस्कृत का प्रसार पूरी दुनिया में बढ़ रहा है। साथियों, गुलामी के 1000 साल के कालखंड में भारत को तरह तरह से जड़ों से उखाड़ने का प्रयास हुआ। इन्हीं में से एक था संस्कृत भाषा का पूरा विनाश। हम आजाद हुए, लेकिन जिन लोगों ने गुलामी की मानसिकता नहीं गई, वो संस्कृत के प्रति वैर भाव पालते रहे। कहीं कोई लुप्त भाषा का कोई शिलालेख मिलने पर ऐसे लोग उसका महिमा मंडन करते हैं, लेकिन हजारों वर्षों से मौजूद संस्कृत का सम्मान नहीं करते। दूसरे देश के लोग मातृभाषा जाने तो ये लोग प्रशंसा करेंगे, लेकिन संस्कृत भाषा जानने को ये पिछड़ेपन की निशानी मानते हैं। इस मानसिकता के लोग पिछले 1000 साल से हारते आ रहे हैं और आगे भी कामयाब नहीं होंगे। संस्कृत केवल परंपराओं की भाषा नहीं है, ये हमारी प्रगति और पहचान की भाषा भी है। बीते 9 वर्षों में हमने संस्कृत के प्रसार के लिए व्यापक प्रयास किए हैं। आधुनिक संदर्भ में अष्टाध्यायी भाष्य जैसे ग्रंथ इन प्रयासों को सफल बनाने में बड़ी भूमिका निभाएंगे। मेरे परिवारजनों, राम भद्राचार्य जी हमारे देश के ऐसे संत हैं जिनके अकेले ज्ञान पर दुनिया की कई यूनिवर्सिटीज स्टडी कर सकती है। बचपन से ही भौतिक नेत्र न होने के बावजूद आपके प्रज्ञा चक्षु इतने विकसित हैं कि आपको पूरे वेद वेदांग कंठस्थ है। आप सैकड़ों ग्रंथों की रचना कर चुके हैं। भारतीय ज्ञान और दर्शन में प्रस्थानत्रयी को बड़े बड़े विद्वानों के लिए भी कठिन माना जाता है। जगत गुरु जी उनका भी भाष्य आधुनिक भाषा में लिख चुके हैं। इस तरह का ज्ञान, ऐसी मेधा व्यक्तिगत नहीं होती, ये मेधा पूरे राष्ट्र की धरोहर होती है। और इसलिए हमारी सरकार ने 2015 में स्वामी जी को पद्म विभूषण से सम्मानित किया था। साथियों, स्वामी जी जितना धर्म और अध्यात्म के क्षेत्र में सक्रिय रहते हैं, उतना ही समाज और राष्ट्र के लिए भी मुखर रहते हैं। मैंने जब स्वच्छ भारत अभियान के 9 रत्नों में आपको नामित किया था, तो वो जिम्मेदारी भी आपने उतनी ही निष्ठा से उठाई थी। मुझे खुशी है कि स्वामी जी ने देश के गौरव के लिए जो संकल्प किए थे वो अब पूरे हो रहे हैं। हमारा भारत अब स्वच्छ भी बन रहा है और स्वस्थ भी बन रहा है। मां गंगा की धारा भी निर्मल हो रही है। हर देशवासी का एक और सपना पूरा करने में जगत गुरु रामभद्राचार्य जी की बहुत बड़ी भूमिका रही है। अदालत से लेकर अदालत के बाहर तक जिस राम मंदिर के लिए आपने इतना योगदान दिया, वो भी बनकर तैयार होने जा रहा है। और अभी 2 दिन पूर्व ही मुझे अयोध्या में श्री राम जन्मभूमि तीर्थ क्षेत्र ट्रस्ट द्वारा प्राण प्रतिष्ठा समारोह में शामिल होने का निमंत्रण मिला है। इसे भी मैं अपना बहुत बड़ा सौभाग्य मानता हूं। सभी संतगण आजादी के 75 वर्ष से आजादी के 100 वर्ष के सबसे अहम कालखंड को, यानी 25 साल, देश जो अब उसे अमृतकाल के रूप में देख रहा है। इस अमृतकाल में देश विकास और अपनी विरासत को साथ लेकर चल रहा है। हम अपने तीर्थों के विकास को भी प्राथमिकता दे रहे हैं। चित्रकूट तो वो स्थान है जहां आध्यात्मिक आभा भी है और प्राकृतिक सौंदर्य भी है। 45,000 करोड़ रुपए की केन बेतवा लिंक परियोजना हो, बुंदेलखंड एक्सप्रेस वे हो, डिफेंस कॉरिडोर हो, ऐसे प्रयास इस क्षेत्र में नई संभावनाएं बनाएंगे। मेरी कामना और प्रयास है चित्रकूट विकास की नई ऊंचाइयों पर पहुंचे। एक बार फिर पूज्य जगतगुरु श्री रामभद्राचार्य जी को मैं आदरपूर्वक प्रणाम करता हूं। उनके आशीर्वाद हम सबको प्रेरणा दे, शक्ति दे और उनका जो ज्ञान का प्रसाद है वो हमें निरंतर मार्गदर्शन करता रहे। इसी भावना को प्रकट करते हुए मैं हृदय से आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं। जय श्री राम।
ओम आब्रह्मन् ब्राह्मणो ब्रह्म वर्चसी जायता महाराष्ट्रे राजन्यः सूरैकव्योति व्याधि महारथो जायताम् दोग्धेर्धेनुर्बोधानड्वानाशो सप्ति पुरंध्रजोखा जिष्णुरथेष्टा सभेयो जुवास्य यजमानस्य वीरो जायताम् निकामे निकामेन पर्जन्यो बरकतु फलवत्यो न ओषधय पच्यन्ताम् योगक्षेमो न कल्पताम् इति संस्कृत राष्ट्रगीतम।
धन्यवाद माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, आपने पूज्य गुरुदेव के समग्र व्यक्तित्व को आप बड़ी गहराई से जान रहे हैं। आपने अपने भाषण में उसे रेखांकित भी किया। हम सभी और आपने कहा कि 2015 में आपने पूज्य गुरुदेव के इस समग्र व्यक्तित्व का मूल्यांकन करके पद्म विभूषण सम्मान भी से उन्हें सम्मानित किया। हम सभी सभासद और हमारे देश की करोड़ों जनता आपसे निवेदन करती है कि ऐसी विलक्षण विभूति जो इस परिस्थिति में रहकर के जिसने विश्व जनमानस को मतलब 230 ग्रंथ अद्भुत और आज जिन 9 ग्रंथों का लोकार्पण हुआ, एक सूत्र में बड़े बड़े पंडितों को पसीना आता है व्याख्या करने में, उसकी 9000 पेजों में व्याख्या प्रस्तुत करके जो एक लोकोत्तर कार्य किया है उनके
in one of the forward locations in the south of the Israel, and here the preparations are in full swing. How the troops are preparing for the ground battles. The tanks have been installed. The big Merkavas are here on the ground to totally wipe out the Hamas terrorists, and so does the regular briefings of the soldiers that are taking place here at the ground zero.
The Israel Defense Forces said its fighter jets struck 3 senior Hamas operatives in the Daraj Tufa battalion. The IDF said the battalion's operatives played a significant part in Hamas attack on Israel. According to IDF operatives, they played a significant role in invasion and murderous attack against Israel on October 7th. Israeli troops and tanks briefly raided northern Gaza overnight, engaging with Hamas terrorists and targeting anti-tank weapons in order to prepare the battlefield before an expected ground invasion. Israel's Iron Dome defense system neutralized a number of rockets fired by Hamas. A number of rockets were intercepted over Tel Aviv as air raid sirens pierced the night sky. The Magen David Adam Rescue Service said it had received no reports of rocket strikes or casualties. Distraught relatives grieved by the body of a victim of an Israeli airstrike outside the Indonesia hospital in Bet Laia. We're heading into a break right now. After the break, we'll get you details of another anti-Hindu abuse hurled by India Alliance leader. Ration scam explodes in West Bengal. Mamata Banerjee's minister Jyotipriya Malik has been arrested.
are in the one of the forward locations in the south of the Israel, and here the preparations are in full swing. How the troops are preparing for the ground.
reported from the operational base of Israel Defense Force, and I'll just show you the visuals. Israel forces is in place here. There are Merkava tanks, there are artillery which is in place here, and they've been constantly making the strike towards the Gaza Strip. But as we know, the statement that came in from IDF and ISIL that made an announcement that IDF has conducted an aerial strike on an underground terror cell of Hamas and Islamic Jihad terror operatives who were organizing an immediate terror attack.
Hello, Moto. Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Very good afternoon. I'm Rakshita Mishra, getting you all the latest top stories making headlines right now. Qatar court verdict sentences 8 ex-Navy officers, Indian Navy officers, to death. Ministry of External Affairs says government exploring legal options. Families of 8 Indians kept in the dark on details of the case and trial. Demand grows to bring back the Indian Navy officers. In Chitrakoot, Prime Minister slams anti-Sanskrit brigade, says colonial mindset led to ridiculing Sanskrit. Yet another India Alliance Neta insults Hindu religion, asks why did Ma Durga not save the country from the Britishers? A ration scam explodes in West Bengal. Mamata Banerjee's minister Jyotipriya Malik arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. It's yet another India Alliance leader who has attacked the Hindu religion. Now, in a shocking statement, Lalu's MLA Fateh Bahadur has now asked where was Ma Durga during British rule and why couldn't she save the country from the Britishers? Take a listen to what exactly Fateh Bahadur of the RJD had to say.
काल्पनिक कहानी है। दुर्गा उस कहानी का एक पात्र है। कोई देखिए, मैं मान लेता, मेरे पास साक्ष्य है, अगर दुर्गा जी या हमारे देश में मनुवादियों के अनुसार 33 करोड़ देवी और देवता हैं, लेकिन जब भारत गुलाम हुआ, जब ब्रिटिश गवर्नमेंट भारत में आया और भारत को गुलाम बनाने का काम किया, उस समय भारतीयों का संख्या जो था 30 करोड़ था और देवी देवताओं का संख्या भारतवर्ष में 33 करोड़ था। तो क्या मैं उन मनुवादियों से पूछना चाहता हूं जिन मनुवादी ने ये लिखा कि महिषासुर के करोड़ों करोड़ सेना के साथ मां दुर्गा ने लड़ाई लड़ा और महिषासुर को संहार कर दिया, तो मुट्ठी भर ब्रिटिश गवर्नमेंट जब भारत को गुलाम बनाया तो उस समय मां दुर्गा ने क्या कर रही थी? 10 हाथ का औजार कहाँ था? और इस समय तो और औजार का आविष्कार हो चुका था, तो मां दुर्गा ने ब्रिटिश गवर्नमेंट को संहार करने का काम क्यों नहीं किया?
Hitting out, the BJP has said that it has become a fashion for the opposition to abuse Hindus and hurt their sentiments. Let's take a look at all those reactions that have been coming in after this statement by the India Alliance leader.
ये नीतीश कुमार की सरकार, लालू जी की सरकार सनातन को अपमान करने का बीड़ा उठाया और इसी तरह इनके मंत्री ने रामायण को अपमानित किया और ये इसलिए करते हैं कि हिंदुओं के सहिष्णुता को बार बार चैलेंज कर रहे हैं। मंत्री रामायण को अपमान करता, विधायक दुर्गा जो दुर्गा शक्ति स्वरूपा हैं, जो दुर्गा पूरे विश्व में साधना का प्रतीक है। मैं सरकार को चेतावनी दे रहा हूं, इस ढंग से बार बार सनातन के हिंदुओं के देवी देवताओं का अपमान, धर्म ग्रंथों का अपमान करना बंद करें।
Shakti Singh of the RJD joining us on the broadcast. Shakti Singh जी, RJD के ही लीडर हैं जिन्होंने ये बयान दिया है। एक बार फिर से हम देख रहे हैं कि इंडिया अलायंस के जो लीडर्स हैं एक के बाद एक सनातन धर्म के खिलाफ जो है इस तरह के बयानात दे रहे हैं। अब आप ही के विधायक जो हैं वो कह रहे हैं कि माँ दुर्गा काल्पनिक है, वो क्यों नहीं थी जब आज़ादी की लड़ाई लड़ रहे थे, ब्रिटिशर से क्यों नहीं बचाया। सहमत है आप उनके इस बयान से?
देखिए, कोई भी आस्था के जगहों पे जहां आस्था लोगों की निहित है उस पर किसी प्रकार की प्रतिक्रिया कतई स्वीकार नहीं हो सकती है। और हम लोगों ने उन्हें ये बात कह दी है कि ये पार्टी की लाइन नहीं है, पार्टी की विचारधारा नहीं है। हम अपने धर्मों के प्रति प्रतिबद्ध भी हैं और दूसरे धर्मों का हम आदर करते हैं। हम उन धार्मिक उन्माद में या हम कभी विश्वास नहीं किया है और ये उनका निजी बयान है और निजी बयान होने के कारण पार्टी ने स्पष्ट तौर पर उनको संसूचित किया है कि ऐसे बयानों से परहेज करें और हम इन बयानों को कतई स्वीकार, ये पार्टी की लाइन नहीं है। पार्टी के चीफ स्पोक्समैन होने के नाते मैं स्पष्ट शब्दों में कह देता हूं, ये पार्टी का लाइन नहीं है, न पार्टी इसको से सहमत है। पार्टी इस बयान से अपने को अलग मानती है और उनका एक निजी बयान है। अगर उनको आस्था नहीं है तो वो उनका विषय है। आस्था अगर आप नहीं कहीं लगता है कि है तो आपको पूरे तौर पर किसी को आहत करने का अधिकार प्रदत्त नहीं है और राष्ट्रीय जनता दल ने स्पष्ट तौर पर इन बातों को कह दिया है।
Right, all right. Thank you so much, Mr. Shakti Singh, for joining us here on the broadcast. So that was RJD leader Shakti Singh, who was saying that the party has sent out the message that they do not stand by this statement of RJD MLA Fateh Singh on the attack on Ma Durga. Let's take a listen to some more reactions that have come in because BJP has hit out at the Bihar MLA on this insult to Sanatan Dharma.
यादव सबसे बड़े पुजारी बनते हैं ना, नवरात्रा की पूजा करते हैं, उनके एमएलए ऐसे बोल रहे हैं कि माँ दुर्गा फिक्शियस है। ये उनके माइंडसेट दिखाती है कि किस माइंडसेट के हैं वो। और उसी तरह से कर्नाटका हो चाहे आप डीएमके की बात करिए, ये एक सोची समझी स्ट्रैटेजी का एस्टैब्लिश हिस्सा है कि हिंदू धर्म को बदनाम करो, हिंदू धर्म को डिमीन करो, हिंदू धर्म में लोगों का विश्वास कम करो। ये एक प्लान्ड ऑर्गेनाइज स्ट्रैटेजी है जो अगले 10 साल तक चलने वाली है। ये जानबूझ के ऐसा कर रहे हैं और इसमें इनका बस एक फायदा है कि हिंदू धर्म में लोगों की आस्था कमजोर करो, क्योंकि ये डर चुके हैं कि पिछले 10 वर्षों में जो एक हिंदू धर्म की सेंटिमेंट पूरे देश में फैली है उससे इनको डर लगता है।
मां दुर्गा को काल्पनिक बताते हुए कहा कि अगर इतनी उनमें शक्ति थी तो ब्रिटिश से
पता नहीं उनका ज्ञान कितना है, लेकिन आजकल बिहार में ही नहीं पूरे भारतवर्ष में हिंदू आस्था पर प्रहार हो रहा है और ये इंडिया जो फोरम है उनका निश्चित रूप से कोई साजिश के तहत हिंदुओं के सेंटिमेंट्स को चोट पहुंचाने का काम कर रहे हैं। मुझे हिंदू होने का गर्व है, देश में अधिकांश हिंदू हैं और इस भारत माता की जय करने वाले लोग भारतीय जनता पार्टी के 18 करोड़ कार्यकर्ता और देशवासी को गर्व है। परंतु बिहार में ऐसा देखने को मिल रहा है, चाहे वो स्कूल की छुट्टियां हो, हिंदू पर्व के समय काट दिया जाता है, चाहे दशहरा का समय हो तो बैंड वाले जो लोग होते हैं, बाजा वाले, उनका सामान जब्त कर लिया जाता है। तो आखिर एक ही समाज के लोगों को इस प्रकार से केंद्र बिंदु बना करके प्रताड़ित करना और अज्ञानता का कोई उत्तर नहीं है। जनता देखती है, जनता जवाब देगी। और अगर लगता है कि देवी माँ का अपमान करके वो किसी समाज को खुश करेंगे तो इससे बड़ा अपराध समाज के लिए कुछ नहीं हो सकता।
Hello Moto. Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
In other news now, after inaugurating the 7th edition of India Mobile Congress, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has said that the future is here and now. Prime Minister further said that we are moving in the direction of becoming leaders in the area of 6G technology.
अभी कुछ मिनट पहले मैंने यहाँ एग्जीबिशन में लगे कुछ स्टॉल्स देखे। इस एग्जीबिशन में मैंने उसी फ्यूचर की झलक देखी, चाहे टेलीकॉम हो, टेक्नोलॉजी हो या फिर कनेक्टिविटी, चाहे 6G हो, AI हो, साइबर सिक्योरिटी हो, सेमीकंडक्टर्स हो ड्रोन या स्पेस सेक्टर हो, डीप सी हो, ग्रीन टेक हो या फिर दूसरे सेक्टर्स, आने वाला समय बिल्कुल ही अलग होने जा रहा है।
The Prime Minister took a dig at the UPA government as well, mentioning the infamous 2G scam.
स्क्रीन को कितना भी स्वाइप कर ले, चाहे जितने भी बटन दबा ले, असर कुछ होता ही नहीं था। बराबर है ना? और ऐसी ही स्थिति उस समय सरकार की भी थी। उस समय भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था का या कहें या तब की सरकार ही हैंग हो गए वाले मोड में थी।
West Bengal Minister Jyotipriya Malik, who was arrested by the ED and was brought to ESI Hospital in Joka for medical examination, has been arrested in a case of alleged corruption in PDS ration distribution in the state. Arrest comes a day after the ED conducted searches at Malik's residence in Salt Lake on the outskirts of Kolkata. The BJP has launched a scathing attack at the West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee over the arrest of TMC Minister Malik. The BJP has alleged that the arrest of the TMC Minister has confirmed that the West Bengal Chief Minister is backing thieves.
जी जो कह रही है नया कोई नहीं, इससे पहले भी अफसर को बचाने के लिए वो धरने में बैठी है। चोरों के ऊपर उनका बहुत बड़ा सहानुभूति है और वो बोल रहे हैं कि ज्योतिप्रिय मलिक का डायबिटीज है। क्या जिनका डायबिटीज है उनके ऊपर हम ये दायित्व दे दें कि वो चोरी करें?
Speaking at the passing out parade, Union Minister Amit Shah reflected on the 3 criminal law bills which the Parliament panel is set to examine today. Union Minister says that the bills will play a significant role in country's new criminal justice system.
कि आप जब सेवा में आपका प्रथम पैर रखेंगे यहाँ से निकलकर, तब देश एक नए युग की ओर जाने की शुरुआत कर चुका है। अंग्रेजों के समय से 1850 के आसपास बने हुए तीनों कानून जो हमारी क्रिमिनल जस्टिस सिस्टम का चालक बल है, सीआरपीसी, आईपीसी और एविडेंस एक्ट, ये तीनों कानूनों में आमूलचूर परिवर्तन कर सरकार ने 3 नए कानून देश की संसद के सामने रखे हैं। अभी गृह विभाग की संसदीय समिति इसका अध्ययन कर रही है। कुछ ही समय में ये कानून पारित हो जाएंगे और ये कानून के आधार पर हमारी नई क्रिमिनल जस्टिस सिस्टम की शुरुआत होगी।
The Congress Election Committee meeting on Telangana has begun at the AICC office in New Delhi today. Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge chaired the CEC meeting. Party's prominent leaders like Sonia Gandhi, Salman Khurshid, along with others, were present at the meeting. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin has urged President Draupadi Murmu to give assent to the state's anti-NEET bill, taking up the matter with her during her visit. President Draupadi Murmu, along with Tamil Nadu Governor R.N. Ravi and Union Minister Sarbanand Sonowal, attended the 8th convocation ceremony of Indian Maritime University. A shocking video has surfaced that showed a police personnel thrown into the air after being hit by an SUV in the Connaught Place area in central Delhi. In the CCTV footage of the incident, which happened on the intervening night of 24th and 25th of October, it can be seen that the cop was standing in front of a traffic barricade beside the car. The SUV first hit the car and then the cop, throwing him up in the air. Time for a short break. On the other side, Ashok Gehlot's son faces ED heat in FEMA case. Vaibhav Gehlot summoned yet to join investigation. And 3 Hamas terror operatives killed in airstrike as Israel's unrelenting fight against terror continues.
one of the forward locations in the south of the Israel, and here the preparations are in full swing. How the troops are preparing for the ground battles. The tanks have been installed. The big Merkavas are here on the ground to totally wipe out the Hamas terrorists, and so does the regular briefings of the soldiers that are taking place here at the ground zero.
is reporting from Kibbutz Berry, which is just a miles away from the Gaza Strip. The situation in Kibbutz Berry is being worst as the people were living their normal life. But on 7th of October, when the Hamas terrorists who invaded the whether through air, by through aerial, land and maritime, they invaded and started opening firing. More than 120 people who lost their life and many of the people, and including children, were abducted. What is a clear message to the Hamas terrorists?
These were good people. This is our family. We are going to find every single person from Hamas that did this and eliminate them.
సాగునీటి కోసం కృష్ణా వాటర్ డిస్ప్యూట్ ట్రిబ్యునల్ కూడా నరేంద్ర మోడీ గారు ఎన్నో సంవత్సరాల ఆకాంక్ష నెరవేర్చాడు.
मित्रों, तेलंगाना के 40 लाख किसानों को हर साल किसान सम्मान निधि के 6,000 रुपया उनके बैंक अकाउंट में भरकर मोदी जी ने तेलंगाना के किसानों को अब तक 9,000 करोड़ रुपया दिया है.
మిత్రులారా, కిసాన్ సమ్మాన్ నిధి కింద ప్రతి రైతుకు సంవత్సరానికి 6,000 రూపాయల చొప్పున తెలంగాణలో ఉన్నటువంటి 40 లక్షల మంది రైతులకు సుమారు 9,000 కోట్ల రూపాయలు ప్రతి 4 నెలలకోసారి రైతుల అకౌంట్లలో నరేంద్ర మోడీ గారు జమ చేస్తా ఉన్నారు.
जल जीवन मिशन में 54 लाख गरीब परिवारों को नल से जल देकर शुद्ध पीने का पानी देने का काम प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने किया है।
జల జీవన్ మిషన్ కింద ఈ రోజు గ్రామీణ ప్రాంతాల్లో ఉన్నటువంటి పేదలకు కూడా శుభ్రమైనటువంటి నీళ్లు అందించాలనే దృక్పథంతో పెద్ద ఎత్తున నిధులు ఇస్తా ఉన్నటువంటి విషయాన్ని మనం చేస్తా ఉన్నాం।
लगभग 33 लाख गरीब परिवारों को शौचालय देकर महिलाओं को सम्मान के साथ जीने का अधिकार नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने दिया है।
ఏ ఇంట్లో అయితే టాయిలెట్ లేదో ప్రతి ఇంట్లో కూడా టాయిలెట్ అంటే ప్రతి ఇంట్లో కూడా నరేంద్ర మోడీ గారు మహిళల గౌరవాన్ని పెంచడం కోసం ఆత్మ గౌరవం కోసం టాయిలెట్ల నిర్మాణం చేయిస్తున్నాడు।
गरीब परिवारों को लगभग 1 करोड़ 90 लाख जनता को 5 किलो अनाज 5 किलो चावल फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट देने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार ने किया है।
గత 4 సంవత్సరాలుగా ఈ దేశంలో తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రంలో ఉన్నటువంటి ప్రతి పేదవాడి ఆకలి తీర్చడం కోసం నెలకు 5 కేజీల చొప్పున ప్రతి వ్యక్తికి ఈ తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రంలో 1,90,000 మందికి ఉచిత బియ్యం ఇస్తా ఉన్నాడు।
ये 10 साल में नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने तेलंगाना के विकास के लिए 25 लाख करोड़ रुपया तेलंगाना के विकास के लिए खर्च किया है।
తెలంగాణ అభివృద్ధి కోసం కేంద్ర ప్రభుత్వము లక్షలాది రూపాయలు తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్ర అభివృద్ధి కోసం అందిస్తా ఉంది।
मित्रों, मुझे बताइए, अयोध्या में राम मंदिर बनना चाहिए या नहीं बनना चाहिए?
అయోధ్యలో రామ జన్మభూమి స్థానంలో రాముడు జన్మించిన స్థానంలో రామ మందిర నిర్మాణం జరగాలా వద్దా చెప్పండి।
550 साल से भगवान टेंट में रहते थे। आज घोषणा हो चुकी है 22 जनवरी को मोदी जी वहां जाकर प्राण प्रतिष्ठा करने वाले हैं।
మిత్రులారా 550 సంవత్సరాల నుంచి పోరాటము ఆరాటము అయోధ్యలో రామ మందిర నిర్మాణం జరగాలని ఈ రోజు మన కళ సాకారం అవుతుంది। నరేంద్ర మోడీ గారు ఆ యొక్క దేవాలయంలో మొదటిసారి పూజ చేయబోతున్నాడని మనం చేస్తా ఉన్నాం।
सूर्यपेट वालों, आप भी टिकट बुक करा कर रखना। जनवरी के अंत में अयोध्या में राम जन्मभूमि पर वही जगह पर प्रभु श्री राम का गगनचुंबी मंदिर बनकर तैयार हो जाएगा।
సూర్యాపేట ప్రజలారా మీరందరూ రావాలి। అయోధ్యలో ఎక్కడైతే రాముడు జన్మించిన స్థానంలో ఒక భవ్యమైనటువంటి దివ్యమైనటువంటి రామ మందిర నిర్మాణం జరుగుతుంది।
अंत में मुझे बताइए, आप सभी प्रत्याशी आगे आ जाओगे, हमारे प्रत्याशियों को प्रचंड बहुमत से जिताएंगे क्या? जोर से बोलिए, जिताएंगे? कमल के निशान पर बटन दबाएंगे? मोदी जी को फिर से प्रधानमंत्री बनाएंगे? तेलंगाना में भाजपा सरकार बनाएंगे? तो मेरे साथ दोनों हाथ उठाइए, विजय के संकल्प की मुट्ठी बींचे और प्रचंड आवाज से बोलिए, भारत माता की
जय,
भारत माता की
जय,
भारत माता की वंदे वंदे वंदे
मातरम। भारत माता की।
Republic is the only channel who have been reporting from Israel's Iron Dome military defense system. Okay, we have to get down again. It's a missile. It's a missile has been fired. As you can see on the screen, there are missiles
showing you. Alisha has been exclusively reporting from the ground zero that this was the Iron Dome system that has just now fired another missile. So these are the exclusive visuals that we are showing.
The rocket that has been fired but has now been intercepted by the Iron Dome.
Good evening and welcome friends. This Friday 5 p.m. live and breaking. 8 former Navy officers sentenced to death in a very secretive manner by a court, lower court in Qatar, and the families asking for quick response from the government, as also whatever it takes to get them out of this judicial process in Qatar and get them back. That's going to be our focus this 5 p.m. Let's begin with the headlines first. Qatar court verdict sentencing 8 ex-Navy officers to death. MEA says government exploring all legal options. Families of 8 Indians kept in the dark on the details of the case and trial. Demand grows to bring them back.
जिन लोगों ने गुलामी की मानसिकता नहीं गई, वो संस्कृत के प्रति वैर भाव पालते रहे। इस मानसिकता के लोग पिछले 1000 साल से हारते आ रहे हैं और आगे भी कामयाब नहीं होंगे।
In Chitrakoot, Prime Minister slams anti-Sanskrit brigade, says colonial mindset led to ridiculing the ancient language.
गवर्नमेंट जब भारत को गुलाम बनाया तो उस समय मां दुर्गा ने क्या कर रही थी?
Yet another India Alliance Neta insults Hindu religion, asks why did Ma Durga not save the country from Britishers? Ration scam explodes in West Bengal. Mamata Banerjee's minister Jyotirmoy Malik arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. As the Israel-Hamas war continues to rage on, now we are getting in visuals from Tel Aviv, where a rocket launched by Hamas terrorists have now struck a residential building, injuring at least 3. These pictures All right, a breaking news development, in fact, coming in from the war zone in Israel, where rockets launched from Hamas territory have targeted Tel Aviv, traveling as far as the Israeli capital, and a residential building has been hit, leading to the injury of 3. And as war continues to rage on, rocket attacks not stopping, despite all the bombing of the Gaza territory that has been carried out by Israel over the last 20 days and all the destruction of the terrorist infrastructure controlled by Hamas in the northern part of Gaza. Rockets continue to be launched. Just gives you an idea of the kind of military infrastructure, the scale of preparation for this war that Hamas did before carrying out that dastardly October 7th terror attack on the Israeli soil. And let's go to Gursimran on that note. Gursimran has been bringing to you all the reports from the war zone from the second day of the Israeli response. And Gursimran, over to you. Please tell us which part of Tel Aviv has been hit, and are we fearing any casualties? You are in Sderot, of course, but then the fact that Hamas continues to send in rockets as far as Tel Aviv shows the kind of preparation Hamas really did and the kind of firepower they still have despite 20 days of bombing by the Israeli Defense Forces.
See, Abhishek, Hamas seems to be prepared for any kind of eventuality because it is very much clear because we are on to the 21st day of the war and still the Hamas side is continuously bombing the areas, especially the civilian areas. The alert was sounded in the Tel Aviv in the entire central belt of the Israel, and then this, which is almost a 4 to 5 kilometer location from the airport that was hit by the rocket that was launched from the Israel side. There was a barrage of rockets that were launched from the side of Hamas that hit, one of which that was not intercepted by the Iron Dome system, hit a residential complex in which 3 persons are said to be injured, and now the relief and the rescue operations are on. It has hit we are told, at the top floor of this very building, and 3 persons have been injured. Now the teams of the Zaka, which is a local team of the specialized troops who are specialized in the any rescue and relief work, they have reached there, and it is the Jaffa area that what we are getting to know, where this missile has struck a residential complex, and now the entire area has been cordoned in. Abhishek.
All right, the area cordoned, and of course shows the kind of preparation that's there of Hamas. But Gursimran, I would want to know that yesterday there was a ground raid carried out by the Israeli Defense Forces inside the Gaza Strip to check what they are going to face in a major ground offensive. It's been going on for a while. Gursimran, are we really getting a sense that a ground offensive is now imminent, that the testing of waters has started? I believe yesterday in the raid that was carried out, the Israeli Defense Forces took a tank and a bulldozer with them and checked the preparations insofar as anti-tank weaponry of Hamas is concerned, and then perhaps the Israeli Defense Forces realized that they are in good condition to go and launch the ground offensive?
See, Abhishek, it was launched for almost 6 hours. These cross-border raids that they have conducted, they went at around 11 and they returned at around 5 in the morning. This was what we were told by some officials in the Israel Defense Forces. They said that what they are releasing in the public domain is just the tip of the iceberg, and there are many such other operations that are underway. You will know that the operations to trace out the location of the hostages are also underway, but no information has been shared with regards to same by the Israel Defense Forces. Now coming to this operation, this was a full-fledged surgical strike that the Israel side did on the terrorists of Hamas. They entered the territory of Hamas after uprooting the fence that they have made, and along with the Merkava tanks, almost a dozen of Merkava tanks entered the territory of the Gaza, and then they decimated not only the tunnel shafts but also some of the operational centers that were very near to the border. It is very important, keeping in view the next plan of action that the Israel side has, that is their ground invasion plan that they have, and for that they need the area very near to the border be secure for them to establish a base, and then they can advance, because as they will enter the territory of Hamas for the full-scale invasion, they have to clear the areas and then to move forward. And as we speak, there are many such operations that are underway, but the operation that was carried out on the night, day before yesterday, that was one of the critical one, as the operation, it was in the first phase that the forces were entering the land of Gaza, and then they successfully carried out the operation and returned back safely on the morning, yesterday morning.
Sushmita or Sharmila? Gaza from the war zone. Take care of yourself as you bring us all those pictures and reports. And of course, we are not going to leave this story anytime soon. And viewers, we are going to keep bringing you up to date with what's happening in Israel with its counteroffensive. But for now, moving on to a significant development in India's development story. Tata Group is set to commence the production of Apple iPhones in India, 100% of them catering to both the domestic and global markets. The Indian government has said this will happen within the next 2.5 years. The announcement came from India's Electronics and Technology Minister Rajiv Chandrasekhar, I am told. Sharmila, our business editor, is joining us from the newsroom. Sharmila, over to you. That's a significant development. As of now, I believe only assembly of iPhones is happening in India in the name of Make in India. But then very soon we are going to have 100% of the iPhones actually manufactured in India by the Tatas.
Yeah, big day, Abhishek, as we know that Karnataka-based Warfront was already assembling the iPhones in India. now the deal has come through between Tata and Wistron, and the Tata Group has taken over, Wistron's Indian manufacturing through 100% acquisition, and very soon we are likely to see the complete assembly and production of iPhone series out of Karnataka in India. It's a big day and it's a big development. This is also pivoting India's, a milestone which pivots India as a global manufacturing hub, and it's just the beginning, as I would like to say.
Okay, that's just a beginning.
Yes,
but then, Sharmila, the fact that as of now also we have made in India iPhones, what would be the difference between the ones that are manufactured now and the ones that the Tata Group would be bringing out 2 years from now, as the minister says?
See, technically there wouldn't be any difference because it is a technological trade. Wistron, which has a technological know-how, the ingredients or the way the phone is manufactured, there is not going to be any qualitative difference, but it's only a change in location, the change in scale. Wistron has already promised iPhone a huge amount of deliveries in 2024. It has also promised that they would double their workforce in Karnataka, and these deliveries are now going to be completely in the hands of the Tata Group, which is going to take it on from here. Abhishek.
All right, thank you, Sharmila, for those details. And on that note, we move on to the story, which is the most important one, which is the Qatar court that has sentenced to death 8 Indian former Navy officers in an alleged case of espionage. The judgment has now, of course, sent shockwaves across the country. Taking stock of the situation, the Ministry of External Affairs has now said that the government is exploring all legal options. But then the families of those 8 Indians and those former Navy officers who have been kept in the dark regarding the details of the case and trial are now demanding quicker action and a little more engagement with them so that they know what exactly is happening. It's been a setback since the due process was followed by the Qatari side in a very secretive manner, and the punishment of death penalty sentenced slapped on Indian citizens. These were working for a company which was a private company owned by an Omani citizen, and these officers were actually helping Qatar beef up its naval forces. They were working on a submarine project, and Qatar later arrested them and accused them of carrying out espionage. And one of them, in fact, is an officer who was awarded Pravasi Bharatiya Divas Samman for bringing Qatar and India close together. All right, in fact, in an exclusive, Republic spoke to the family member of Commander Sugunakar Pakala, who's there on your screen, viewers, and the family has now appealed to the government demanding justice for the veteran and the others. Listen in.
The first thing is, without proving what fault they have done, this is very injustice. From last 14 months, we all are suffering, all our families are suffering. Eight naval officers' families. Right. Which is a very bad part on it. And without any proper evidence, they are trying to punish these innocent officers, in which one is a president awardee.
Right.
And yesterday itself, the scenario they have changed it that they are trying to spy to Israel.
Right.
Why will an Indian try to do a spy for other government, other country and other government?
Right.
Which makes no sense in that statement.
Right.
And these are all respectable ex-naval officers.
Right. Right.
They all are being awarded.
Right. As I can see, I mean, you and your family are basically in shock with the verdict. Did you reach out?
100%.
Did you reach out to the government officials for help, Mr. Kalyan?
Yes. Indian government is back with us from day one.
Right.
They are helping us out in all the ways.
Right.
But the problem is the Qatar government is not even giving any evidence that this fault that these men have done.
Right.
They are just trying to keep in a black mode.
Right. Right.
Which has no definition for it.
Right.
And without giving a proper statement, you cannot punish anybody. And sending to death is something of very shocking news.
Right. Right. Did you get any consular or legal assistance so far in this case?
Yes. From the Indian government we are getting. The embassy is with us.
Right.
And her health is completely down from yesterday. Seeing her health, we all are literally, मतलब ऐसा लगता है कि हमें भी ले जाकर वहीं दफना दे तो अच्छा है.
I can certainly understand. It must be a very difficult time for all of you.
जी के मेरी बहन और बच्चे क्या करेंगे?
All right, back in November of 2022, Republic had spoken to Meetu Bhargav, sister of retired Commander Punendu Trivedi. Meetu Bhargav had back then sought help from the government to bring her brother back. Listen into that exclusive conversation from November of 2022.
Ms. Bhargav, I just want you to start with telling our viewers, because this is a story which has been brushed under the carpet. Not much has been spoken about it in the media. You are speaking to the media for the first time. I would want you to perhaps narrate what really has transpired in the last 2 months.
I would kindly inform that on 30th August, my brother, retired Commander Punendu Tiwari, was abducted. We came to know after 2 weeks, and that too through company services. And till now, we are the government is doing. We know that the government is doing a lot to repatriate, but still it should be acting more fastly, so that all these 8 officers, they are Navy veterans, and they should be immediately repatriated to India.
Ms. Bhargava, my colleague Tanisha is also joining us on this broadcast, who would like to take a question from you.
Yes, please.
Right. Ma'am, has the firm that they were working for, now these Navy 8 former Navy officers were working with this firm, this private firm who was training the Navy officers in Qatar. Has this private firm come in touch with you? Have they said anything? Have they apprised you of anything that they have come through? Or when was the last time that you got in touch with the firm?
Yes, the firm Dara Global Technology and Consultancy Services, they came in touch with us after the abduction, 2 weeks after the abduction of my brother. And last time we were
Ma'am, when was the last time when you had a word with your brother?
That was on 30th October. Through telephone.
Well, Ms. Bhargava, as I understand, just about a few days ago, the Ministry of External Affairs did say that they are in touch with the Qatari authorities. There is a communication channel that has been opened up. I want to know from you, have you been able to establish any connector with our embassy in Doha? Is there any kind of response that you've heard? If they have, what is it that they are saying right now?
The MEA, Mr. Arindam Bagchi, yes, he gave the statement, but very sorry to say, it came after 65 days. We are, I plead the MEA, the Honorable Prime Minister, the Government of India, to act fast and bring back all the 8 veterans to India, repatriate them immediately to India.
Ms. Bhargava, just to understand, for 2 months almost, there has been absolutely no communication whatsoever. What do you think actually went wrong, in the sense that when you spoke to your brother last and from there onwards, is there anything that you've heard from the Qatari authorities or anywhere else with regards to the current whereabouts of the Navy officers?
So, sorry, nothing was, nothing we came to know about him, but we know that he is under solitary confinement, which is very sad, and it is very not good for the health of these 8 veterans also, because they are senior most citizens and retired armed force veterans.
Well, Ms. Markova, I know this is undoubtedly a very tough moment for you, but is there any foul play that you suspect at this point in time, given the fact that for almost 2 months, none of the authorities want to really wanted to speak about it?
Yes, sorry, no idea.
Okay. I think so. My colleague Tarisha would like to take the last question.
Yes, ma'am, you said that Arindam Bakshi, the MEA spokesperson, did give an assurance that they'll be soon trying for the early release of the 8 Navy veterans. But apart from that, what else do you demand from the government? Because it's been almost actually today is the 70th day, as you were telling me, that these 8 former Navy officers have gone missing. What are your demands that you want to put through Republic TV today?
Yes, to repatriate all the 8 officers back to India immediately within a day or two. And yesterday I tweeted my last tweet, which I tweeted yesterday. I would like to read it once again, and that would be enough for the government to as a message for the government. The Indian government need to act immediately, swiftly, and walk the talk if they really care about their defense personnel. As today is the 70th day of the illegal solitary confinement of a senior citizen, Navy veterans in Doha, who all because of their age are suffering from medical ailments. Delay in their release is causing extreme hardship to these veterans and their families also. And they have served their motherland. Hence, again, plead our government, our Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Modi, that to kindly expedite their release. Thank you so much.
All right, staying with this story, and yet another exclusive, Team Republic also spoke to the former ambassador to Qatar, KP Fabian, who has said that India and Qatar share a very crucial trade and bilateral relationship, and negotiation is the only way forward. Take a listen.
Now, there has been little known over the fact on exactly what are the charges on which all of these 8 former Indian Navy officers have been sentenced as for death penalty. By the understanding of this case, as you've also been as an ambassador to Qatar in the past, what do you think make the charges which are so serious that they have been handed death penalty?
Well, we have to go by what is available in the public domain, because understandably both governments have been rather reluctant to pass on information on such a sensitive subject. So from what is available on the public domain, it is clear that it was a question of alleged spying. And some reports have indicated, you might also have seen, that the spying was done on behalf of Israel. So this is what we know from the public domain. And then we also know, again from the public domain, that these 7 officers, commanders, captains, and 1 sailor, they have been working with a particular company, Oman headquartered company, and that company has been highly contract with Qatari Navy for rendering services, including, the midget submarine from Italy, to sort of make the Qatari Navy acquainted how to make use of it and all that. So it was very sensitive. So this is what has happened, namely, very sensitive defense-related information. The allegation or the charge has been sort of, parted with, and that to another country. So that is the allegation. Now, we have also to understand that while the trial was going on, trial started in March this year, and the 7th trial was over yesterday. Was in October, and the verdict was given yesterday. So, what we have to understand is that when the trial is on, there is no point in asking His Highness the Amir to give a pardon, because pardon comes after the verdict, not before the verdict. But understandably, the families have been asking for it, the pardon, which is again understandable. After all, we are all human beings. So my view is that, taking into account the larger context of relations between State of Qatar and India, 8 lakhs of Indians are in Qatar, so many of them holding, professional positions, doctors, engineers, managers, and also the deepening commercial relations, because the trade is, bilateral trade was about $15 billion, 21-22. Heavily in favor of, if you look at the balance, heavily in favor of Qatar, because we buy LNG from them. Not only LNG, ethylene, urea, ammonia, things like that. So it is heavily in favor of Qatar.
All right, so the diplomat view is that India should be exerting more diplomatic influence with Doha to get an early acquittal and release of those veterans who were working, in fact, to strengthen Qatari Navy. But then for some strange reason, possibly with some role having been played by Pakistan, Qatar has come to a conclusion like they have. I'm told we are joined in over the phone by Colonel Rohit Dev, and let's try to understand what exactly happens from here on. Now, Colonel Dev, if you are able to listen to me, if you are getting me, the question is that now that a conviction has happened, there would obviously be an appeals process, and it could be long. What are the options really available? The former ambassador said that we should be persisting with the Qatari establishment and try to get an early acquittal and release, but it's going to be not an easy task.
No, not at all, Abhishek. By no stretch of imagination, the legal part is going to be any less than being sticky and murky and a lot of angst there as well. But let me break down the logic which can be used here in this case. And it stems from the initial part when these naval officers and the sergeant were employed by that company. And you are aware that the CEO of that company was also taken into custody but later released. So if they were training the Qatari Navy, the question which begs an answer from the Qatari agency itself is that if I'm training you, how do I have access to such sensitive knowledge about an Italian company trying to make submarines and things like that in your country? It is not possible. So it's not possible for any training entity to enter into specifics of technicality to be stemmed out for an espionage case. That is one. Second, what they are trying to do today is to put some kind of a diplomatic pressure on India, which stems from our stands on many issues. And while we have had a very good relation with Qatar for the last 8-9 years, starting from the time of late Sushma Swaraj ji, and when we were able to, curtail the Qatari money coming into the Pakistani establishment for terror activity, I think this now stands as a sore point. And it's not that India has not been taking up this case with the Qatari officials. And just like your channel is trying to talk about it, I'm quite surprised that a channel like Al Jazeera has not spoken about it till very late. So I think there is something amiss in this conviction as well. And if the conviction news is being used to showcase some kind of a diplomatic pressure, I'm afraid it will not work. But let me play the devil's advocate as well. Maybe there was some conversation between the naval officers and somebody to do with something. It may be based on some kind of a cookhouse gossip, right? So I'm sitting in an establishment of the Qatari Navy and somebody's talking about something and I say, okay, they are making something like a summary. I mean, I don't think so. Qatari Navy will be so naive to share details of construct. I'm very sure that the Italian company involved will be not so naive to share details, technical details of that nature of a submarine with anybody who's just in the training establishment. So I think what the Indian government must do is ask for specifics, and the only way forward I see is currently kind of a diplomatic parley to happen, so that the Qatari mainframe establishment, the people, the rulers, they take cognizance.
Yes.
And if nothing else, then on the basis of a pardon, these lives are spared currently, while we can take action and see what's happened in the case.
Right. Okay. Thank you so much, Colonel Rohit Dev. In fact, the sentencing of the 8 Indian former Navy officers happened yesterday in an alleged case of espionage, and the families await their safe return, obviously wanting to exert pressure on the government. They were arrested sometime in August last year. Let's try to understand the timeline as to what happened when to this package on the timeline of the events.
8 Navy veterans languishing in Qatar prison for over a year, now sentenced to death. For last 14 months, there have been very little information available on the case, the reason for arrest and trial. Reports say these 8 Navy veterans who worked for a Qatar-based defense service provider were picked up on August 30, 2002 in the dead of the night by Qatari intelligence services. It was only in mid-September that Indian Embassy learned about the arrests, and by the end of the month they were allowed to contact family members. First consular access was granted in October 3 the same year, and for the next few months weekly calls were allowed to family members. The trial in the case started on March 29th this month, but the details have not been made public.
What is the accusation which is up in air, not being defined by the government? Why? But up in air is what? You are allowing somebody who was employed by your Air Force officer, your trainer of armed forces, to go to the submarine, take out the details, pass it to Israel. Wow, beautiful security system you have. And what beautiful upright moral values you have, that you will not declare it. You will not declare the charges.
On October 26, the 8 Navy veterans were sentenced to death, and pressure is mounting on Indian government to act swiftly to ensure bringing them back. Agency report for Republic TV.
Qatar court verdict sentencing 8 ex-Indian Navy officers to death. Ministry of External Affairs says government exploring legal options. Families of 8 Indians kept in the dark on details of the case, and the trial demand grows to bring back the Indian sailors.
जिन लोगों ने गुलामी की मानसिकता नहीं गई, वो संस्कृत के प्रति वैर भाव पालते रहे। इस मानसिकता के लोग पिछले 1000 साल से हारते आ रहे हैं और आगे भी कामयाब नहीं होंगे।
In Chitrakoot, Prime Minister slams the anti-Sanskrit brigade, says colonial mindset led to ridiculing Sanskrit.
ब्रिटिश गवर्नमेंट जब भारत को गुलाम बनाया तो उस समय मां दुर्गा ने क्या कर रही थी?
Yet another India Alliance Neta insults Hindu religion. Asked why did Ma Durga not save the country from Britishers? Ration scam explodes in West Bengal. Mamata Banerjee's minister Jyotipriya Malik arrested by the ED. And 3 Hamas terror operatives killed in airstrike as Israel's unrelenting fight against terror continues. Now viewers, yet another India Alliance leader has attacked Hindu religion. In a shocking comment, Lalu Prasad Yadav's MLA Fateh Bahadur has now asked where was Ma Durga during the British rule and why couldn't she save the country from the Britishers? Let's take a listen in to that incendiary remark by Fateh Bahadur and the reaction that followed.
एक काल्पनिक कहानी है। दुर्गा उस कहानी का एक पात्र है। कोई देखिए, मैं मान लेता, मेरे पास साक्ष्य है, अगर दुर्गा जी या हमारे देश में मनुवादियों के अनुसार 33 करोड़ देवी और देवता हैं, लेकिन जब भारत गुलाम हुआ, जब ब्रिटिश गवर्नमेंट भारत में आया और भारत को गुलाम बनाने का काम किया, उस समय भारतीयों का संख्या जो था 30 करोड़ था और देवी देवताओं का संख्या भारतवर्ष में 33 करोड़ था। तो क्या मैं उन मनुवादियों से पूछना चाहता हूं जिन मनुवादी ने ये लिखा कि महिषासुर के करोड़ों करोड़ सेना के साथ मां दुर्गा ने लड़ाई लड़ा और महिषासुर को संहार कर दिया, तो मुट्ठी भर ब्रिटिश गवर्नमेंट जब भारत को गुलाम बनाया तो उस समय मां दुर्गा ने क्या कर रही थी? 10 हाथ का औजार कहाँ था? और इस समय तो और औजार का आविष्कार हो चुका था, तो मां दुर्गा ने ब्रिटिश गवर्नमेंट को संहार करने का काम क्यों नहीं किया?
So you heard RJD Neta's comments on Ma Durga. And now, hitting back at him, the BJP has said that it has become a fashion of sorts for their opposition to abuse Hindus and hurt their sentiments. Let's take a listen in.
ये नीतीश कुमार की सरकार, लालू जी की सरकार, सनातन को अपमान करने का बीड़ा उठाया और इसी तरह इनके मंत्री ने रामायण को अपमानित किया और ये इसलिए करते हैं कि हिंदुओं के सहिष्णुता को बार बार चैलेंज कर रहे हैं। मंत्री रामायण को अपमान करता, विधायक दुर्गा, जो दुर्गा शक्ति स्वरूपा हैं, जो दुर्गा पूरे विश्व में साधना का प्रतीक है। मैं सरकार को चेतावनी दे रहा हूं, इस ढंग से बार बार सनातन के हिंदुओं के देवी देवताओं का अपमान, धर्म ग्रंथों का अपमान करना बंद करें।
तो यादव सबसे बड़े पुजारी बनते हैं ना, नवरात्रा की पूजा करते हैं, उनके एमएलए ऐसे बोल रहे हैं कि माँ दुर्गा फिक्शियस नहीं है। ये उनके माइंडसेट दिखाती है कि किस माइंडसेट के हैं वो। और उसी तरह से कर्नाटका हो, चाहे आप डीएमके की बात करिए, ये एक सोची समझी स्ट्रैटेजी का एस्टैब्लिश हिस्सा है कि हिंदू धर्म को बदनाम करो, हिंदू धर्म को डिमीन करो, हिंदू धर्म में लोगों का विश्वास कम करो। ये एक प्लान्ड ऑर्गेनाइज स्ट्रैटेजी है जो अगले 10 साल तक चलने वाली है। ये जानबूझ के ऐसा कर रहे हैं और इसमें इनका बस एक फायदा है कि हिंदू धर्म में लोगों की आस्था कमजोर करो, क्योंकि ये डर चुके हैं कि पिछले 10 वर्षों में जो एक हिंदू धर्म की सेंटिमेंट पूरे देश में फैली है, उससे इनको डर लगता है।
मां दुर्गा को काल्पनिक बताते हुए कहा कि अगर इतनी इनमें शक्ति थी तो ब्रिटिश से,
पता नहीं उनका ज्ञान कितना है, लेकिन आजकल बिहार में ही नहीं पूरे भारतवर्ष में हिंदू आस्था पर प्रहार हो रहा है और ये इंडिया जो फोरम है उनका निश्चित रूप से कोई साजिश के तहत हिंदुओं के सेंटिमेंट्स को चोट पहुंचाने का काम कर रहे हैं। मुझे हिंदू होने का गर्व है, देश में अधिकांश हिंदू हैं और इस भारत माता की जय करने वाले लोग भारतीय जनता पार्टी के 18 करोड़ कार्यकर्ता और देशवासी को गर्व है। परंतु बिहार में ऐसा देखने को मिल रहा है, चाहे वो स्कूल की छुट्टियां हो, हिंदू पर्व के समय काट दिया जाता है, चाहे दशहरा का समय हो तो बैंड वाले जो लोग होते हैं, बाजा वाले, उनका सामान जब्त कर लिया जाता है। तो आखिर एक ही समाज के लोगों को इस प्रकार से केंद्र बिंदु बना करके प्रताड़ित करना और अज्ञानता का कोई उत्तर नहीं है। जनता देखती है, जनता जवाब देगी। और अगर लगता है कि देवी माँ का अपमान करके वो किसी समाज को खुश करेंगे तो इससे बड़ा अपराध समाज के लिए कुछ नहीं हो सकता।
Time for a short break. On the other side, Ashok Gehlot's son faces ED heat in FEMA case. Vaibhav Gehlot summoned, yet to join the probe. And 3 Hamas operatives killed in airstrike as Israel's unrelenting fight against terror continues.
In the one of the forward locations in the south of the Israel, and here the preparations are in full swing. How the troops are preparing for the ground battles. The tanks have been installed. The big Merkavas are here on the ground to totally wipe out the Hamas terrorists, and so does the regular briefings of the soldiers that are taking place here at the ground zero.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
After inaugurating the 7th edition of India Mobile Congress, Prime Minister Modi has said that the future is here and now. Prime Minister further said that we are moving in the direction of becoming leaders in the area of 6G technology.
अभी कुछ मिनट पहले मैंने यहाँ एग्जीबिशन में लगे कुछ स्टॉल्स देखे। इस एग्जीबिशन में मैंने उसी फ्यूचर की झलक देखी, चाहे टेलीकॉम हो, टेक्नोलॉजी हो या फिर कनेक्टिविटी, चाहे 6G हो, AI हो, साइबर सिक्योरिटी हो, सेमीकंडक्टर्स हो, ड्रोन या स्पेस सेक्टर हो, डीप सी हो, ग्रीन टेक हो या फिर दूसरे सेक्टर्स। आने वाला समय बिल्कुल ही अलग होने जा रहा है।
Also speaking at the India Mobile Congress, the Prime Minister took a dig at the UPA government, mentioning the infamous 2G scam. West Bengal Minister Jyotipriya Malik, who was arrested by the ED and was brought to ESI Hospital in Jokha for medical examination. He has been arrested in a case of alleged corruption in PDS ration distribution in this state. The arrest comes a day after the ED conducted searches at Malik's residence in Salt Lake, that is on the outskirts of Kolkata. The BJP has launched a scathing attack at the West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee over the arrest of TMC Minister Malik. BJP alleges that the arrest of the TMC Minister has only confirmed that the West Bengal Chief Minister is backing thieves. Speaking at the passing out parade, Union Minister Amit Shah reflected on the 3 criminal law bills which the Parliament panel is all set to examine today. The Union Minister also said that the bills will play a significant role in country's new criminal justice system. The Congress Election Committee meeting on Telangana started at the AICC office in New Delhi today. Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge chaired the CEC meet. Party's prominent leaders like Sonia Gandhi, Salman Khurshid, along with the others, were present at the meeting. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin has urged President Draupadi Murmu to give assent to the state's anti-need bill, taking up the matter with her during her visit. President Murmu, along with Tamil Nadu Governor R.N. Ravi and Union Minister Saravanan Sonowal, attended the 8th convocation ceremony of Indian Maritime University. A shock video has surfaced that shows a police personnel being thrown into the air after being hit by an SUV in the Connaught Place area in central Delhi. In the CCTV footage of the incident, which happened on the intervening night of 24th and 25th of October, it can be seen that the cop was standing in front of a traffic barricade beside the car. The SUV first hit the car, then the cop, tossing him up in the air. Time for a very short break, viewers. On the other side, yet another India Alliance Neta who has now insulted Hindu religion. He has asked, why did Ma Durga not save the country from Britishers? And ration scam explodes in West Bengal. Mamata Banerjee's Minister Jyotipriya Malik arrested by the ED. Now, a Qatar court has sentenced to death 8 Indian former Navy officers in an alleged case of espionage. Their families are waiting for their safe return. India is demanding justice, but who are these Navy veterans? Here's a detailed report on our naval heroes. Take a listen.
8 Navy veterans in confinement in Doha for close to 14 months have now been sentenced to death in Qatar. These 8 ex-Navy officers worked at Al Dahra Global Technologies and Consultancy Services, a Qatar-based defense service provider that provided training, logistics and maintenance services to Qatari naval force. These 8 officers were the cream of Navy, highly decorated officers who served the Indian Navy and worked for Qatar-based group post-retirement. Commander Punendu Tiwari was a navigation officer and commanded warship INS Magar during his service in Navy. In 2019, he was conferred the Pravasi Bharatiya Samman Award 2019 by the President in January 2019.
I would like kindly inform that on 30th August, my brother, retired Commander Punendu Tiwari, was abducted. We came to know after 2 weeks, and that too through company services. And till now, we are the government is doing. We know that the government is doing a lot to repatriate, but still it should be acting more fastly so that all these 8 officers they are Navy veterans, and they should be immediately repatriated to India.
Captain Navtej Gill from Chandigarh is the son of a retired army officer. He was awarded President's Gold Medal for being the best cadet. He was also an instructor at Defence Services Staff College in Wellington. Captain Saurav Vashisht and Commander Sugunakar Pakala were technical officers in the Navy.
And without any proper evidence, they are trying to punish these innocent officers, in which one is a president awardee.
Right.
And yesterday itself, the scenario they have changed it that they are trying to spy to Israel.
Right.
Why will an Indian try to do a spy for other government, other country and other government?
Right.
Which makes no sense in that statement.
Right.
And these are all respectable ex-naval officers.
Right. Right.
They all are being awarded.
Commander Amit Nagpal is a communication and electronic warfare specialist. Commander S.K. Gupta is a gunnery specialist. Captain Birendra Kumar Verma is specialized in navigation and direction. The arrest and death penalty to decorated and highly accomplished ex-Navy officers has shocked the nation. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Stepping to a short break. On the other side, in Chitrakoot, Prime Minister slams the anti-Sanskrit brigade, says colonial mindset led to ridiculing Sanskrit. And yet another India Alliance Neta insults Hindu religion and asks, why did Ma Durga not save the country from Britishers? We get you all that and much more on the other side. Stay tuned.
one of the forward locations in the south of the Israel, and here the preparations are in full swing. How the troops are preparing for the ground battles. The tanks have been installed. The big Merkavas are here on the ground to totally wipe out the Hamas terrorists, and so does the regular briefings of the soldiers that are taking place here at the ground zero.
मुझे विश्वास है कि आप सब यहां से जाकर इस लड़ाई को और मजबूत करेंगे, नेतृत्व प्रदान करेंगे और नई दिशा भी देंगे। मैं आज आपको बताना चाहता हूं कि आप जब सेवा में आपका प्रथम पैर रखेंगे यहां से निकलकर, तब देश एक नए युग की ओर जाने की शुरुआत कर चुका है। अंग्रेजों के समय से 1850 के आसपास बने हुए तीनों कानून जो हमारी क्रिमिनल जस्टिस सिस्टम का चालक बल है, सीआरपीसी, आईपीसी और एविडेंस एक्ट, ये तीनों कानूनों में आमूलचूर परिवर्तन कर सरकार ने 3 नए कानून देश की संसद के सामने रखे हैं। अभी गृह विभाग की संसदीय समिति इसका अध्ययन कर रही है। कुछ ही समय में ये कानून पारित हो जाएंगे और ये कानून के आधार पर हमारी नई क्रिमिनल जस्टिस सिस्टम की शुरुआत होगी।
and welcome. You're watching the Friday edition of This Is Exclusive with me, Shavan Singh. Ladies and gentlemen, a verdict that has come in from Qatar has left everyone shocked here in India. We're talking about 8 Navy veterans, a story that was first picked up by Republic TV last year in the month of November when we spoke to the family members of those veterans who were in Qatar for a training program. In fact, this was on an invitation by the Qatari Navy. But they were arrested with not a single communication as to why exactly were they arrested, sent to solitary confinement, and then finally consular access was given. But till date, no one really knows what are the real charges that have been leveled against the Navy veterans. Interestingly, Indian government maintains that they are looking at all possible legal options. And not just that, they are also planning to challenge this entire verdict that has been passed by a court in Qatar. Over the next couple of minutes, we will be speaking to the family members, and not just that, but those who have served along with these Navy officers who the country is extremely proud of. But up first, these are the headlines we're tracking at this hour. Qatar court verdict sentencing 8 ex-Navy officers to death. MEA says government exploring legal options. Families of 8 Indians kept in the dark on details of the case, and trial demand grows to bring back the Indian sailors.
लोगों ने गुलामी की मानसिकता नहीं गई, वो संस्कृत के प्रति वैर भाव पालते रहे। इस मानसिकता के लोग पिछले 1000 साल से हारते आ रहे हैं और आगे भी कामयाब नहीं होंगे।
In Chitrakoot, Prime Minister slams the anti-Sanskrit brigade, says colonial mindset led to ridiculing Sanskrit.
गवर्नमेंट जब भारत को गुलाम बनाया तो उस समय मां दुर्गा ने क्या कर रही थी?
Yet another India Alliance Neta insults Hindu religion, asks why did Ma Durga not save the country from Britishers? Russian scam explodes in West Bengal. Mamata Banerjee's minister Jyotirmoy Malik arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. 3 Hamas terror operatives killed in airstrikes as Israel's unrelenting fight against terror continues. Ladies and gentlemen, on August 2022, 8 decorated Indian Navy officers were arrested by Qatar security for unknown reasons. They were placed in solitary confinement. The 8 Indian nationals worked at Qatar's Dara Global Technologies and Consulting Services. It's a private company that offers training and various other services to the defense and security agencies of Qatar. Now, after months of detention, reports revealed that these 8 former naval officers were arrested on Qatar's alleged secret submarine program for Israel and were allegedly on charges of espionage. The first bail plea of the jailed officers was held a month after they were picked up and detained in solitary confinement. The plea was rejected. It's been 14 months since the first arrest, and just about yesterday, the Qatar court handed down the death penalty to those 8 decorated former Indian Navy personnel. It was Republic back in November 2022 who had launched a campaign for justice for our veterans, and today as well, Republic is the voice of those families who are trying to fight to get their loved ones back. Take a look at this report when we first spoke to the family members back in November 2022.
On the night of 30th August 2022, 8 decorated Indian Navy veterans were arrested by Qatar state security on undeclared charges. Soon after their arrest, they were then placed in solitary confinement. Few weeks later, reports claimed that they had been detained in connection with an espionage case. It was only after almost a month that the veterans were allowed to call their families. Their illegal confinement sparked outrage.
In the last
and Republic fought to get the decorated Navy veterans back.
I would like kindly inform that
Well, there's been no communication whatsoever from the Qatari authorities about why the 8 former Indian naval personnel are in custody in Doha. We here at Republic Media Network stand by you, and this perhaps is yet another attempt that we are going to make from the Republic Media Network to raise your voice so that the authorities concerned do take cognizance of the plight that you are in right now.
The 8 Indians worked for a private firm called Dhera Global Technologies and Consultancy Services, which provided training and other services for Qatar's armed forces. The company was owned by retired squadron leader of the Royal Oman Air Force, Khamis Ali Ajmi, who too was arrested but was released on 17 November 2022. The family sought assistance from the government in bringing back their loved ones.
Mr. Arindam Bagchi, yes, he gave the statement, but very sorry to say it came after 65 days. I plead the MEA, the Honorable Prime Minister, the Government of India to act fast and bring back all the 8 veterans to India, repatriate them immediately to India.
Republic became their voice and a channel to make their voice be heard.
These 8 former Navy officers have gone missing. What are your demands that you want to put through Republic TV today?
Yes, to repatriate all the 8 officers back to India immediately within a day or 2. They have served their motherland. Hence, again, plead our government, our Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Modi, that to kindly expedite their release.
As India scrambles to get the veterans off the news, Republic will continue to fight to get the veterans back. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Well, in fact, we also spoke to those who've served along with these Navy veterans. Important to point out here is this, ladies and gentlemen, that we are talking about Navy veterans, well-decorated officers who received the President's Gold Medal of Excellence, some who have been with our aircraft carrier. That's the kind of officers we are talking about. These officers have been taken into detention by the Qatari authorities, not a single shred of evidence. In fact, we spoke to Captain DK Sharma, former spokesperson of the Navy, but he also has served with one of the Navy veterans who's been arrested, coursemate of one of the Navy veterans. Listen to what Captain DK Sharma had to say. Hello and welcome. You're watching This Is Exclusive. Joining us on this special broadcast of This Is Exclusive is the former Navy spokesperson, Captain DK Sharma. He is also someone who is a coursemate of one of the Navy veterans who was arrested in Qatar. It is undoubtedly a shocking moment for every Indian. We are talking about 8 Navy veterans who have served our country, some of the most well-decorated officers who've now been served the death sentence for a charge that we still do not know. Captain DK Sharma, thank you very much for joining us on this broadcast. Let me straight away begin by asking you, you've been a coursemate of at least one of the veterans. You've known others as in the capacity of as a colleague. I want to first begin by asking you about the 8 Navy officers that India does not really know about. Who are they and what is it that they have done for the nation?
Well, good evening. Good evening, everybody and all the viewers of Republic channel. It's a very sad day. Yesterday, when we came to know that suddenly a capital punishment has been, awarded to all 8 of our brethren, our colleagues, our brothers in arms. We don't know what are the charges, what were the charges pressed against them.
Right.
How fair the trial was. Given all that, and suddenly you get to know that the highest punishment which anybody can be awarded, that is a death sentence, has been given to them. Keeping that aside, I'm sure Government of India will certainly move all its channels and make sure that these people are extradited as soon as possible. Setting that aside, insofar as these 7 officers and one sailor is concerned, 5 of them are executive officers. One of them, Purnendu Tiwari, Commander Purnendu Tiwari, is our senior, and he was the fleet navigating officer when I was there in the fleet. Then Captain Gill is my cosmate. Captain Verma has done his specialization with me for 1 year in Cochin in the Long India School. Then I know Amit Nagpal, I know Commander S.K. Gupta. They were all junior colleagues, and we have been interacting on and off. There are 2 technical officers and 1 sailor. Of course, I have not served with them, but I have heard about them. We have seen them in various bases. So professionally, very, very sound people. They have done their job in the Navy. They have finished their 20 years each. The sailor probably must have finished 15 years. And since they were capable enough, they took a call and took voluntary retirement and joined this firm, Dara Global, as a second career, which is, very normal with anybody of us. If I am proficient in teaching, if I have that acumen in me to teach the subjects which are very, very specific to Navy, that is what these people were doing. They were there at the request of the Qatari Navy. There is a MOU existing that, whosoever retires from here and wants to work over there and wants to train their navies over there, that is what they were doing. I don't know what has happened and what has gone wrong. Some of them were there for a decade. Gill was, of course, there for around 8-9 years. B.K. Verma was there more than B.K. Verma had joined this company before Gill. So where are the fault lines, and how come suddenly they become, whatever the charges are being pressed? I would not like to even elaborate on them because I don't believe in that. So what is the bigger design? We do not know. But as far as the officers and the sailor are concerned, they were above board all throughout, unblemished careers. And they did their service in the Indian Navy. And rightly so, after taking voluntary retirement, they have gone as a second career, which is a choice. And this all depends upon your own capabilities and how much load you can take.
Captain Sharma, what I also find extremely astonishing is the fact that there has been complete silence on this entire matter. Back in November last year is when I spoke to one of the family members. That was the first time that they spoke to any news network, and the appeal was essentially made that hoping that some action would have been taken. It's almost going to be a year, and we still do not know what are the real charges. There is absolutely no word about it. In this course of time, were you able to speak to any of the family members, the kind of ordeal that they must have gone through that the nation ought to know today?
Look, this is something very private, and I would like to keep it that way. But I'm very sure, I know it for sure, that the Navy, the Government of India, various channels, various people in the place of authority have been, interacting with the families, have been assuring them that whatever is possible will be done. But this verdict, this has come as a shock. If you recollect, these guys, all these officers were, picked up, put in solitary confinement. After that, there was no word from them. And suddenly, the pressure built up, and then the consular access was granted. The families were allowed to meet probably once a month or something. And after that, they were moved from the solitary confinement to 2 people in 1 cell. So this was a positive development. And the next logical step we thought and we were anticipating was that once the case is tried in the court, they will be exonerated, they will be acquitted, and they will come back. Unfortunately, it has fallen on its head. And suddenly we find that all of them have been convicted, and convicted with a capital punishment, with a sentence of a capital punishment. So this is totally out of the blue. This is a shock out of the blue. And I'm, we are at a loss of words that if we are at the, I'm saying, not able to, take it, think of the families, think of their children, think of their parents. They don't even know what their kids have done, what these officers have done. The spouses don't know what they have done, what are they being charged with, what are they going to pay for.
Captain Sharma, we are talking about officers who would largely be called as the cream of Navy, with the kind of decorated officers they have been. I was actually going through some of the record of some of the officers, which undoubtedly makes every Indian extremely proud. What is extremely worrisome is this: the very fact that they were in Qatar at the invitation coming in from the Navy, and in terms of the training module that was that they were imparting. What turns out from certain reports that I was actually going through coming in from Qatar, and some of the journalists that I spoke in Qatar, is that a new angle emerges. Now they are essentially leveling charges of espionage. They're essentially talking about other nations also being involved in it, and some also not ruling out the possibility that there could be a company rivalry that could take place. All that put together, does it really disappoint you? Because till today, none of us really know what's really happening.
I can only vouch for one thing, that they were imparting training over there, and they were the best insofar as the records are concerned. That is why Qatari Navy was, renewing their contracts year on year. Had they been not up to the mark, or, not proficient enough, the feedback system is there. And obviously there are many choices available in the world. But if you see that this company was, growing from strength to strength, the strength of the people employed from India was increasing by the day. So professional rivalry, or whatever other things which are now being speculated, I think we should keep them aside and let the MEA and our the diplomatic channels sort this out. And I'm very, very sure that this will not be left unattended. This will be given topmost priority. After all, this is a matter of 8 lives, and it is our, they are our veterans. They have served the Navy, Indian Navy, for 20 plus years each. So I have no reason to, believe that this will not be taken at the topmost priority by MEA and our diplomatic fraternity.
Well, thank you very much, Captain D.K. Sharma, for joining us on this broadcast and putting across a perspective that many perhaps were not really aware of. And more importantly, as I would say, that every Indian should be aware of the kind of contribution that our veterans have made. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks.
Well, there is very little that is essentially known about this entire case. So what are the options available before the family members and as far as the Indian government is concerned? Former Indian ambassador to Qatar, KP Fabian, has spoken exclusively to Republic TV and said that India and Qatar share a very crucial trade and bilateral relationship, and the negotiation is the only way forward. He's also said that the Indian government and the Ministry of External Affairs should formally put a request to the Qatar government for a pardon. Listen in to what Ambassador Fabian had to tell my colleague Simran.
Well, we have to go by what is available in the public domain, because understandably both governments have been rather reluctant to pass on information on such a sensitive subject. So from what is available on the public domain, it is clear that it was a question of alleged spying, and some reports have indicated, you might also have seen, that the spying was done on behalf of Israel. So this is what we know from the public domain. And then we also know, again from the public domain, that these 7 officers, commanders, captains, and 1 sailor, they have been working with a particular company, Oman headquartered company, and that company has been highly contract with Qatari Navy for rendering services, including the midget submarine from Italy, to sort of make the Qatari Navy acquainted how to make use of it and all that. So it was very sensitive. So this is what has happened, namely, very sensitive defense-related information. The allegation or the charge has been sort of, parted with, and that to another country. So that is the allegation. Now we have also to understand that while the trial was going on, trial started in March this year, and the 7th trial was over yesterday. Was in October, and the verdict was given yesterday. So what we have to understand is that when the trial is on, there is no point in asking His Highness the Amir to give a pardon, because pardon comes after the verdict, not before the verdict. But understandably, the families have been asking for it, the pardon, which is again understandable. After all, we are all human beings. So my view is that, taking into account the larger context of relations between the state of Qatar and India, 8 lakhs of Indians are in Qatar, so many of them holding professional positions, doctors, engineers, managers, and also the deepening commercial relations, because the trade is bilateral trade was about $15 billion 21-22, heavily in favor of if you look at the balance, heavily in favor of Qatar, because we buy LNG from them. Not only LNG, ethylene, urea, ammonia, things like that. So it is heavily in favor of Qatar, say 13 billion and 2 billion India, that sort of thing. And don't forget, more than 40% of our LNG imports are from Qatar. And if you look at Qatar's export of LNG, 15% goes to India. So the trade relationship is very, very strong. And not only that, there is scope for expanding it further. And about 6,000 Indian companies are working there. You know what I mean? And Qatar Investment Authority is planning to open an office in India. You know that they have invested in Adani ports, and they have invested in Byju's, so that's just calculating 3 investments which I could see. It came to about $700 million, recent investments. And so there is much scope there also.
In terms of the options really available before India, we are now given to understand that India, in all possibility, would be challenging this verdict that has been passed by a court in Qatar. The difficulty perhaps essentially is in the fact that there is very little that is known in terms of the charges that have been leveled against them. Third aspect is the very fact that very little cooperation has also come in from the very company that these Navy veterans were working with. In fact, the CEO of this particular company with which the Navy veterans were associated with, he too was arrested, but then he was let off on bail. Reasons still not known at this point in time. A story that we'll be tracking very closely.
of the forward locations in the south of the Israel. And here the preparations are in full swing. How the troops are preparing for the ground battles. The tanks have been installed. The big Merkavas are here on the ground to totally wipe out the Hamas terrorists, and so does the regular briefings of the soldiers that are taking place here at the ground zero.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Qatar court verdict sentences 8 ex-Navy officers to death. MEA says government exploring legal options.
Families of 8 Indians kept in the dark on details of case and trial demand grows to bring back the Indian sailors. In Chitrakoot, Prime Minister Modi slams anti-Sanskrit brigade, says colonial mindset led to ridiculing of Sanskrit. Yet another India Alliance Neta insults Hindu religion, asks, why did Ma Durga not save the country from Britishers? Ration scam explodes in West Bengal. Mamata Banerjee's minister Jyotipriya Malik arrested by ED. Good evening, viewers. We begin this edition of news with the big story that we've been tracking through the day. Yet another India Alliance leader has attacked the Hindu religion in a shocking comment. Lalu's MLA, Phate Bahadur, has now asked, where was Ma Durga during British rule and why couldn't she save the country from Britishers? Let's listen in to what he said and the reactions on it.
काल्पनिक कहानी है। दुर्गा उस कहानी का एक पात्र है। कोई देखिए, मैं मान लेता, मेरे पास साक्ष्य है, अगर दुर्गा जी या हमारे देश में मनुवादियों के अनुसार 33 करोड़ देवी और देवता हैं, लेकिन जब भारत गुलाम हुआ, जब ब्रिटिश गवर्नमेंट भारत में आया और भारत को गुलाम बनाने का काम किया, उस समय भारतीयों का संख्या जो था 30 करोड़ था और देवी देवताओं का संख्या भारतवर्ष में 33 करोड़ था। तो क्या मैं उन मनुवादियों से पूछना चाहता हूं जिन मनुवादी ने ये लिखा कि महिषासुर के करोड़ों करोड़ सेना के साथ मां दुर्गा ने लड़ाई लड़ा और महिषासुर को संहार कर दिया, तो मुट्ठी भर ब्रिटिश गवर्नमेंट जब भारत को गुलाम बनाया तो उस समय मां दुर्गा ने क्या कर रही थी? 10 हाथ का औजार कहां था? और इस समय तो और औजार का आविष्कार हो चुका था, तो मां दुर्गा ने ब्रिटिश गवर्नमेंट को संहार करने का काम क्यों नहीं किया?
ये नीतीश कुमार की सरकार, लालू जी की सरकार सनातन को अपमान करने का बीड़ा उठाया और इसी तरह इनके मंत्री ने रामायण को अपमानित किया और ये इसलिए करते हैं कि हिंदुओं के सहिष्णुता को बार बार चैलेंज कर रहे हैं। मंत्री रामायण को अपमान करता, विधायक दुर्गा शक्ति स्वरूपा है, जो दुर्गा पूरे विश्व में साधना का प्रतीक है। मैं सरकार को चेतावनी दे रहा हूं, इस ढंग से बार बार सनातन के हिंदुओं के देवी देवताओं का अपमान, धर्म ग्रंथों का अपमान करना बंद करें।
यादव सबसे बड़े पुजारी बनते हैं ना, नवरात्रा की पूजा करते हैं, उनके एमएलए ऐसे बोल रहे हैं कि मां दुर्गा फिक्शियस नहीं है। ये उनके माइंडसेट दिखाती है कि किस माइंडसेट के हैं वो। और उसी तरह से कर्नाटका हो, चाहे आप डीएमके की बात करिए, ये एक सोची समझी स्ट्रैटेजी का एस्टैब्लिश हिस्सा है कि हिंदू धर्म को बदनाम करो, हिंदू धर्म को डिमीन करो, हिंदू धर्म में लोगों का विश्वास कम करो। ये एक प्लान्ड ऑर्गेनाइज स्ट्रैटेजी है जो अगले 10 साल तक चलने वाली है। ये जानबूझ के ऐसा कर रहे हैं और इसमें इनका बस एक फायदा है कि हिंदू धर्म में लोगों की आस्था कमजोर करो, क्योंकि ये डर चुके हैं कि पिछले 10 वर्षों में जो एक हिंदू धर्म की सेंटिमेंट पूरे देश में फैली है, उससे इनको डर लगता है।
मां दुर्गा को काल्पनिक बताते हुए कहा कि अगर इतनी उनमें शक्ति थी तो ब्रिटिश से, पता नहीं उनका ज्ञान कितना है, लेकिन आजकल बिहार में ही नहीं पूरे भारतवर्ष में हिंदू आस्था पर प्रहार हो रहा है और ये इंडिया जो फोरम है उनका निश्चित रूप से कोई साजिश के तहत हिंदुओं के सेंटिमेंट्स को चोट पहुंचाने का काम कर रहे हैं। मुझे हिंदू होने का गर्व है, देश में अधिकांश हिंदू हैं और इस भारत माता की जय करने वाले लोग भारतीय जनता पार्टी के 18 करोड़ कार्यकर्ता और देशवासी को गर्व है परंतु बिहार में ऐसा देखने को मिल रहा है, चाहे वो स्कूल की छुट्टियां हो, हिंदू पर्व के समय काट दिया जाता है, चाहे दशहरा का समय हो तो बैंड वाले जो लोग होते हैं, बाजा वाले, उनका सामान जब्त कर लिया जाता है। तो आखिर एक ही समाज के लोगों को इस प्रकार से केंद्र बिंदु बना करके प्रताड़ित करना और अज्ञानता का कोई उत्तर नहीं है। जनता देखती है, जनता जवाब देगी। और अगर लगता है कि देवी माँ का अपमान करके वो किसी समाज को खुश करेंगे तो इससे बड़ा अपराध समाज के लिए कुछ नहीं हो सकता।
We're heading into a break right now. After the break, we'll get you excerpts of Prime Minister's speech where he slammed the anti-Sanskrit lobby.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
are in one of the forward locations in the south of the Israel, and here the preparations are in full swing. How the troops are preparing for the ground battles. The tanks have been installed. The big Merkavas are here on the ground to totally wipe out the Hamas terrorists, and so does the regular briefings of the soldiers that are taking place here at the ground zero.
In Madhya Pradesh's Chitrakoot, Prime Minister Narendra Modi launched a scathing attack on the anti-Sanskrit lobby, saying that colonial mindset has led to ridiculing of the language that is a mother of several languages. Listen in to what Prime Minister said.
आज भी दुनिया की बड़ी बड़ी यूनिवर्सिटीज में संस्कृत पर रिसर्च होती है। अभी हमने ये भी देखा है कि कैसे भारत को जानने के लिए लिथुआनिया देश की राजदूत ने भी संस्कृत भाषा सीखी। यानी संस्कृत का प्रसार पूरी दुनिया में बढ़ रहा है। साथियों, गुलामी के 1000 साल के कालखंड में भारत को तरह तरह से जड़ों से उखाड़ने का प्रयास हुआ। इन्हीं में से एक था संस्कृत भाषा का पूरा विनाश। हम आजाद हुए, लेकिन जिन लोगों ने गुलामी की मानसिकता नहीं गई, वो संस्कृत के प्रति वैर भाव पालते रहे। कहीं कोई लुप्त भाषा का कोई शिलालेख मिलने पर ऐसे लोग उसका महिमा मंडन करते हैं, लेकिन हजारों वर्षों से मौजूद संस्कृत का सम्मान नहीं करते। दूसरे देश के लोग मातृभाषा जाने तो ये लोग प्रशंसा करेंगे, लेकिन संस्कृत भाषा जानने को ये पिछड़ेपन की निशानी मानते हैं। इस मानसिकता के लोग पिछले 1000 साल से हारते आ रहे हैं और आगे भी कामयाब नहीं होंगे। संस्कृत केवल परंपराओं की भाषा नहीं है, ये हमारी प्रगति और पहचान की भाषा भी है। बीते 9 वर्षों में हमने संस्कृत के प्रसार के लिए व्यापक प्रयास किए हैं। आधुनिक संदर्भ में अष्टाध्यायी भाष्य जैसे ग्रंथ इन प्रयासों को सफल बनाने में बड़ी भूमिका निभाएंगे।
And praising Prime Minister Modi and his people first policies, listen in to what Jagat Guru Rambhadracharya of Tulsi Peeth had to say.
भारत के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री जिन्होंने 9 वर्षों में भारत की काया बदल डाली, कौन कल्पना कर सकता था कि हम चंद्रमा के दक्षिण ध्रुव पर चले जाएंगे? कौन कल्पना कर सकता था इलेक्शन कमीशन से मैंने पूछ लिया है, 370 हट जाएगी। कौन कल्पना कर सकता था ट्रिपल तलाक समाप्त होगा? कौन कल्पना कर सकता था कि महिला आरक्षण विधेयक पास होगा? ऐसे यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री।
We're heading into a break right now. After the break, we'll get you details of the case against Ashok Gehlot's son, Vaibhav Gehlot, who is under ED scrutiny. Also coming up after the break, 3 Hamas terror operatives have been killed in a strike as Israel's unrelenting fight against terror continues.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
are in one of the forward locations in the south of the Israel, and here the preparations are in full swing. How the troops are preparing for the ground battles. The tanks have been installed. The big Merkavas are here on the ground to totally wipe out the Hamas terrorists, and so does the regular briefings of the soldiers that are taking place here at the ground zero.
Former Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu has written to the ACB court alleging security lapses in the prison he is lodged in. Naidu has mentioned that he was unauthorizedly videographed and photographed while entering the prison. Century Laminates brings us this report.
The TDP chief and former Chief Minister N. Chandrababu Naidu, who has been lodged in Central Prison in Rajahmundry over 45 days now, and now we see Chandrababu Naidu writing a letter to the special judge of ACB and SPE where he mentions about the threat he has been facing over all of these days, and he also mentions that he has been unauthorizedly videographed and photographed, and all those videos and photos are being widely circulated on social media by the ruling party in the state of Andhra Pradesh. Well, Chandrababu Naidu further went on to state that it has come to his notice that there was a letter which from the extreme left group which was written to the Superintendent of Police of East Godavari, where he mentioned that they are trying and planning to assassinate him, and so there should be a proper inquiry into this matter. But then police officials have not taken any sort of inquiry over that letter also he mentions about how drones are being flown in and around the central prison in Rajahmundry, and also various threats which he has been facing. This is Aniri Shah with Regional Listeners for Republic TV.
In one of the forward locations in the south of the Israel, and here the preparations are in full swing. How the troops are preparing for the ground battles. The tanks have been installed. The big work आवाज है here on the ground to totally wipe out the Hamas terrorists, and so does the regular briefings of the soldiers that are taking place here at the ground zero.
reported from the operational base of Israel Defense Force, and I'll just show you the visuals. Israel forces is in place here. There are Merkava tanks, there are artillery which is in place here, and they've been constantly making a strike towards the Gaza Strip. But as we know, the statement that came in from IDF and ISIL that made an announcement that IDF has conducted an aerial strike on an underground terror cell of Hamas and Islamic Jihad terror operatives who were organizing an immediate terror attack.
Hello and welcome. You're watching the biggest story tonight with me, Shavan Singh. Ladies and gentlemen, as the war between Israel and Hamas continues, it seems that the world is divided. With Turkey, President Erdogan essentially indicating that this war, that is what he says, started by Israel, and an open support that is now being given to Hamas. And also to put this into perspective, we are talking about Russia's intervention in this entire matter, with hosting a delegation of the Hamas as well as Iran, which certainly may not go well with the NATO countries. All this and much more in this edition of The Biggest Story tonight. But up first, these are the headlines we're tracking for you at this hour. Qatar court verdict sentencing 8 ex-Navy officers to death. MEA says government exploring legal options. Families of 8 Indians kept in the dark on details of case and trial. Demand grows to bring back the veterans to India. In Chitrakoot, Prime Minister slams anti-Sanskrit brigade, says colonial mindset led to ridiculing Sanskrit. Yet another India Alliance Neta insults Hindu religion, asks why did Ma Durga not save the country from Britishers? Russian scam explodes in West Bengal. Mamata Banerjee's Minister Jyotirmoy Malik arrested by Enforcement Directorate. At least 3 critical as Hamas terrorists target residential areas in Tel Aviv. Rescue operations underway. As the Israel-Hamas war continues to rage on, we're getting in visuals from Tel Aviv where a rocket was launched by Hamas terrorists have now struck a residential building, injuring at least 3. This even as Israeli forces begin to mobilize near the Gaza border, gearing up for a full-blown ground offensive as the war enters day 21. But there also appears to be another big challenge for Israel at this point in time, with several hostages taking into account by the Israeli authorities. Many say that this perhaps is the reason why there has been a delay on the part of the Israeli troops to enter Gaza, which many are now calling it the ground invasion or perhaps ground incursion that could essentially take place, which they say is imperative if they essentially want to wipe off Hamas from the face of earth. What you see right now, these are images now coming in from Israel with regards to the rockets that have been fired from Gaza, fired by the Hamas terrorists, intercepted by the air defense system of Israel. On your screens right now, these are the latest images that are now coming in. We'll try and go across to my colleague Gursubran as well as Lav joining us on this broadcast in a short while from now. The Deputy Mayor of Jerusalem would also be joining us on this broadcast. But before that, let me go across to Republic reporter joining us from Israel. Lav, you've been reporting for Republic for the last several days from the time that the war began. Many are still waiting to hear from the Israeli authorities as to when perhaps could a ground invasion or a ground incursion really take place. Here in India, Lav, we were basically briefed by the ambassador a few days ago, where he essentially indicated that the hostage crisis still appears to be a key challenge for the authorities.
Our defense minister clearly stated that the intention for a ground offensive is there. We will get into Gaza. We saw the tanks inside Gaza. The infantry is not yet there, but it gave some kind of a taste of what will be later. And also we know that about 1/2 of the Israelis want us to get inside Gaza only when the army is fully ready for such a move. So also about half of the Israeli population tell the government, look, we know that everybody is waiting to see if we are inside or outside. So get inside. We want to win the Hamas, but we want to do it in a smart way. We want to do it only when the Air Force will finish its task.
Lav, I'll just request you to stay on with us. Lav, a reporter from Israel joining us. In fact, he's also visited the Lebanon border just about 24 hours ago, giving us a sense of what's really happening on the ground. Also joining us on this broadcast, we'll have the Deputy Mayor of Jerusalem joining us on this broadcast, and my colleague Gur Shibran in a short while from now. But before I go across to my colleagues, I would first like to bring in the Deputy Mayor of Jerusalem. Thank you very much, ma'am, for joining us on this broadcast on the biggest story tonight. Let me first begin by asking you a question that I'd asked my colleague who's also been reporting. All eyes were on whether at all there is going to be some sort of a ground invasion or a ground incursion that could take place, the mobilization of troops closer to the Gaza border, which we have been witnessing over the last few days. But there appears to be a clear delay. And more importantly, in terms of the support that you expected from the global world, that seems to be dissipating, keeping in mind the recent comment that has been made by Turkey, where they're openly supporting the Hamas. In the current situation, how do you really see this entire proposal of a ground incursion, ground invasion to take place?
Well, first of all, I have to say that the fact that we are waiting and we're planning and we're being tactical and strategic just shows you that what we're going to be doing in Gaza is not a revenge impulsive attack. It's the systematic dismantling of their terrorist infrastructure and the terrorist leadership of Hamas. And so I believe we're acting in a very measured way, in a very smart way, and we're doing it in the right way. And so I'm very, very proud of our defense administration for really doing what's actually right, for minimizing civilian casualties on both sides and also minimizing our own casualties from our own soldiers. So I feel confident that when we go in, it's because we'll be prepared to go in and not because we're running into anything that is in the Hamas playbook that we do. So that's the first thing. In terms of the sympathy of the world, at the beginning, I knew from the very beginning, and I've been doing press since that horrible, horrific Saturday when this all happened, I knew that the sympathy of the world had 4 to 6 days maximum. And unfortunately, I was correct. This is the Hamas, again, the Hamas playbook, the victimhood that they've been lying about and the whole world has been swallowing for the last 20 years. And so I work very hard to make people understand that we have ISIS here in our border and that anything we do is to remove the threat of more civilians, more Israeli civilians being killed brutally in the future, and also more Gazans. You have to understand that most of the deaths in Gaza come from their terrorist infrastructure, come from failed rockets, come from people's houses exploding from the bottom because they've created these underground cities. And so Hamas is no good for the Palestinian people, and it's certainly lethal to our citizens. And the first obligation of any government is to protect its citizens.
Mr. Nahum, I just want to take another question with you with regards to the recent developments, in particular what we are seeing, responses coming in from Turkey, where the president essentially openly criticizing Israel and supporting Hamas. On the other hand, you have Russia welcoming a delegation of the Hamas as well as Iran. Do you believe that this is going to change the equations, or there could be a considerable pressure on Israel at this point in time with the growing demand from some nations that there perhaps could be a ceasefire or call in for a ceasefire? The aid that is being sent to Gaza, I'm given to understand only 8 trucks have gone in, which is exactly why President Biden is now saying that more sort of assistance should be provided. All that put together, do you believe that there is growing considerable pressure on Israel at this point in time?
The only thing these countries should be doing, if they even want us to consider any type of ceasefire, is to work very hard to get our hostages back. Even then, we're going to be dismantling the terrorist infrastructure. And I think these countries understand that any sovereign countries would not allow, any of their sovereign countries would not allow to have a border with an entity that want the complete destruction of your country. Any one of those countries will do the same. And I believe if they want to be useful, what they should be doing is helping us get our hostages home.
Mr. Nahum, one final question before I let you go. In terms of what lies ahead, the roadmap perhaps for Israel, do you believe that even if there is a considerable pressure on Israel at this point in time, most would certainly hope that this is not going to be the same, what we witnessed in the 5 wars that you've had with Hamas in the last 15 years. And then perhaps many would also argue that Israel became a little complacent while dealing with the Hamas, thinking that Hamas was actually governing the people of Gaza, but rather they were preparing to attack you. So do you believe that even if there is pressure coming in from the international community, do you believe that Israel should continue with what they had planned? And as your Prime Minister has been saying, that we need to do everything possible to perhaps destroy Hamas, because they are not just a threat to Israel, they are a threat to the community?
Well, I think it's very obvious that there's a much wider conflict going on here, and that is Iran and its proxies against the free world, including your country, of course. And so we're just the first stop on that world global jihad ambition of Iran. Their proxies are Hamas, their proxies are Hezbollah, who is also attacking us from the north. They've destroyed Lebanon. They're in Syria. They're in Afghanistan. And of course, you've got Turkey and Qatar, who are their friends. And so we understand, as we have done for a while, that the region is split into 2, and therefore eventually the world will be split into 2. The countries that want peace and prosperity, and the countries that want radicalism and destruction and to take us back 500 years. And everybody has to decide where they're at in this equation. But nevertheless, people should understand that Israel is really the first line of defense for the rest of the free world.
Well, now, Ms. Nahum, thank you very much for joining us on this broadcast and putting things into perspective. Let me also quickly go back to our Republic reporters, Lav and Gursimran. Gursimran, first to you. In fact, you also visited one of the kibbutz which was worst hit on 7th of October. Give us a sense of what's the current situation like. Is Israel still preparing for a 2-front war on the northern border and, of course, down south?
Sishavan, there has been an attempt by the Hezbollah group as well as the Hamas group to destabilize Israel by pushing them into a 2-front war. And the Israel side has made it amply clear that if needed, they will be fighting a 2-front war and totally decimating not only Hamas but also Hezbollah. Right now, we are reporting from the Yakini. From this very area, the side of Gaza, the Gaza Strip is hardly 400 meters from the point where we are reporting from. And on the other side, there can be regular smokes that can be seen coming out of the places that are being hit by the artillery fire. There are no air support system that is being used for now to target the establishments of the Hamas that are very near to the border. Now the artillery is being used. We have seen day before yesterday that how at the midst of the night there was the movement of Merkava tanks that entered the Gaza Strip, carried out operations and then came back to the Israel territory successfully. A couple of minutes back there was an attempt when the barrage of rockets were launched by the Hamas side
into the Israel territory. That was targeted on one of the operational base that is very near to the Yakini, but the Iron Dome, they intercepted it, and all the barrages, they were foiled before they could land into the area of the operational base. For the stretch that Vijay Surendra Shah is showing you is of the Gaza Strip, that is hardly 400 meters from this very place, and then from there only the offenses were launched on 7th of October by the terrorists of Hamas, which broke the fence, came into the territory of Israel, carried out the killing of more than 1,300 civilians, and then went back from this very area. There have been brutal stories that have been coming out, that how the miners were beheaded by the terrorists. Those hostages who tried to get free from the terrorists of Hamas, they were also killed, and what not. Every brutality they did, and to the utter shock that the terrorists were not carrying the sophisticated guns, the rocket launchers, RPGs, but also they were carrying along with them gasoline, so that they can burn the bodies to erase the identities of the people, civilians who were living in the kibbutz especially of the Kafar Aza, where 62 people were killed and 17 were taken hostage by the Hamas terrorists. Shavan.
Well, thank you very much, Gursubran and Lab, for joining us on the biggest story tonight and bring us up to speed from Israel. Shifting focus now to some of the reports that have been filed by my colleague Gursubran. In fact, he was on the front line where we've been leading the war coverage with exclusives from the war zone. Now, this is a report that has been filed by my colleague Gursubran, where he is at Kafar Aza kibbutz. That's the epicenter of the raging Israel-Hamas war, the very place that was attacked by at least 70 Hamas terrorists in the morning of 7th of October. Take a look at this report.
The attack of 7th October by the Hamas terrorists on Israel was one of the deadliest attacks that the entire Israel has seen, or the world has seen. How the barbarity was unleashed by the terrorists of Hamas. And right now we are at the Kafar Aza. This is the place, this is the fence that was breached by the terrorists of the Hamas. More than 70 terrorists barged into the territory of the Israel from this very fence, and what they did, it was followed by the rockets that were launched by the terrorists of Hamas, and also the firing on the civilians. More than 62 civilians were killed by the terrorists of Hamas. As the terrorists entered this place, what they did was the hurling grenades, RPG, rockets and whatnot. This was one of the most brutal places where the terrorists of Hamas unleashed the terror, as they not only killed 63 people, they decapitated the babies, they were beheaded, the soldiers were beheaded by the terrorists and whatnot, because the plan was to unleash the terror, and they did so here on the ground zero by killing the people. And one thing that these terrorists wanted to send a message, they wanted to instill fear among the local people, the people of Israel who are living near the border. This area is just 500 meters from the Gaza side, and the people here wanted the good relation with the other side. But the Hamas terror plan was brutal, brutal for everyone, including the babies. As we report from inside Kafar Aza, we are showing you the horror of the Hamas terrorists, how they have unleashed terror here on the civilians. 63 people were killed by the Hamas terrorists, while more than 17 they have been abducted. No one was left alive by the terrorists of Hamas, as they wanted to show their brutal face. The children, the soldiers, they were beheaded by the terrorists and whatnot. It was one of the deadliest views that we are witnessing, as this area was hardly 500 to 700 meters from the border, that is from the side of Hamas. And what Hamas did is the example of what it has been, that how the ISIS and other terror groups work. This is the damage, the extent of damage that they have done, that nothing here is left lively. They wanted to destroy everything, and that is what exactly the terrorists of Hamas have done. The rocket launcher, the RPG grenades, and also the axes and whatnot they were carrying. Even they were carrying the gasoline with them, so that they can kill the people and burn them. This was the horrific plan of the terrorists of Hamas, which they unleashed here, as we report from the Kafar Aza, which was one of the worst hit areas when it comes to the border belt of the Israel. On the attack, that took place on 7th of October. On 7th of October, the terrorists of Hamas unleashed terror here in the kibbutz Kfar Aza. This was one of the worst hit areas as the terrorists, who was more than 70 members, barged in inside the Kfar Aza, and they carried out the brutal killing of more than 60 civilians. Important to mention that all these civilians, they were unarmed, they were living at their places, they were enjoying their lives, but the terrorists of Hamas, those who came with the rocket launchers, with the grenades, not only this, but also with the axes, with the gasoline, so as to burn. Many of the hostages were killed as they tried to get free from the clutches of the Hamas terrorists. And this terror was never seen. The death and destruction that you see around me is done by the terrorists of Hamas, as they wanted to kill more and more people inside the kibbutz Kfar Aza.
On the other side, as we get to the latest report from Qatar, where the court verdict sentencing 8 Navy officers, ex-Navy officers, to death, MEA says government exploring legal options. Also in Chitrakoot, Prime Minister slams anti-Sanskrit brigade, says colonial mindset led to ridiculing Sanskrit.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
one of the forward locations in the south of the Israel, and here the preparations are in full swing. How the troops are preparing for the ground battles. The tanks have been installed. The big barka आवाज़ें आ रही है on the ground to totally wipe out the Hamas terrorists, and so does the regular briefings of the soldiers that are taking place here at the ground zero.
Well, a Qatar court has sentenced to death 8 Indian former Navy officers in an alleged case of espionage. Their families have been waiting for their safe return. India is demanding justice. Republic spoke to Cosmate and commander and colleague of Commander B.K. Verma, one of the veterans launched in the Qatari jail. Listen in to what a serving Navy officer had to say.
He was from the National Defence Academy. I've known him since those days. He was an absolutely upright, forthright person. In fact, ever since he was a cadet, when a person is, 17, 18 years of age, not only would he never do a wrong thing himself, the smallest wrong that was happening around him, he would step in and stand against it. That's the kind of person he was, and remained during the service.
So you have said that he's a forthright officer and his integrity was absolutely impeccable. So taking now into consideration where he has been sentenced death by Qatari authorities for espionage, hasn't it come as a shock to you and all your other colleagues who knew him so closely?
Oh, yeah, it is a bit of a shock. I mean, it's quite a shock actually that firstly, we never imagined that a person who conducting training, and all these years the input we were getting from Qatar, friends who visited Qatar or other people, was that they're doing some marvelous job in terms of training their people. And there was never a problem. It seemed that there was a very healthy, friendly relation between all these people, the whole team who was training the Qataris Navy. It's a very, very elementary training, very basic kind of training going on. So we never imagined that one day there will be an element of espionage, a very big word actually, especially coming for a person like B.K. Verma, and I'm sure the others also, whose credentials were very, very impeccable, I would say.
But
one of the forward locations in the south of the Israel, and here the preparations are in full swing. How the troops are preparing for the ground battles. The tanks have been installed. The big barka आवाज़ें आ रही है on the ground to totally wipe out the Hamas terrorists, and so does the regular briefings of the soldiers that are taking place here at the ground zero.
shockwaves across India after a Qatar court sentenced 8 former Indian Navy personnel to death. These Navy veterans who worked for the Al Dahra company were arrested last year under allegations of espionage. The specific charges made by Qatari authorities against these Indian citizens have not been disclosed to the public. Meanwhile, the Ministry of External Affairs has taken a note of the Qatar judgment, saying that government is exploring all possible legal options to bring back 8 Navy officers. The families of the 8 Navy veterans who have been kept in the dark regarding the details of the case and trial are now demanding justice. A political face-off has erupted over Qatar sentencing as Congress has questioned BJP over inaction.
सिर्फ दुख व्यक्त कर सकते हैं कि ऐसा हुआ है और हमारे लिए ये मानना बड़ा संभव नहीं है कि उन सैनिकों ने ऐसा कुछ किया होगा जिसके कारण उन्हें कोई दंड दिया जाए। ये तो छोड़िए कि उनको मृत्यु दंड दिया जा रहा है, हमको ऐसा लगता है कि ऐसा नहीं हुआ होगा। अब क्यों ये हुआ, कितनी पैरवी हुई, सरकार की तरफ से क्या होना था, क्या हुआ है, वो जब सरकार बचाएंगे तभी पता चलेगा।
Russian scam explodes in West Bengal as Jyotipriya Malik, who is the Forest Minister of West Bengal, has now been sent to ED custody in connection with the corruption case involving the distribution of ration during his tenure as the state's food minister. The BJP has hit out at the TMC, questioning Mamata Banerjee's silence over the scam-tainted ministers.
ममता बनर्जी जो कह रही है नया कोई नहीं, इससे पहले भी अफसर को बचाने के लिए वो धरने में बैठी है। चोरों के ऊपर उनका बहुत बड़ा सहानुभूति है और वो बोल रहे हैं कि ज्योतिप्रिय मलिक का डायबिटीज है। क्या जिनका डायबिटीज है उनके ऊपर हम ये दायित्व दे दें कि वो चोरी करें?
Another India Alliance leader has attacked the Hindu religion in a shocking comment. Lalu's MLA has in fact asked, where was Ma Durga during British rule and why couldn't she save the country from Britishers?
मनुवादी ने ये लिखा कि महिषासुर के करोड़ों करोड़ सेना के साथ माँ दुर्गा ने लड़ाई लड़ा और महिषासुर को संहार कर दिया। तो मुट्ठी भर ब्रिटिश गवर्नमेंट जब भारत को गुलाम बनाया तो उस समय माँ दुर्गा ने क्या कर रही थी? 10 हाथ का औजार कर रहा था और इस समय तो और औजार का आविष्कार हो चुका था। तो माँ दुर्गा ने ब्रिटिश गवर्नमेंट को संहार करने का काम क्यों नहीं किया?
Hitting out at the RJD, BJP has said that it has become a fashion for the opposition to abuse Hindus and hurt their sentiments.
ये बिहार सरकार के जब मंत्री रामायण को अपमानित करें और आरजेडी की सरकार और जदयू की सरकार है, अभी तो फैशन चल गया है कि हिंदुओं को गाली दो, सनातनियों को गाली दो। उत्तर प्रदेश में अखिलेश जी के भी 1-2 नेता हैं। ये दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है।
In Foreign Exchange Management Act case after the agency summoned him for questioning in Jaipur. Summons are in fact associated with the recent ED raids targeting Triton Hotels and Resorts Private Limited. Prime Minister Modi paid a day-long visit to Madhya Pradesh, where he launched various programs. He later performed puja and offered prayers at Kanch Mandir and sought the blessings of Jagadguru Rambhadracharya of the Tulsi Beat. While speaking at the event in Chitrakoot, Prime Minister Modi emphasized the importance of Sanskrit language in Hindu religion. He further slammed anti-Sanskrit lobby, saying attempts were made to destroy the Sanskrit language.
हम आजाद हुए, लेकिन जिन लोगों ने गुलामी की मानसिकता नहीं गई, वो संस्कृत के प्रति वैर भाव पालते रहे। कहीं कोई लुप्त भाषा का कोई शिलालेख मिलने पर ऐसे लोग उसका महिमा मंडन करते हैं, लेकिन हजारों वर्षों से मौजूद संस्कृत का सम्मान नहीं करते।
BJP has released a list of 40 star campaigners for Madhya Pradesh Assembly elections. The list includes a top brass of the BJP, including Prime Minister Modi, Party Chief JP Nadda, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, Home Minister Amit Shah, Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan, Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma, and other leaders who will campaign in the state. In Telangana, Union Home Minister Amit Shah addressed a mega rally in Suryapet. While making various promises, Union Home Minister Amit Shah announced that the next Chief Minister of the BJP in Telangana will be from backward caste. BJP President JP Nadda released the party's vision document for Mizoram Assembly elections, or in fact promising a Mizoram Sports Academy with scholarships for aspiring athletes and 33% reservation for women in government jobs. The BJP has appointed O.P. Dhankar as the new BJP National Secretary. The decision comes after the BJP replaced Dhankar as Haryana BJP chief with Kurukshetra MP Nayab Singh Sen. Politics remains intact ahead of Ram Mandir inauguration, as an Islamic scholar Maulana Mahmood Asad Madani has now said the Babri Masjid judgment was wrong. In latest development in the Mahua Moitra payoff scam, the TMC has now said that she will not appear before the Parliamentary Ethics Committee on October 31st, but will depose after her pre-scheduled constituency programs that will end on November 4th. This is a statement, in fact, coming from the TMC MP Mahua Moitra. This comes a day after BJP MP Nishikant Dubey and lawyer Jay Anand Dehadra recorded their statements before the Parliamentary Ethics Committee. In the latest development, NewsClick's HR head Amit Chakraborty filed bail application in Patiala House Court. NewsClick founder Prabir Purkayastha demanded release of electronic devices seized by the Delhi police, following which Patiala House Court sought reply from Delhi police on both petitions. Currently, NewsClick founder Prabir Purkayastha and HR head Amit Chakraborty are in Delhi police's custody till November 2nd. Gangster turned politician Mukhtar Ansari awarded 10 years imprisonment and a fine of 5 lakh rupees by Ghazipur MP-MLA court in connection with a gangster case lodged against him in 2010 after the murder of Kapil Dev Singh under Karanda police station limits of Ghazipur district in 2009 and in 2010 attempt to murder case. According to Electronics and Technology Minister Rajiv Chandrasekhar, Tata Group will start making Apple iPhones in India for domestic and global markets. The development underscores India's growing production prowess and reflects a significant departure from Apple's previous strategy of selling mostly Chinese-made new devices to frenzied customers across the world. And getting you more news from across the world. The Israel conducted second round of raids in Gaza. According to IDF spokesperson, infantry and air forces had carried out a targeted raid in the central Gaza Strip during the last day as a part of preparations for the next stages of the war. According to IDF, over 250 targets struck in Gaza as the raids were targeted at suspected Hamas positions on the outskirts of Gaza City. The Israel Defense Forces said its fighter jets struck 3 senior Hamas operatives in the Daraj Tufa battalion, resulting in killing of 3 top commanders. These operatives were said to have played a significant part in Hamas's attack on Israel on October 7th. Now, in the latest development, Hamas fired rockets at a residential building in Israel's Tel Aviv, following which sirens blared across central Israel. According to reports, 3 people were injured. Smoke and explosions could be seen in the Gaza Strip as Israeli forces, backed by fighter jets and drones, carried out a second ground raid into Gaza in as many days. Targets were struck on the outskirts of Gaza City, according to Israeli military. A surreal silence pervaded the streets of the southern Israeli city of Sderot on Friday. One of the first cities attacked by Hamas on October 7th, streets looked empty, shops closed as dozens of people were killed in the region, only a few miles away from the border with the Gaza Strip. As the Israel-Hamas war enters its 21st day, the Israeli military vehicles were seen in southern Israel near border with Gaza. Israeli troops were seen patrolling the area amid its war with Hamas. An Israeli airstrike hit a residential building in Khan Yunis near a displacement camp, killing at least 2 people and injuring several others. Tent has been set up outside a hospital in Khan Yunis, allowing people, mostly women and children, to identify bodies of their loved ones as the war between Israel and Gaza entered its 21st day. European Union leaders held discussion on Israel-Hamas war, while divide was visible across the EU spectrum as Austria, Germany and Hungary are among Israel's top supporters. However, Spain and Ireland often focus on the plight of the Palestinians. Getting you more news from across the world, Russia has yet again reiterated a ceasefire in Gaza. The statement comes when Russia went on to clarify its position on war as it further strongly condemned the use of terrorist methods, including the killing of civilians, taking hostage of women, the elderly, children who must be released. While Russia faced criticism over Hamas' visit to Moscow, the Kremlin responded by saying that Moscow considers it necessary to maintain contacts with all parties. Iran's foreign minister said that Hamas is ready to release civilian prisoners taken from Israel and called for the international community to take support for the release of 6,000 Palestinians held in Israeli prisons. A Palestinian ambassador said that he's sent over 1,000 photos of children killed in Israeli military strikes in Gaza to diplomatic missions in Geneva and has asked the UN Human Rights Chief to seek names of Israeli victims. The Commissioner General of UNRWA stated that aid should be allowed into Gaza, that remaining services are crumbling. The World Food Programme has warned due to consistent airstrikes and lack of resources in Gaza, only 2 bakeries out of 24 contracted by the WFP are operating, with the remaining bakeries struggling to meet the demand. With the war between Israel and Hamas now in its 21st day, the State Department has said it will continue to negotiate additional humanitarian assistance for civilians in Gaza. The Sydney's Jewish community displayed balloons of hope in support of hostages held by Hamas. 220 balloons and pairs of shoes were laid out in a display in Sydney representing those kept hostage by Hamas in Gaza. Dozens of demonstrators marched in Quito in support of the Palestinians. Among the protesters braving the rain were a number of Palestinians who lived in Latin American country. Huge protests broke out at Jantar Mantar as nearly 200 Jamia Millia University students joined the protest with posters and banners supporting Palestine. Getting you more updates from across the world, EU leaders gathered in Brussels for the final summit day when they will discuss EU's long-term budget as well as migration and financial help for Ukraine. Extending more support to Ukraine, UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak dialed Ukrainian President Zelensky this morning. According to Sunak, the discussions regarding latest military situation and the importance of getting grain out of Ukrainian ports were held. According to Ukraine, 8 firefighters were injured during a Russian missile strike on Ukrainian Fire Department building in Izium. There were mega protests. Ukraine's Air Force claimed to have downed 5 out of 6 Russian drones over Kherson and Mykolaiv region overnight. Families of Ukrainian servicemen gathered on central Kiev on Friday to demand their loved ones return home. According to United States, Chinese fighter jet came within 10 feet of an American B-52 bomber flying over the South China Sea, nearly causing an accident, underscoring the potential for a mishap as both countries vie for influence in the region. China's foreign minister has kick-started a 3-day US visit. Over 3 days of meetings, top Biden administration officials, including possibly the president himself, will press Wang Yi on the importance of China stepping up its role in the world stage. And we're getting you a news of Prime Minister Modi extending congratulations to Thulasimati for adding another gold medal in the SU5 women's singles category. She defeated China's Yang Quizai in straight games. Bottom-placed Netherlands is all set to take on Bangladesh in their next match at the ICC Cricket World Cup in Kolkata on the doubleheader. Bangladesh captain Saqib Al Hassan returned to Kolkata to prepare for his team's upcoming encounter against the Netherlands in the World Cup.
one of the forward locations in the south of the Israel, and here the preparations are in full swing. How the troops are preparing for the ground battles. The tanks have been installed. The big Merkavas are here on the ground to totally wipe out the Hamas terrorists, and so does the regular briefings of the soldiers that are taking place here at the ground zero.
A Qatar court has sentenced to death 8 Indian former Navy officers in an alleged case of espionage. Their families are awaiting their safe return. India is demanding justice. But what exactly had happened? Here's a report explaining the timeline.
8 Navy veterans languishing in Qatar prison for over a year, now sentenced to death. For last 14 months, there have been very little information available on the case, the reason for arrest and trial. Reports say these 8 Navy veterans who worked for a Qatar-based defense service provider were picked up on August 30, 2002 in the dead of the night by Qatari intelligence services. It was only in mid-September that Indian Embassy learned about the arrests, and by the end of the month they were allowed to contact family members. First consular access was granted in October 3 the same year, and for the next few months weekly calls were allowed to family members. The trial in the case started on March 29th this month, but the details have not been made public.
What is the accusation which is up in air, not being defined by the government? Why? But up in air is what? You are allowing somebody who was employed by your Air Force officer, your trainer of armed forces, to go to the submarine, take out the details, pass it to Israel. Wow, beautiful security system you have. And what beautiful upright moral values you have that you will not declare it. You will not declare the charges.
On October 26, the 8 Navy veterans were sentenced to death, and pressure is mounting on Indian government to act swiftly to ensure bringing them back. Agency report for Republic TV.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
one of the forward locations in the south of the Israel, and here the preparations are in full swing. How the troops are preparing for the ground battles. The tanks have been installed. The big Merkavas are here on the ground to totally wipe out the Hamas terrorists, and so does the regular briefings of the soldiers that are taking place here at the ground zero.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not.
We have been reporting from the operational base of Israel Defense Force, and I'll just show you the visuals. Israel forces is in place here. There are Merkava tanks, there are artillery, British fleet placed here, and they've been constantly making the strike towards the Gaza Strip. But as we know, the statement that came in from IDF and ISF that made an announcement that IDF has conducted an aerial strike on an underground terror cell of Hamas and Islamic Jihad terror operatives who were organizing an immediate terror attack.
question presented by Greenply, powered by Edelweiss Mutual Fund.
Qatar court verdict sentencing 8 ex-Navy officers to death. MEA says government exploring legal options. Families of 8 Indians kept in the dark on the details of the case and trial. Demand grows to bring back the Indian sailors.
जिन लोगों ने गुलामी की मानसिकता नहीं गई, वो संस्कृत के प्रति वैर भाव पालते रहे। इस मानसिकता के लोग पिछले 1000 साल से हारते आ रहे हैं और आगे भी कामयाब नहीं होंगे।
In Chitrakoot, Prime Minister slams anti-Sanskrit brigade, says colonial mindset led to ridiculing Sanskrit.
ब्रिटिश गवर्नमेंट जब भारत को गुलाम बनाया तो उस समय मां दुर्गा ने क्या कर रही थी?
Yet another India Alliance Neta insults Hindu religion, asks why did Ma Durga not save the country from Britishers? Russian scam explodes in West Bengal. Mamata Banerjee's Minister Jyotipura Malik arrested by ED. At least 3 critical as Hamas terrorists target residential areas in Tel Aviv. Rescue operations underway. Hello and welcome. You watching The Burning Question with me, Shavan Sen. Ladies and gentlemen, even as the Mahua payoff scam has now become the biggest talking point, and in the latest development, the TMC leader Mahua Moitra has now said that she will not appear before the Parliamentary Ethics Committee on 31st of October, but will depose after her pre-scheduled constituency programs that will end on 4th of November. This comes a day after BJP parliamentarian Nishikant Dubey and lawyer Jay Anand recorded their statements before the Parliamentary Ethics Committee and recorded their statements. Now here's the full story, and then we begin the burning question.
The cash for query scandal is only getting bigger by the day. A day after lawyer Anand Rai Deharai recorded his statement,
Are you of the committee delivering justice?
I believe in the truth, and I have no doubts that the truth will prevail, and beyond that I have nothing more to say. Thank you.
Sir, how do you have to react to the personal comments that Ms. Moitra have been posing against you?
It's a free country. Anyone can say anything they like, but there are consequences to this.
How was the entire deposition, sir?
Very cordial, actually. Very pleasant. Very pleasant.
There was some disargument between the committee members.
None at all. None in front of me. Nothing of the sort happened. And it was a very pleasant experience.
after BJP MP Nishikant Dubey appeared before the Parliamentary Ethics Panel.
किस तरीके से रहा आपका सर डेपोजिशन?
बहुत बढ़िया रहा, सारे एमपी मुझसे ज्यादा चिंतित हैं।
कितनी सेकंड राउंड एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं क्या सर?
यदि बुलाएंगे तो जाएंगे।
जी सर, महुआ मोइत्रा आप पे पर्सनल अटैक्स कर रहे हैं, किस तरीके से देखते हैं ऐसे अटैक्स को?
महुआ जी हमारी सम्मानित नेता हैं, वो हमारी कलीग हैं और महिला होने के नाते हम उनके लिए शुभेच्छा करेंगे कि वो बढ़ें, लेकिन जो भी गलतियां उन्होंने की है लाइफ में वो किसी सांसद को नहीं करना।
Reports suggest a heated debate between the panel members dominated the course of the proceedings.
During the deposition of Mr. Jay, who were there in front of the Ethics Committee, there was a lot of drama that really took place, that unfolded there at the committee meeting, because the members are from different political parties, and the drama escalated very quickly, and Mr. Jay had to leave the premises for a couple of minutes.
And Mahua Moitra was summoned for October 31st. The TMC leader has now sought time from the panel. Taking to social media, Mahua Moitra said that she looked forward to deposing after her pre-scheduled programs that will end on November the 4th. The panel is mulling seeking assistance from the Ministries of Home Affairs and IT.
31 तारीख को महुआ मित्रा को कमेटी की तरफ से सम्मन जा रहा है कि 31 तारीख को उपस्थित होके अपनी बात कहें, अपने बचाव पक्ष में जो कहना चाहते हैं और जो भी पेपर देना चाहते हैं दें, एक विषय। दूसरा, साथ ही साथ कमेटी ने एक निर्णय और लिया है, IT मंत्रालय और गृह मंत्रालय को चिट्ठी भेज के ये हीरानंदानी, मोहित मित्रा और वकील साहब के बीच में जो कन्वर्सेशन हुआ है, जो भी कुछ हुआ है, उसका विवरण उपलब्ध करने की।
From demanding bribes and gifts charge to sharing login credentials claim, the allegations against Mahua Moitra are scathing. Will the probe blow the lead of a bigger scandal? Bureau Report for Republic TV.
So what does Mahua Moitra now have to say with regards to this deposition before the panel is concerned? This is what she had written to the Ethics Committee, and she essentially says that one, there were pre-scheduled meetings that she had in her own constituency, and that is the reason why she does not want to appear before the Ethics Committee. The burning question, Anirban Banerjee, I want to begin by asking you, and perhaps Anila Singh of the BJP can thereafter respond. Question number one is this, Anirban, that you have a parliamentarian who has been very vocal about the alleged misdeeds of a corporate company. And today, when she has to appear before the parliamentary board, what is exactly happening? She says that, look here, I have scheduled meetings, so I will not come before that. Second, with regards to the evidence that has come forth, she has very little to really say. And question number two, why exactly would her own party not really defend her?
Okay, answers to both of your questions. Number one, she has sought time for appearance, and she has already said that, as you have said in your introductory story as well, that after 4th of November, she is going to appear before the Ethics Committee. That's number one. Number two, regarding whether the TMC is defending her or not, I don't think she really needs any defending from anybody. She has been too fiery to handle by the BJP. The Modi, Adani, this cabal, they have been so rattled by the questions posted by her in the parliament that not answering them in the parliament, they have chosen this twisted path to harass her, to embarrass her and try and humiliate her. But let me also state this, that the complainant, when asked for proof and evidence supporting his allegations, what has he provided to the committee? The sources say that he has provided nothing. Therefore, this allegation brought by Jai Anand Dehadrai and vetted by the Honorable MP Nishikant Dubey, don't you think this is going to turn out to be a lame duck after all?
I want you to respond. You know, Anirban, one minute. Anirban, what you are failing to understand here is that why shouldn't the party really defend? I'll tell you why the party should essentially defend at this point in time. In fact, for a party which has always been saying, their senior most member like Partho Chatterjee also, when he was facing some grave allegations, there too also there was some amount of defense that came in from Trinamool Congress, and finally an action was taken because there was evidence against Partho Chatterjee, and an action was taken even by Trinamool Congress. So it did have a moral standing. Trinamool Congress had some sort of a moral standing on that aspect. So I don't understand, Anirban, if you really feel these charges are absolutely frivolous, then I think so Trinamool Congress should have been on the forefront to defend their own parliamentarian, forefront in what to believe what she actually has been espousing all this while. Because today it appears, Anirban, that Trinamool Congress does not really believe in the allegations that have been leveled by Mahua Moitra against the corporate conglomerate. Because if that wasn't the case, they would have been sitting on a dharna today. Let's not forget, Mamata Banerjee has been at the forefront. She's never shied away from protecting her own people. In fact, if you remember, when the Central Bureau of Investigation landed in Kolkata, when charges were leveled against the former top cop of Kolkata, we saw the Chief Minister sitting on a dharna, that too for a top cop. Let's not forget that.
Yeah. That was because the CBI was being the puppet of the BJP government who wanted to destroy the federal structure using the CBI officers. That is why the Chief Minister.
So today Mahua says that the Ethics Committee is also biased.
Minister from the West.
So how is it different? Anirban, think about this. Mahua says that the ethics committee is also biased.
The ethics committee comprises majority of BJP members. Therefore, the way the BJP has been acting under the directions of the Adani group, apparently, allegedly, it is only very clear that what the end result is going to be. But even for that, the complainant has to provide some documents, some solid evidence. Has he provided anything? What does your sources within the ethics committee say? Are there any proper evidence or proof to back up the allegations? That, I think, is the most important takeaway from the proceedings till now.
Okay. I don't know what the ethics committee is going to decide, but it's for them to decide whether at all she's guilty or not, and what sort of a recommendation are they going to make. It's for them to decide. But the fact of the matter is this, Anila Singh, is that, tell me something, Anila Singh. Will you or will you not, for a moment, if you were in the shoes of Mamata Banerjee today, or for that matter, any senior leader of Trinamool Congress, would you or would you not have defended your own colleague if you believe that the allegations that have been leveled against your own colleague has been absolutely preposterous?
My Ram Ram to all, and this is what I had been saying when my voice is echoing, actually. It can be correct. So, I just have to say one thing: when Mamata has not come out, or any of TMC's official spokespersons or the leader, they are not advocating for her. Rather, one of the spokesperson of the leader, he had come out and he said that we are not going to come for her defense, she can defend herself. So this proves that even the party or the party head, they think that she has definitely done very wrong. She has brought shame not only to TMC, but to the parliament, to the nation as well. What picture has been portrayed around the world, showing that one member of parliament from India, in just to buy few bags or few luxuries, she has sold her member of parliament thing. She gave access to one particular person, and here Mr. Anirban is advocating for her. This is absolutely wrong. She has brought shame to this nation. What she has done, she has not set any example. Rather, she has shown that if you indulge in luxuries, there are people who can support you, who can sponsor you. What you have to do is simply do, or you simply become puppet in their hands.
Okay, let's break down. Okay, Anila Singh.
Khadi saris, Bata slippers, and in her political party, there is this particular lady who is member of parliament.
Anila, it's not, Anila, on that, if that was the case, if that was the case, Anila, that's a little bit of a flawed argument, because I would say that if you actually then start talking about Mamata Banerjee and her appearance, next time if there is an allegation leveled against any of your parliamentarian, directly you would have others raising questions about your leader, even for that matter, the Prime Minister at that point in time. But the fact of the matter is this, and Lokesh, I want you to come in.
Just give you.
I think so. The question that one should ask Mamata Banerjee is that, while you're not defending your own leader, you can perhaps ask this question that you may not want to defend Mahua. You may not want to defend Mahua, but then the fact of the matter is that if you have sacked Partho, what is stopping you from sacking Mahua? And more importantly, if at all you believe that these are charges that are absolutely baseless, and there is an attempt that has been made by the Bharatiya Janata Party to fix Ms. Mahua Moitro only because she was raising questions against a conglomerate, then there is something more than they should have done. And Lokesh, I think so. We seem to have lost the line with Lokesh. We'll try and reconnect with Lokesh. Why don't you respond, Anirban? Once again, think rationally. Anila, you can come back on this and perhaps respond. Let me just take this to Anirban. Anirban, what I'll do for you also, listen to both the reactions that we have had, because... Okay, Lokesh, can Lokesh hear me? Okay, Lokesh will try and reconnect. But Anirban, I want you to hear these two responses that came in. One from Jay Anand, who is the lawyer, and he's the one who's raised this complaint, shared it with Nishikant Dubey, who happens to be a parliamentarian. I want you to listen in to what both of them had to say soon after the deposition, because this is the deposition has also been criticized by Mahua Moitra. Listen into both of them and then I'll ask you the question. Let's just play out once again the first response and the only response of Nishikant Dubey and Jay Anand to Republic TV. Listen to what they had to say, and I'll ask you a question based on that.
You of the committee delivering justice.
I believe in the truth, and I have no doubt that the truth will prevail, and beyond that I have nothing more to say.
So how do you have to react to the personal comments that Ms. Moitra have been posing against you?
It's a free country, anyone can say anything they like, but there are consequences to this.
How was the entire deposition, sir?
Very cordial, actually.
There were reports that there was some disargument between the committee members.
None at all, none in front of me, nothing of the sort happened. And it was a very pleasant experience for me at least.
किस तरीके से रहा आपका सर डेपोजिशन?
सारे एमपी उनसे ज्यादा चिंतित।
कितनी सेकंड राउंड एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं क्या सर?
यदि बुलाएंगे तो जाएंगे।
जी सर, महुआ मोइत्रा आप पे पर्सनल अटैक्स कर रहे हैं, किस तरीके से देखते हैं ऐसे अटैक्स को सर?
महुआ जी हमारी सम्मानित नेता है, वो हमारी कलीग है और महिला होने के नाते हम उनके लिए शुभेच्छा करेंगे कि वो बढ़े, लेकिन जो भी गलतियां उन्होंने की है लाइफ में वो किसी सांसद को नहीं करना चाहिए।
Okay, Nikhil Jain has also joined us on the burning question. Nikhil Jain, I hope you've had the opportunity to hear what Nishikant and Jay Anand had to say. I'll come to you in a short while from now. I'm not sure whether Lokesh is still connected with us. If Lokesh is, yes, sir, I would like to take that question. Till that time, Anirban. Okay, Lokesh has joined in. So Anirban, I'll come back to you. Yes. I'll come back to you. Lokesh, now look at this. Yes. And there are some critical issues that we still do not have an answer to. Till date, there is no answer. And look at the first response that came in from Mahua Moitra with regards to the using of the ID, the login ID that is given to every parliamentarian and which has its own security concerns. It being used outside India is of grave concern for anyone. And till date, you've had the most frivolous response coming in from a parliamentarian like Mahua Moitra. And it does not really bother anyone. Forget about the gifts and all of that can come secondary. I would say it's still secondary. For me, the bigger concern is that how exactly would you allow a private person, a private individual, a private businessman operating outside India, giving him the access to your login ID, then posting the questions on your behalf? Please tell me, is that correct?
Well, it's not correct at all. However, there are two important issues that need to be understood. First of all, Mahua Moitra ji, she had stated that there is a need to cross-examine businessman Darshan Hiranandani. Now, please understand, this entire matter should have been given to the Privilege Committee rather than the Ethics Committee, because Privilege Committee in itself has the power to summon a non-parliamentarian before it as well. Cross-examination can take place. Privilege Committee is far more powerful than Ethics Committee. The first question that I have in mind is, or rather it surprises me, as to why was this matter handed over to Ethics Committee? Secondly, when Mahua Moitra, she is asking for a time, she already had a pre-scheduled visit to her constituency by 4th of November, and she's asking time. I think a fair trial requires that adequate, sufficient time must be given to all the parties so that they can put forth their facts, claims before the panel so that the investigation and finding is fair and credible enough. Now, over here, I do not find anything that that should be objected to. In fact, Mahua Moitra has all the rights to put forth her claims, to bring more facts to the notice. But still the question remains, why this entire issue was handed over to Ethics Committee rather than the Privilege Committee? Yes.
Okay. You're more concerned. Okay. You're more concerned about where it should have gone, how it should have been addressed, and luckily,
because Privilege
Lokesh, at least you do say
any individual outside the parliament as well. So over here, privilege committee could have summoned Darshan Hiranandani. A cross-examination could have taken place. It could also summon any and every individual.
Well, the ethics committee could have also
charges against. No, ethics committee doesn't have the power. Ethics committee cannot summon any individual outside the parliament. You can read the rules of procedure of Lok Sabha. Over there, it is clearly mentioned the scope of work allotted to privilege committee and the ethics committee.
Right. Okay. Nikhil Jain, even Lokesh Jindal today agrees. Of course, the very fact that why shouldn't a private person who is now in a sworn affidavit essentially says that, look here, this so-and-so has happened, and but de facto becomes the approver in this particular case. But questions should have also been asked of Mr. Hiranandani as to why exactly was he so very eager to respond to whatever Mahua Moitra was saying. She, after all, was an opposition leader at the end of the day. What made him to really succumb to the demands that were being made? That's also another question that one must answer. But Nikhil Jain, let me ask you this question. Today, perhaps the best possible manner Mahua Moitra could have responded is, one, appear before the ethics committee. Second, a point-by-point rebuttal on some of the charges that have been leveled against her. And third, of course, which is the biggest, is that your own party and perhaps even the other opposition parties, for instance, the Congress, Rahul Gandhi himself, all this while has been speaking about a business conglomerate which has been funding Congress-ruled states too. Even he hasn't really come out in defense of Mahua Moitra.
Shravan, first of all, the conglomerate that we're all talking about, I'm going to name the conglomerate. It is Gautam Adani's company. Secondly, they're not funding any Congress states. They simply happen to have infrastructure investments in states that are ruled by the Congress. And the Congress party cannot stop a private company from bidding for a private tender and then winning the tender. So let's make that very clear first. Number two, the important point to this debate is that Hiranandani, why has he come forward and said that I was paying money to a member of parliament to raise questions against the person against whom I have business interests? Was there a criminal case against him? Was there anything? Why would anybody do that? I'm just being very pragmatic about it. Let's for a moment assume that yes, this did indeed happen. But one needs to realize that why did the man turn into an approver? Obviously, there was the pressure of the agencies. He is somebody who has business interests in multiple states, including states that are ruled by the BJP. And what the BJP has now done is, in order to shut up Mahua Moitra for speaking against Adani in the parliament, they have brought this man as an approver. I'm not saying what he's saying is the truth or it's false, but what I'm saying is that obviously there is pressure.
What proof do we have, Nikhil?
Obviously, the objective is to have her shut up.
Nikhil, just imagine.
Now, whether his allegations are true or false, that is something that needs to be determined. But there is nothing moving on that front. You are asking questions of a member of parliament.
What proof?
You are not asking questions of the private person who has himself agreed that he has been part of a crime.
What you're saying, Nikhil, what you're saying is mere conjecture. What you're saying is mere conjecture. On what basis are you essentially saying that Mr. Hiranandani has given that affidavit under some duress? That is again another allegation that you are leveling. Anila Singh, yet again you have this charge that has been leveled against your party, that you're essentially forcing Darshan Hiranandani to perhaps give that sworn affidavit so that you could implicate a woman who has been extremely articulate, a woman who has been fighting your government.
I don't know whether she was fighting against a government or she was trying to get indulged in luxuries via somebody. So after inquiry, we will come to know many of the facts, but definitely a question was raised by Lokeshi and he said that why not privileged committee, why ethics committee? So this shows that definitely he understands the seriousness of the matter when he says it should have gone to privileged committee. We know it very well that what type of cases go to privileged committee. So the reality is, even I think that yes, it is a very serious matter and whoever is involved in it, whether we talk about Mr. Nandani or whoever is involved in it, they should be, punished because the security of parliament has been compromised. A place where policies are being discussed, They are finalized and then they go for implementation. So attacking government, it doesn't mean that you are going to compromise. So what she has done is very unethical. So ethics committee is really going to inquire that what was the reason behind it. And she
that is for the ethics committee to decide.
She is saying, oh, I have got certain meetings in my constituency and after that I can give you some time. So like in the parliament, she was
in fact, when Republic Bangla,
her constituency, she was asking.
Now the question here is that if I have nothing to really hide.
Else. Sorry?
Okay. The question here is that if I have nothing to hide, when questions were essentially asked by Republic Bangla in her constituency, Ms. Mahua Moitra had no answers to it. I'm showing you those visuals right now, viewers, for you to see that if I have nothing to I have nothing to hide, then perhaps I would have turned around and responded to the questions asked by a reporter there who was chasing her for several hours put together, but she had no answer, no comments, nothing of that sort. In fact, ended up offering a sweet. Thank you very much, Anila Singh, Nikhil Jain, Lokesh Jindal and Anirban Banerjee for joining us on the burning question. On the other side, the trending burning question, where we raise questions about the role of countries like Turkey and Russia as the war between Israel and Hamas rages on.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
One of the forward locations in the south of the Israel, and here the preparations are in full swing. How the troops are preparing for the ground battles. The tanks have been installed. The big Merkavas are here on the ground to totally wipe out the Hamas terrorists, and so does the regular buildings of the soldiers that are taking place here at the ground zero.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Burning question, powered by Reva University, Century Ply Laminates, co-powered by Hyundai Motors.
Hello and welcome. You're watching the Trending Burning Question with me, Shavan Sen. Ladies and gentlemen, as the Israel-Hamas war rages on, Russia as well as Turkey has now weighed in. But in contrast to what we have seen coming in from the Western nations. In fact, Russia has now hosted a delegation of the Hamas, and not just that, a delegation coming in from Iran, which undoubtedly is going to irk the NATO nations. On the other hand, you have a Turkey president coming out in the open, supporting Hamas, criticizing Israel, saying that Hamas is not a terrorist group. In fact, it's a resistance movement. This at a time when Israel has witnessed one of the most barbaric incidents in its history. And Israel is essentially calling in for a complete destruction of the Hamas. Take a look at this report and then we begin the trending burning question. Is the support really waning away? And how exactly would Israel continue their fight against terrorism?
"20 days since Hamas first launched the deadliest attack on Israel,
terrorists on Israel was one of the deadliest attacks that the entire Israel has seen or the world has seen. How the barbarity was unleashed by the terrorists of Hamas. And right now we are at the Kafar Azad. This is the place, this is the fence that was breached by the terrorists of the Hamas. More than 70 terrorists barged into the territory of the Israel from this very fence, and what they did, it was followed by the rockets that were launched by the terrorists of Hamas, and also the firing on the civilians. More than 62 civilians were killed by the terrorists of Hamas.
The offensive seems nowhere close to end. Emergency services in Tel Aviv were at the scene of a rocket impact site at an apartment building. 4 people were wounded, and this comes as Palestinian militants have fired thousands of rockets into Israel. Israel is fighting terror. 3 Hamas terror operatives were killed in airstrike. Meanwhile, Biden has hinted that the India-Middle East Economic Corridor a possible reason for Hamas attack. And if this is true, can China's hand in Israel-Hamas war be ruled out? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Joining us on the broadcast tonight are Terry Newman, he's an Israeli entrepreneur, and Dr. Joseph Chalil, he's an author and publisher, joining us from Florida. First, let me begin by asking you, Terry Newman, several of the Western nations, after the macabre incident that took place on 7th of October, came out in full support of Israel. India perhaps also being one of the first few countries to come out in full support of Israel against the fight against terrorism. But what we have essentially witnessed over the last few days, some say the turning point essentially being the attack in that hospital in Gaza. Do you essentially believe that there is a considerable pressure on Israel at this point in time? First, to focus on the hostage crisis situation. Second is to move in for a ceasefire at this stage, because many would argue that there has been a huge loss of lives in Gaza.
Yes, well, good evening and thank you for the question. I think that the whole discussion regarding ceasefires and hostages is a question which really needs to be put to the side for a moment, right? What needs to be taken into account is the fact that there has been a three-pronged attack by Iran on Israel from the north, from the south, and from the center, which appears, as you've correctly said, to have also support certainly from the Russians and probably from the Chinese as well. And therefore, when Israel is making its calculations on what it needs to do, yes, the lives of those hostages are critical. But this is a country of 10 million people, a strong country. And in addition to that, we are the front line of the free world. And therefore, anything we do has to be in coordination with our allies, first and foremost the United States, but also the UK, also India, also parts of Europe as well who have stood up. The Chancellor of Germany has come to visit. The President of France has come to visit. So we need to understand that this is a far larger event than what we have seen to date.
Okay. Dr. Joseph, actually look at the current geopolitical situation. On the one hand, you have Russia saying that we want to be some sort of a mediator. You have a Hamas delegation being welcomed by Russia. Thereafter, you have a delegation coming in from Iran. Let's not forget what Turkey has to say. Turkey now openly is saying that, look here, Hamas is not a terrorist organization, it's a resistance movement. All that put together, where do you see the situation going further?
Well, first of all, Hamas is not a terrorist organization, it's a terrorist army. This is an army. They've got tens of thousands of soldiers, terrorist soldiers, who've been trained over the last 15 years. This is not a small organization. This is a huge setup. It's one of the top terrorist armies in the world. In terms of the geopolitical scenario, you are absolutely correct. And I'll even go one step further. You know, we knew all along that many of these people who attacked had been trained in Iran, but the Wall Street Journal finally published it yesterday that over 500 of the attackers had been trained in Iran in the last 3 months. In addition to that, we know, we have very strong evidence pointing to Wagner involvement, where there was training done in Africa for many of those who attacked. So, you know, this is a major geopolitical event where, in effect, the real aim of it is to scupper, to torpedo Saudi Arabian-Israeli ties, because that normalization, that connection between Saudi Arabia and Israel is the key to the Indian, Middle Eastern, European corridor. And the Indian, Middle Eastern, European corridor, the IMEC, is the biggest infrastructure project ever done by the free world. and it is the biggest challenge, the biggest threat to the Chinese Belt and Road Initiative, the BRI. And therefore, we have to respond together in coordination with our allies. Our allies understand this. That's why they have sent 2 aircraft carriers and warships. And we will respond together. And I thank the Indian government. I thank your Prime Minister, Modi, for being so strong and clear on this issue. The free world has fought the forces of communism and won. It's fought the forces of Nazism and won. And it will fight the forces of terror and autocracy and will win too.
Okay. Dr. Joseph, the question that I wanted to ask you, in fact, Terry Newman has already answered, but I want to ask you the current situation that President Biden really faces. On the one hand, there is growing pressure coming in from a section within his own party, the Democrats. On the other hand, the Republicans have been quite supportive of the initiative that the president has essentially taken. Do you believe that with the president walking a tight rope right now, the pressure would also be felt by the Israelis?
Again, while my heart goes out to all the innocent victims of the conflict, this is clearly an attack by terrorists on Israel, and this is a key moment, very similar to what India felt when Mumbai was attacked. This is similar to what the terrorists are doing from Pakistan, and this is the time the world needs to speak out against terrorism, worldwide, including supporting Israel. So let me put it, 2 things which were coming together. Again, when President Biden came into office, he wasn't meeting with Netanyahu, for a year after he became the prime minister of Israel. And the second time, we also know that Biden, when he took the presidency, was the first meeting with the MBS, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, was not willing to shake his hand because of the pressures we had against him. And if you look at the G20, Prime Minister Modi was the first person who forcefully took the hand of Netanyahu and MBS and Biden, not Netanyahu, with President Biden and MBS together, and took into a handshake of Israel and Saudi Arabia. And that, I believe, threatened the people who were making a business out of war. If you've been to Gaza, I've been to Gaza. If you've been to Beirut, you will see how poorly they live, not because of lack of opportunities, because right across the wall, Israel is very similar to any U.S. cities, and Gaza citizens had the same opportunity they had, but they were kept poor by giving freebies and not given opportunity to work. The economic corridor, on the other hand, should have enhanced the opportunity for those people to improve their life, to have jobs and revenue for them, and increase the business opportunities. And any collaboration between Israel and Saudi Arabia, as Mr. Newman correctly pointed out, would have killed this Arab-Israeli conflict into a partnership, and people could be living peacefully together forever. And that is not what Ayatollahs want, and the peace and the corridor is not what China wants. So between the Iranian Ayatollahs and the Chinese money, I believe they planned this, and there's no choice now but India to support. And this is the same thing what we saw in Qatar, where Indian army or navy officers now being sentenced to death, claiming to be spying for Israel. These are absurd claims. This is a time India and Israel need to stick together. Right. While we need to avoid as many victims as possible, innocent victims in this war, but terrorism need to be eradicated from the face of earth.
Well, in fact, Dr. Joseph and Terry Newman, I would request you to stay on with us, as I would like to quickly go across to my colleague Gursimran Singh, who's been reporting for the last few days, covering various vantage points across Israel, bringing us up to speed about the current situation. Gursimran, first, give us a sense of what's the current situation like. Many still waiting for that action to be taken by the Israeli Defense Forces. In fact, I believe a preparatory act was performed by the IDF where the tanks had entered Gaza. But what's the situation like? Are we to expect a full-blown ground invasion in the coming few days? And also give us some details of the place from where you're reporting right now.
Sishavan, right now we are reporting from Yakini, and this is one of the near the one of the key operational bases of the Israel Defense Forces, from where they are pounding the heavy artillery into the terror hideouts of the Hamas in the Gaza Strip. Important to mention that this was the same place where we have seen that the forces of the Israel Defense System, IDF forces, they entered into the territory of the Hamas, especially the Gaza Strip, when they entered day before yesterday, and a roughly 7 hour long operation was carried out. It was here only that they entered into the territory, and the Merkavas, along with the armed personal carrier and the BMPs, everything landed into the territory of Gaza. It took around 6 to 7 hours for this operation, in which some of the key commanders of the Hamas were also killed. But the main focus was on the terror tunnel infrastructure that the Hamas has in their land, and they continue to decimate that in the territory of Hamas, that is in the Gaza, and they returned back safely after carrying out the operation. Shavan.
Well, Gursimran, I'll just request you if you can just move around and perhaps also give us a sense, because as I understand, the place from where you're reporting is barely about 400 meters away from the Gaza Strip, the border area where you're essentially reporting from. Also, while you take our viewers through what's really happening on the ground, could you also tell us, in terms of the mobilization of the troops on the southern side, what's the situation like? And up in the north, what's the response to some of the skirmishes that have taken place from Hezbollah?
See, Shawan, right now, let me ask Vijay Surendra Shah to move in, and we'll show you that this is the close militarized zone. This entire area has been closed by the Israel Defense Forces for any civilian population to come here, and all the locals have been asked to vacate their houses, since this comes in the 2 kilometers area from the border side. So this is one of the closest areas when it comes to the north of Gaza, and that's why this entire area has been closed for the civilian population, and the nearby area has been made the operational base. As we speak, we can hear some of the loud bangs that are taking place. These are the artillery fires that are being done into the side of Gaza. So if you, I'll request Vijay Surendra Shah to keep moving, that we can show that hardly it's 300 to 400 meters in the aerial distance is the place where the Gaza Strip actually begins. That is the border of Israel to the Gaza Strip, and there in the nearby vicinity of the fence, there are some of the hideouts that are believed to be of the Hamas terrorists that are now being pounded shells by the side of Israel Defense Forces. These also includes the pin precision strikes that are taking place with the help of Israel Defense Forces Air Force Wing, and also the strikes that are taking place, especially the strikes that are now being conducted with the use of heavy artillery. So what they are doing is clearing the area that is very close to the fence, so that once the decision is taken that a full-scale incursion will take place, then there is no threat very near to the border, and then in a phased manner the forces will be moving ahead. And when it comes to the threat from the Hezbollah, today there have been almost 5 to 6 incidents where the Hezbollah terrorists try to lob the grenades, RPG launchers on the Israel Defense Forces. That was thwarted, and multiple terror cells of the Hezbollah group, they were decimated. They were killed by the Israel Defense Forces in the attack. When it comes to the Hamas terror groups, there have been a major setback today also to the leadership of Hamas. Many of their key commanders have been neutralized today. Shavan.
Well, thank you very much, Gursimran, for getting us that live report from southern Israel. And also Terry Newman and Dr. Joseph for joining us on the trending burning question.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
of the forward locations in the south of the Israel, and here the preparations are in full swing. How the troops are preparing for the ground battles. The tanks have been installed. The big Merkavas are here on the ground to totally wipe out the Hamas terrorists, and so does the regular briefings of the soldiers that are taking place here at the ground zero.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Death penalty for 8 Navy veterans in Qatar. Massive movement to bring back veterans. Bring back our men. Arnab debates at 9 p.m.
Israel is all prepared for the big war, the Hamas terrorists.
The rockets being fired, of course, at Kibbutz Be'eri only.
बहुत सारे ऐसे इलाके हैं जहां अभी भी हमास के आतंकी फायर कर रहे हैं.
Get down again, it's a missile.
कम से कम दर्जन भर रॉकेट्स की आवाज आई है जो हिजबुल्लाह ने दागे हैं.
We have been hearing continuously an explosion.
तकरीबन 50 से 70 BMP जो हैं वो फॉरवर्ड एरियाज पर हैं.
The people here were staying, but there was a rocket that was fired.
एशकुलॉन की तरफ में टैंक्स जा रहे हैं.
हमारी सबसे बड़ी टीम ग्राउंड जीरो पर है.
We have been reported from the operational base of Israel Defense Force, and I'll just show you the visuals. Israel forces is in place here. There are Merkava tanks, there are artillery that is in place here, and they've been constantly making the strike towards the Gaza Strip. But as we know, the statement that came in from IDF and ISF that made an announcement that IDF has conducted an aerial strike on an underground terror cell of Hamas and Islamic Jihad terror operatives who were organizing an immediate terror attack.
Is the Israel war to blunt India-Middle East-Europe corridor? China threatened by India's rise in world order. Can China hand in Israel war be ruled out? Arnab debates at 10 p.m.
from Kibbutz Berry, which is just a miles away from the Gaza Strip. The situation in Kibbutz Berry is being worst as the people were living their normal life. But on 7th of October, when the Hamas terrorists who invaded whether through air, by through aerial, land and maritime, they invaded and started open firing. More than 120 people who lost their life and many of the people, and including children, were abducted. What is a clear message to the Hamas terrorists?
These were good people. This was our family. We are going to find every single person from Hamas that did this and eliminate them.
From the Delhi studios of Republic TV, it's time for Arnab Goswami on The Debate.
Arnab Goswami on The Debate at 9. Presented by Amity University. Powered by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, Century Laminates and PolicyBazaar.com.
Good evening and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. 8 Indians, out of which 7 are Indian Navy veterans, have been sentenced to death by the Qatar government. Is shocking news. Captain Navtej Singh Gill, Captain Saurabh Vashisht, Captain Birendra Kumar Verma, Commander Purnendu Tiwari, Commander Sanjeev Gupta, Commander Suganakar Pakala, Commander Amit Nagpal and Sailor Ragesh have spent, we know already, 14 months in solitary confinement in